zunga sina chakunywa yaya. Ono Yesu wo mutama kutakowa takowa. Mwena musabange za nyimba za nazibai. Salai, oh na na na, Vegas and Montai, Moses, what you want? Right beach they are, what they are, bad man. What's up, Sala? Sala, Kuya Sala. What's up, Sala? Sala, Kuya Sala. What's up, Sala? Sala, Sala. Esala ono salo kumale myaka ya bulu mwana ono sala ya kabanyo ya bulu mwana na yesala bwezaba ya funo mwana sika myaka esale ne ku mwana atono kana yezabu mwana bwezabu mwana mwana mumulumi Kuita musala mwabazamu Yesu yesala muyazama ya muwasamwiri Kundi sabanagi Noli ya sabenoli Kundi sabanagi Wesabe sala Esala kuwa yesala Wesabe sala Esala kuwa yesala Wesabe sala Esala, esala, wesabe sala, esala, esala. Amekuza vumanda bangai, kumbera yangi mwanda bangai, ay. Nantolai, sina chakulia. Zunga sina chakunywa yaya. Ono Yesu wo mutama kutakowa takowa. Mwena musabange za nyimba za nazibai. Bona nanai kuganja mukama kweno kumpa yaya. Elitiwa chikuwa mukama webale. Elitiwa chikuwa mukama waponyai. Pasta bugembe ku street kwa yali today. Yasaba no muwulira esale yo no jiwulira Yasaba no muwulira esale yo no jiwulira Eno esale wanyane kansai Yesu esale wanyasirimu Yesu esala Yesu esale kamuruzalo Yesu esale
R.I.P. moms. Yeah, never forget you. Yeah, and for everybody else that we lost, everybody that we love. Yeah, I miss you. LG.
Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. couple things going through my head. Time's getting hard, somehow I gotta maintain. There'll be another pain if I get caught up in the rain. Will I be the same? Will I be ready for the change? My heart is aching, I'm anxiously waiting. Time don't fail me while I'm anticipating. What am I saying? I'm not mistaken. Gotta pull myself up before I start fading.
Still my whole life, check what I heard, what happened then. That dreadful night when you heard that accident. Doc said it wasn't no thing, you'd make it. It still broke my heart to see you stretched out on a hospital bed. Had to explain the pain that you felt as you lay there. Tears flowing down my eyes watching you smile. Many years later, can't get over my loss, cause I still can't believe that you're gone. Nah.
Living your pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you but I know life must go on. Living your pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you but I know life must go on. Been a couple things going through my head. Time's getting hard, somehow I gotta maintain. There'll be another pain if I get caught up in the rain. Will I be the same? Will I be ready for the change? My heart is aching, I'm anxiously waiting. Time don't fail me while I'm anticipating. What am I saying? I'm not mistaken. Gotta pull myself up before I start fading.
All alone in this cold, cold world. I'm on my own in a zone where there's nowhere to turn. What can I do? Should I lose it? Hard when I'm missing you. It's heavy on my mind, yo, this feeling so pitiful. True, it hurts bad when a loved one is gone. When it pours, you can't do much but weather the storm. Miss you a lot, never stop singing this song till the day when I see you again. So long.
Pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you but I know life must go on. Having you pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you but I know life must go on.
Yeah, the song is dedicated to the memory of my late mother Barbara.
R.I.P. Mom.
And to all the loved ones I lost in my life. Both my grandmothers, my grandfathers, Auntie Florence,
Rest in peace.
my homie Morose. So hard to sing this song,
Never forget
but
you.
I love and miss you so long.
Having you pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you but I know life must go on. Having you pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you but I know life must go on. Having you pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you but I know life must go on. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you but I know life must go on.
Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa. Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa. You shed your blood for me. You slept in jail for me. You shed your blood for me. All in the struggle for liberty, torture day and night. Just because you're black, we can't forget the past. All the souls we lost, we can't deny the fact. Africa will think again. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Steve
Stephen Biko, remember. Patrice Lumumba, remember. Thomas Sankara, remember. Samora Machel, remember. Stephen Biko, remember. Patrice Lumumba. Maji, voice of freedom, Kanutanu Frelimo, the movement of the people. Oh, Ghana, oh. The root of Pan-Africans. People must unite. Ruma was in prayer. We can't forget the past. We can't deny the faith. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel, remember. Stephen Biko, remember. Patrice Lumumba, remember. Thomas Sankara, remember. Samora Machel, remember. Stephen Biko, remember. Patrice Lumumba. Calling, yes, my brothers, it's the sound of victory. Senegal, Gambia, Senghor is champion. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, Félix our father. Soweto, 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 Mandela. Soweto, 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 the land of the brave. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember. Samora Machel, remember. Stephen Biko, remember. Patrice Lumumba, remember. Thomas Sankara, remember. Samora Machel, remember. Stephen Biko, remember. Patrice Lumumba.
na tiek ma yamo tiamba mira tere baya ya ro ma kelo de ba mira tere baya tere de ma gamu le ba mira tere baya da
Ramu. Nyana gini, me baby nyana gini, nyana gini, go nyana gini. I will down every year. I will down every year. One wood, one. Oh yeah.
Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, like many other sub-Saharan cities, is characterized by peri-urban and dense unplanned informal settlements, and with an ever-growing population that is gradually surging past the 1.5 million mark, city amenities are at times overwhelmed. Kampala Capital City Authority, KCCA, a body established to administer Kampala Capital City on behalf of the government of Uganda through its Directorate of Public Health and Environment, has been at the forefront of efforts to improve on-site sanitation in Kampala City.
So Kampala is one of those cities with a low sewer network coverage. Ours is less than 10%, and that means over 90% of our people rely on non-sewer sanitation. So in the bid to get innovations and solutions, RASOP has provided quite robust learning solutions in terms of capacity building to provide non-sewer sanitation, in terms of innovations.
Under the Reinforcing African Sanitary Operators Partnership (RASOP) project, focus is on providing technical guidance to promote sustainable sanitation, including non-sewer systems and fecal sludge management, building capacity of sanitation operators, enabling and facilitating the adoption of appropriate regulatory framework for implementation of sustainable urbanization and project management and governance.
We've had several trainings or capacity building programs that have been held in Kampala city. We've had different trainers coming in from different cities to train our own emptiers, and this has helped them to develop their businesses. For example, creation of and interpretation of sheet flow diagrams, where we had different sanitation stakeholders getting really to learn how to draw a sheet flow diagram. They just used to see it on paper. They didn't know how it came about. They didn't know how to write a report, but everything has been done and we are having some results come out.
When RASOP also came in, people were told to put on safety gadgets. You can see people now are putting on overalls, they are putting on gumboots, and when they go to work out there, they're also putting these things on so that they can safeguard themselves from the disease related to their business.
3 years down the road, through investments like RASOP and others, we're actually seeing fecal sludge management coming to the fore. It is now something that whose awareness is now raised, and actually the different various stakeholders are willing to participate to see that it is even improved better.
Since the inception of the RASOP program, KCCA has been able to secure the participation of various private sector players, research institutes, communities, the government, and many local and international partners in its drive for a cleaner and healthier Kampala city.
My name is Kabubi Haman, aka Slim MC, UG the Poet. This is XXL The Fix, and I have 3 things to fix about Uganda. 1. Socialites living a plastic life and wanting or seeking validation. Please be who you are. When we go out there for social gatherings and events, be it blankets and wine or anything, do not show us that you pulled out your new garment or that you've never dressed up to that standard or that level. Be who you are. To the young people that are influenced by social media and spend lots of your OTT money or your time, please be who you are, live who you are, and let that be the outcome. Number 2 is on the members of the parliament. Please, and please, propaganda and charisma will not build this nation or change it in a positive way. Be members of the people, not members of the parliament. So let us see you serving this nation, not you thinking of how you can benefit yourselves. The third one is under the employment sector. If you're out there and you think you're an employee or employer within the sector, please be a servant. Serve the sector in which you work. Serve the sector. Serve that company. Serve the nation, not being employees. Do not go to your work desk and just look at the camera watching you and work cross time and wait to be paid per hour or per day. Make some change. Be motivated. And if you're not motivated, find something that you love to do to be productive. My name is Kabubi Haman, aka Slim MC UG the Poet, and I just fixed you.
Yana diak ma yamo tiamba mira de bala ya ro ma kelo de ba mira de bala tera de ma gamo le ba mira de bala da
Abu.
Nyana gini, me baby nyana gini, go nyana gini. I will down every year. I will down every year. Man wood, oh yeah.
you me cry, cry, cry.
From 1962, we're still struggling. Are we defined by our Bantu or Nilotic or cultural groupings? Is that what's going to form us? Or are we going to go federal?
Those experiences that we went through should be able to make us a better people, to define ourselves even more, to stand firm and say, look, if there's been violent change in regimes, never shall it be.
Our violent past, cognizant of what we have gone through up to this point. Yeah, this is how we will manage our affairs.
Simon Kairo, are you Ugandan?
Yes, I'm a Ugandan.
What makes you Ugandan?
I'm a Ugandan by birth, and I'm a Ugandan because of the characteristics that define Ugandans.
Do we know the value that defines us as Ugandans? Do Ugandans know themselves?
Yes and no. Yes, of course, Ugandans know themselves, but do we have a national definition of what our identity is?
We are trying to define ourselves by the things that happen in Kampala. Kampala is very, very small compared to what we see.
And what are the things that we put together so that when you go out there and say, I am a Ugandan, you're projecting the following attributes.
Yes.
What are those attributes?
What is this collective brand that we can hold on to? So when I go like to USA, I present my passport, and that speaks much more than just my word. And then I go to Russia, and people get to fight so much to get my daughter to marry because she's Ugandan.
There's 33.5 million that need to find a reason why they're Ugandans.
Any Ugandan who stands up there and complains about Uganda's image out there is a fool.
What are you going to package and come back with on the show next week that we're going to sell?
Anything and everything that has the title Uganda.
What would you sell?
Person. That person is you, that person is him, that person is me. That's a Ugandan I want.
Thank you so much for being a part of XXL family, growing bigger and better every single week. 35 million people across East and Central Africa. You can actually be a part of us. Get onto your Twitter page, talk to us. Get onto your Facebook page, talk to us. Or rather, you can log on ours. Welcome, Jaffa. How are you doing?
It's an honor to be on the wisdom circle, as I call it.
Yes, and I'm so happy to have you here this afternoon to basically, talk about narcissism, where we left it last week.
We recap from last week.
Yes, and how was your week?
It was quite fine.
Okay.
I had actually gone to a wedding.
Yeah.
But they were incredibly 1 hour late.
In Africa, we are delayed, we are never late.
There's this saying of African time.
Yes.
And that is also another thing of narcissism.
Yes.
Your ability not to think for others.
Okay.
I
never looked at it from that point of view, by the way.
Remember last week I used the word selfish because it's hard for Africans to put their mouth around the word narcissism.
Yes, because it's looked at as
it's all
as a problem. Yes, yes.
You see, with narcissism, it's always about me, not us.
And so whatever we're doing, it's about me. Yes, never about us.
We.
Okay. I just want to start the show right away, and this discussion is really key for us. From wherever you are watching this program all across the world, we want to say thank you very much and welcome to the program. This program talks about the wisdom that the elders are supposed to impart or impress upon the young people. And Generation X and the millennials, and of course now the baby boomers, as we say.
Our parents.
Yes, we want to know, first of all, starting from there, the different description that starts from our parents to your generation and then the generation of ours. Yes, exactly, and getting there. So let's start from there.
Let's go back to the actual. It's called tradition. Anybody before 1946 is from the era of tradition. Then after World War II, people were at peace and there was a lot of procreation. That's when you ended up with the baby boomers.
Yes.
Yes. And then the baby boomers gave birth to us, the Generation X.
Yes.
Generation X, you're looking probably from 1964 to, let's say, 86.
Okay.
For me, that's the way I put the barrier.
Okay.
Then for me, I'm looking at the millennials,
Yeah.
The ones who approach this new millennial of ours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where would you place the millennials? Which area would you place the millennials?
Millennials from, let's say, from around 86 to date.
Okay.
Yeah. Now the Generation Z are a funny category. They're from basically around 96 to date.
They are called Generation Z.
Z. Yeah.
Okay. Z.
We're British.
Z. Okay. I just want to. So where would you place me, who is born around 1982, 83, 84?
Yeah, you're definitely a millennial.
Wow. So that's how I still fit in the millennial category.
You're the people making possibilities happen that we never thought of.
Yeah.
You're the ones who, for me, the invention of the word thinking out of the box
Yes.
was made for you people.
Yeah.
You see insight into things that we, who were spoon-fed tradition by our parents, but they actually never partake of the traditions. You're not structured. You are communal. You have amazing empathy. For me, I feel so bullied about the parentage, what we call the patriarch society, which was instilled in us.
Okay.
That's why we enjoy the partying too much. And partying is basically what the narcissist. Hedonist is somebody who just looks out for the party. Where's the party at? Remember that saying?
Yes, where's the party at? Let's go right now, and then everybody's just going, the weekend just continue. Yes.
A hedonist society, a narcissist character burns candles on both sides. You don't really budget for anything. And the whole point of calling something like a religion, it's like it has become part and parcel of your life. And it's all about what we're going to do for the weekend. Yet traditionalists would have their traditional granary where they look out for the next season's crop, seedlings, and they save, saving society. Surprisingly, your people have started saving society, that culture that we don't. And sometimes for me, I believe it's this thing, living for the day. Others say no, the situation in the country made it
permits this, so therefore we can just go on and
that type of thing. So I've basically tried to explain them. We don't want to categorize people, but psychologists have done so, and social anthropologists have done the same thing. Trying to explain the generations.
Jaffa, I was having a conversation with an older person from the generation of your father.
Yes, please.
The traditionalist.
Pre-46.
Yes, pre-46, yes. And he said something very fundamental. So we're having a discussion, and he says, and he's from the 1986 class of the 27 guns, the NRM. Yes. And he said to me, he says, we're having a discussion in the gym, and he says, you guys are very difficult to understand. He says, the millennials are very difficult to understand, particularly the kids we never thought they were kids. When we came to power in 1986, we never looked at the kids who were born between 1982, 81, 82, 83, because they were not important for us. We looked at the people who were 80 backward, who would be 40, 40 something, 50 now. That we focus on that. So we just woke up one day and we found those who were 35, 36, have a different mindset altogether, and yes, and they are trying to mentor, go with mentorship, which not what we had when we were growing up. So we missed the gaps. Then I was like, so you mean you actually forgot about me, that I exist, you the traditionalist? And so there are this, I don't know. So when he talked about that, it brought me back to the old days of thinking, and I'm looking at how my father used to tell me, the things my father used to tell me, the things we used to sit down in the fireplace and talk about, and I realized that they would make us, for example, in about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, they would make us drink tea, then they send us to go and look for cricket at about 6:37 up to 7:30. We're chasing cricket, running around the compound. It never made sense.
For consumption or to stop the noise?
They said you bring it and you roast it for consumption and stuff like that.
I think it was to stop the noise.
Yeah, so I was told later on, my father said, one, that was meant to stop us from urinating in our beds or peeing in our beds at night. So when you take tea, they make us go and become active, so then we pee, and when we come back to go and sleep, that's how they ended up peeing in the bed of children. So
stopping it.
Yes, stopping it. So I was like, that's all this thing was about. She says, yeah. So this would come under fireplace and stuff like that. So and that seems to have stopped. I meet children who are who were still wetting beds at 10, 9, 12. We stopped like when we were like really young. So was that the case at your time?
Let me explain something he said very fundamental.
Yes.
If you came in with the, remember the move to the left in the 60s?
Yes, yes.
A lot of our people...
I just saw the videos, I wasn't there, yes.
All I'm saying is, all the people who received power in 1962
yes.
pushed the agenda of move to the left
yes.
in 1968.
Okay.
Okay. In fact, there was a challenge to my father
yes.
as Army Commander saying,
yes.
if you are not of our party, then you cannot be Army Commander. So they were using the Politburo system of the communists.
Yes, yes.
That man's statement was simply, we are geared or indoctrinated to think in a particular way, a herding instinct. If I am a herdsman or a shepherd, the best word is a shepherd.
Yes.
You expect all the sheep to move in one way.
Correct.
That one missing sheep suddenly became a multitude. The millennials have become, now one individual listening to you, and then the majority are doing their own thing.
Yes.
What I call thinking out of the box.
Correct.
Now for me, I followed tradition.
Okay.
I followed the patriarch. Society.
I'm taking notes, by the way. I'm taking notes, so I want to be.
Point is this: we who listen the most, we are more or less like my Cossack senator from Ghana.
Yes.
We look very formal, but we're party animals. Are you understanding?
Yes, yes.
The dilemma of too much discipline.
Yes, yes.
It means that the pastor's daughter is going to be the best party animal in the whole crowd while keeping up appearances. I'm just giving you an example of what happened to our generation. Now, today, our millennials seem to be party animals, but they make time to do things
serious stuff
together, communally. The equivalent of in my tribe, we call it lokita. Lokita is the seasonal harvest, where you have 20 shambas, each one on average, let's say 20 acres.
Okay.
The whole community moves around harvesting on each.
Okay.
And you set up in the granaries, you make sure. Remember, like the Teslas have an amazing way of breaking the seedlings with sticks. Now you can
and so are the Northerners anyway. I'm sorry, the Northerners. Yes.
I'm explaining it from our angle,
yes.
But it is an image that we always see with the Tesla.
Yeah.
And in fact, your ability to break that stuff decides whether you're the next bride or not. And then for us, for example, with people who inherited the Peruvian corn, and what we call kasoli. Can you imagine we didn't have grinders in our area?
Okay.
And in West Nile, just like in the Congolese area, they would have to pound that in a mound.
Okay.
In a chino.
Yeah.
The ability to do that would decide whether you're the next bride. So I'm simply trying to say that despite all that strict discipline that was instilled in us, we ended up the party animals.
Why did you end up the party animal?
It's like me meeting a fellow Arab friend in London is a different person to the person you meet in Dubai who's extremely strict.
Yes.
If
you miss the wisdom there, I got the wisdom.
my point is,
yes.
With my senator from Ghana, I look like a Catholic priest.
Okay.
But what if it's just keeping up appearances? That's what I mean by a narcissist or hedonist mindset.
Yes.
You look for that opportunity to release the so-called confines of restriction.
Yes.
Restriction could be a dictatorial government, it could be... Do you know the tyranny of our kingdoms? People don't realize. From the time of tradition, there was actually tyranny in villages where the chief was insurmountable.
Okay.
They were the most important person in the community.
Okay.
Then we come to a point where we gain power.
Yeah.
But the same leaders still think like the chief or want to be a kabaka.
Okay.
Then we've gained democracy, fine.
Yeah.
But democracy now is based on I scratch your back, you scratch my back.
Yes.
Remember the days of soap in the evening,
Yeah.
sukari?
Yes, yes,
Huh?
yes.
Now our children see this. Is it about a monetary gain? Or am I doing it for myself or for society?
Okay.
So our progression in terms of society has decided that.
Okay.
I know I've sounded technical, but I've tried to show the progression.
Yes, yes.
And unfortunately, those who gained power from the colonialists have the very same mindset of me saying, we're on holiday. I can end up in Club Tropicana, or our children in Ange. What I mean is that need to end up at steakhouse or wherever to have a good time.
Yeah.
In England, you noticed how it was. By 6, they were always in pubs.
Yes.
And they're like, Jaffa! You don't call me like
yes,
Jaffa.
yes. And it's still going on to this day. Yes,
Jaffa,
yes,
aren't you coming with us to the pub?
Yeah.
I'm like, what? I'm a Muslim.
Yeah.
It's like, you're boring.
Yes.
You get not sibling rivalry. When your community forces you into doing things that it means you're going with the crowd.
Okay.
You're moving with the crowd.
Okay. So basically, you're saying you don't have a control of your own self and your own mind. You're overly influenced by the situation around you and the people around you. Yes.
Especially the people you value the most.
Okay.
Now, we tended to value families. Yeah. You millennials.
Yes.
I put you in that category.
Yes.
Value your friends.
Yes. That is actually very true. I value my friends because my friends have been there for me whenever I need them.
They're supplementing what the parents cannot give.
Yes.
And the parents don't even realize they've become absentee parents.
Yes.
Yeah. Huh? But it comes from that me. Yeah,
and we see that in our situation today when the dad has a business, a family business. Dad built this business from scratch, or dad inherited it from grandpa, and the business is running today. But dad is now 50, 60 something. Dad is still waking up, to 54. Go to, 54, 55. Dad is still waking up in the morning to go and work. Dad doesn't even want me to stay nearby. So most of us have sort of like decided, you know what, I need my own thing because so that I can show daddy and everyone that it is for all of us. Not for, but daddy is saying, I can't trust you, I can't give you this. So, and I keep asking, isn't it okay for daddy to say, you know what, let's start working with you and handing over this thing and moving forward.
You've pointed out a very important thing that helped me.
So businesses are difficult, everything is difficult. And I'm talking to the first son, this is the first son of Jaffa Salongo Jaffa Amin, is the first son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, the field marshal. So we're talking about the first hand experience of you being in the State House. And now the life you live in my area here, who has never been there. Yes.
An opportunity came to me to work. It's a funny thing to say.
That the opportunity came to work for a first son, a man who grew up in State House, you know.
But remember a lot of those years were in exile.
Yes.
But I came back in 1990.
Yes.
I languished. Remember the culture clash I was talking about?
Yes.
But then I got to a point where I got a job in 1994.
Yes.
It's the strangest interview I've ever had. It was the first and last interview in my life.
Where
Let me explain.
What happened?
Let me explain.
Yes. Go ahead.
One of my aunts finds me digging. He's like, Jaffa, since when does so-and-so's son dig? No.
Jaffa is mixing up the things that says so-and-so's son. Since when does the former president's sons dig? We don't see that. That doesn't suffice in our vocabulary.
I was summoned from a place near Wanyange.
Yes.
No, it's called, not Nalfenya, Burumaji.
Yes, yes.
That is the place of some witches.
Yes.
It's called Burumaji. It's a funny word in Uganda. It's a place where the whole place is roamed by night dancers.
Yes.
They're like, what is our boy doing there? They had just come back from Congo.
Yes.
And so she summoned from there. I said, I think life has come to this.
Yeah.
I said, no, come over. Where are your documents? They're here. Now go to your junior mother. She's from these people. She was from Kashari.
Okay.
So,
saying this, go for your junior mother.
Yeah, who's from
Kashari, from the western part of Uganda.
Yeah, from the people in power.
Okay.
And I go there. It says, Jaffa, on a Monday, make sure you're here by 8.
Yes.
No sleeping, no watching television. You love your television.
Yes, yes.
You know, with cable channels in the UK and the US,
you
get addicted.
Yeah.
Today we're addicted to our phones. For us, it was
Yeah.
cable channels.
Yes.
So I made sure I was there.
Okay.
In your smartest clothes, I put on my Charles Jordan, I put on my some wonderful names from the 90s.
Yes, yes, yes.
And I was there. As soon as I entered, the gentleman started saying, "Lulu, tell me about yourself."
Yes.
I'm talkative just the way I am now.
Yes, yes.
And he was listening to the clipped accent. He kept laughing. I said, I stopped. I said, no, continue. I'm just enjoying your story.
But you've gone for a job interview.
That is the interview in progress.
Oh my God. Okay.
We were talking. He suddenly, his name was Spencer Kamugisha. He said, report at 8 o'clock on Monday.
Yes.
I'm like,
that's
I
it?
got the job.
That's it? I have the job?
He said, I jumped up. I did almost a 40 feet horizontal.
Why
jump.
did you jump up, by the way, when he announced that?
I didn't anticipate to get a job on the first interview in my life.
But you were the son of a former president.
No, he didn't know.
Oh, he didn't know.
He didn't know.
Okay.
He was just this accent, this deep voice, funny.
Yeah.
He's comfortable in himself, and he's explaining himself. I lived my life on my sleeve. I was just explaining myself.
Okay.
Do you know what happened in those 11 years since I got that job? The first week, I'm so happy to get a job.
Yes.
I end up the best employee for 6 months. The rest.
How did you end up the best employee for the 6 months? There was no favoritism there.
I never worked in my life apart from trying to dig when I got a lot of scars on my hand.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Jaffa,
remember, we get our scars from our gym.
Yes, that was the first time you
we get our scars from our gym.
Correct.
We don't have our gloves.
Yes.
I had to get one of my pillowcases to invent gloves for myself to dig. Yeah, listen.
From State House to inventing the
my pillowcase into gloves to dig.
Yes.
But you know how I used to dig? I would pound the ground for 100 meters until my friend said, do you know how to dig? You let the force with all your shoulders, and you let the hole
goes down,
eat into the ground. But for you, you're doing Hiroshima.
Because you've never dug in your life.
But that's the whole point.
Yes.
He watched me for an hour.
Yes.
I looked back. Why didn't you tell me? Now, I'm getting a job where it's look on the address, make sure you're delivering to the right address.
Okay.
This is for Barclays, this is for the embassy, this is for the US embassy, and I'm delivering.
Where was this, by the way? Where was this job?
The place was a courier company called DHL, the original courier company.
Okay. The original Dutch.
It was
Dutch?
an American.
It was an American.
It ended up Deutsch Post.
Yes,
It's just Deutsch
Oh,
for the Germans.
okay.
Deutschland. Deutschland is Germany.
Yes. Okay.
So
All
they
right.
took
You see,
over.
this is why we call it the wisdom corner. If you are young, you will never understand these things. So I have got to be in the wisdom corner, the elders' wisdom corner. Yes.
Now.
Circles.
Now.
Yeah.
When something comes naturally for you,
Yeah.
when my father was used to send me in Jeddah, go to the airport, release our food, go and get our guests, go to the president, to the royal protocol.
Yes.
The king has sent me such a thing.
Yes.
Or go to the king's palace.
Yes.
I couldn't go, so I'm sending you. I was actually being taught by my
Without
father.
knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were being mentored for something that would become so important to me at my first job in my life.
Wow.
I didn't go in with the right qualifications. He just liked the character.
Okay. Wow.
But I was delivering on time. No one was complaining about my service.
Because your entire life you are in Jeddah, you are running
But
around
now
picking these
something
things. Yes,
happens.
yes,
They end up finding out who I am.
Yes.
But I continue at the same pace.
Yes.
Words start.
So when you
going
say
around.
they end up finding who I am,
My employee,
yes.
my fellow employees,
Yes.
they end up finding out
that you are
the
the
son
of the
Idi
former
Amin.
President Idi Amin, and that's the problem.
But
Yes.
I'm continuing at the same pace
Yeah.
and a very strange humility,
Yes.
where I have a short fuse,
Yes.
but it's for me about telling you what you need to know.
Yeah.
It's not a fisticuff issue. It's just, hey, this is how it's supposed to be. They would say, why do you care? Is this your company? Remember the narcissism.
I've had, yes. And that's how the narcissistic approach finally
It is, but
yes.
remember, it's a question of just work for your salary.
Yeah. This
Work
company is not
within
even for your
means.
father.
It's not your father.
Father's
Why
company.
are you breaking sweat?
Yes. Wow.
They only were shocked when the next year I became their supervisor. They're like, wait a minute, is it about his name?
Yeah.
They're like, no.
Yeah.
For me, it was about delivering.
Okay.
So I ended up with a work ethic.
Yeah.
There's no difference between DHL and military service. Yet I've never been a soldier in my life. But the discipline.
But you live within
the discipline.
the barracks
The
with
discipline.
soldiers, yes.
I'm simply saying, no, if you have a father who's a field marshal,
Yeah.
and he spent 17 years with the King's African Rifles,
Yeah.
and then he was the head of the military,
Yeah.
there's a certain discipline that is instilled in a character.
Okay. But one would think that you will be a spoiled brat child because your father is...
I was a spoiled child for being my grandmother's child.
Okay. But not for being your father's child. Those two things are very different. I hope you understand that.
They're quite different.
Yes,
By the way, there used to be a complaint in the family.
Yes.
We had the famous Moses. We had the famous Mwanga.
Yeah.
He's a favorite.
Yes.
But whenever they would question me in terms of identity, my father would say, Chombe is my mother's son. Then they'll start laughing. You mean he's your brother? Then he would laugh.
So they never understood. Yes.
No, he was sort of saying in terms of seniority, if you reject him as your brother, he's my brother.
Okay.
He was trying to put a veracity in them to understand that.
So I want to take you there just before we go for a break, Jaffa. Before I lose the train of thought of you saying that you were your grandmother's best
son. I was
son.
his son.
You
know,
and then
grandmothers inherit.
Yes.
For example, during the AIDS pandemic, forget about COVID, the real pandemic in Uganda, because COVID has not really reached Uganda.
Yeah, COVID has a lot of. COVID has a lot of.
No, I'm not going to go
it has a lot of
discussions,
commercials and stuff around it.
But in Africa, we were touched by AIDS.
Yes.
And mother and father died and left orphans.
Yes.
A lot of people out there understand me for being grandmother's child.
Okay.
Because of being an orphan.
Okay.
Especially by the AIDS scourge.
Okay. That's wisdom right there. If you picked it, you picked it.
Because it happened.
Yeah.
For me, it was by the sake of a large family and if the first wife, the chief wife, will not accept the child of the sister, because it used to happen. You know, the Isaac Sarah scenario is very African. Whenever I read the Isaac Sarah Hagar Sarah story,
and Ismail story,
it's very much it's very much the African setup. For the wife at home to accept the sister's entry into the family, it becomes issues. So we ended up with the grandmother. I'm trying to explain.
Jaffa, yes. So you are saying that you were your mother's sister's son, who was also the wife to
the chief wife.
The chief's wife. Yes,
the number one.
The number one wife. But then your dad decided that I'm going to end up here as well.
We're becoming personal here, but sometimes society, especially African society, if you give birth to 5, 6 daughters, you've never made the cut in African society.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Today, my wife has 5.
My own mother went through that whole stuff.
My wife has 5 boys and 1 girl. Can you imagine the status she has in my tribe?
I know what.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Now you're talking.
Yes.
Now you're talking.
Yes.
So the pressure of the chief wife was having girls. Until 69, when the favorite child arrived.
Wow.
She went through hell.
With
the very same grandmother who was looking after me. You see, your sister gave birth to a boy, a man child.
So it was always a tormenting pressure for you.
Every African mother goes through it. Forgive me, our beloved mothers out there, but that pressure is insurmountable.
My own mother went through that problem. Yes, my own mother ended up getting pregnant. I would understand. I think 13 times just to look for a boy.
That is it.
And if my father had not stood strong, perhaps
against the opinions
of his family, it would never have been, because they made life so hard for her that the first child she got with my dad, I think it was bitten by a snake while he was fishing.
Sorry.
And then that messed up my elder sister. So for me, my elder sister is my mother now, because she went through hell on earth just to be accepted. Even when she was married to another person, where she went, the gentleman couldn't give birth. I was told the story. It's very young. My sister is almost your age, and so she couldn't give birth. And then they sent her back. In the African traditional society back then, if you sent back with a letter to your parents, I was meant to understand later on that it means you are useless as a girl. So until another person comes and marry you, that gentleman who married you cannot actually go back and
bring you back.
Yes, and get the dowry or even bring back. So because of that, my mother suffered the stuff you're talking about, and I would like to pick the wisdom from here. She ended up with many girls and very few boys. In fact, she survived with only 2 boys who are alive today. The difference between me and my brother is very huge. My brother is almost your age. Headed to retire from this, and my sister is actually older than you. I've just realized now, way older than you. So I'm putting these two together to just say that whole thing of you must give birth to a boy. If you don't give birth to a boy, you're a useless woman. You're everything. It's been going on
forever.
I mean, yes,
it's what I call the tyranny of tradition. The tyranny of tradition.
Why do you tell me the tyranny of tradition?
It's total. It's absolute power. People don't. Remember me saying something that might hurt others. I'm like, people don't realize that our cultural leaders were tyrants. Forget about the
yes, you said it at the beginning of the show. Yes.
My father's image as a strong man. Today, our leaders still considered in the same category as a strong man. I don't like using the D word. That's enormous authority. It's the equivalent of our favorite principles, what we call Eddie Master in Uganda. In fact, that name was given to my father in a derogatory time. When we were running away in 79, they're like, Eddie Master, do not forget your coat.
Because his time had come to go, yes.
the image and the strictness of him
Yes.
was very much what we consider with our headmasters.
Wow.
But I'm simply saying that tyranny
Yeah.
is simply absolute power. And believe you me, all those girls succeed better than us. You've noticed.
That's true.
And they're the ones who remember the very same father who was tormenting them in the family as Garcia. I'm not saying it happened in my family. I'm simply saying society viewed every girl child as useless. Yet they're the most important and the most they've given back to society and their communities more than we will ever.
Boys.
Yet the boys ended up with that narcissist. Now, by the way, tradition feeds on to the narcissist.
So I want you to break that down quickly before we go for a break. We need to have some coffee break, but I want you to break this down quickly. How does that feed into the narcissism approach? You call it the narcissism has become the religion in 2020.
Me, the very same person who expected the sister to go to the water to bring the water home. The one who'd come from hunting and say, "Where's my food?" Whether it is your father barking or you, the boy copycatting the father, simply means it's about you. We provided the antelope yesterday, didn't we?
We went hunting yesterday, yes.
Now we've come back with this new one. Where's my food?
Yes.
For me, that is tradition feeding the narcissist's character.
Okay.
And once we got into power from the British, we were copycatting the British who were doing what we call an extractive industry.
Yes.
Whether it was slaves, ivory, all our mineral wealth. And right now, actually taking all our best brains. There's this brain drain, there's this resource drain that is happening. And today, it's a constant. And remember that statement of, for me, I have my books.
Yes. I've read my books. I don't need Senate. You guys, you will suffer. But me, I read my books.
The most boastful child is on graduation day. They actually do not enjoy it. Have you watched them?
Yes, they usually
They're
just...
always there. Me, I've arrived, don't you see?
I've got my degree.
It's an amazing moment.
I've got my master's,
I
my
always
PhD.
watch it and I'm like, until they call you the old man who's going to give the person what?
So you're saying after all of this, we still come and says, "Daddy."
No, not you, the parent. The parent always brings somebody who's an influence.
Yes.
The influencer. The influencer who's going to job placement moment.
Yes.
Would
you call that moment a wisdom moment or not a wisdom moment from that?
It is an eye-opener moment for that, the arrogance you see in your child at that point.
Okay.
My son will graduate now by 2022. COVID has done us in.
Yes.
It's done us. It's given us a dead year when we didn't really want one. But if he graduates in 2022, I'd actually tell him, go for 6 or 9 months at the Uganda Management Institute. Why, Dad? I've got my degree. I said, no, but job placement is based on the Management Institute certificate.
Yes.
Just like the law, people have to go to the
LDC to be able to go through. Yes.
That's where you get your job. No, but that's 3 years.
Yes.
I said, yeah, pity that one who's done 5 years and then an extra 9 months. The British set these out for us to get placement. Why didn't you tell us in the first place? I didn't know.
Yes.
With this, you'll get to become a fantastic teacher. Fantastic, but make sure you get your Uganda Management Institute certificate.
Okay.
And there are only 1 million jobs open, probably every 3 years.
And you have to be one part of this.
If you have this document.
Okay.
They will put, you'll notice when they're interviewing, they'll just put these aside, they'll bring that one in front.
They always bring that last bit,
The placement.
Yes.
LDC. LDC is the most important moment. Now I'm a lawyer.
But you would never have been one if there was no...
It is that man who comes he normally comes with a casimo, but he tells you that. But every child forgets that moment. Some Kazei came with his Waizeka thing. Doesn't he know I've graduated? You're not hooking yourself to the next person who's going to actually push you to the next level.
Yeah.
Quite often, narcissism feeds on to the issue of you already got a job placement. Forgive me for this. Some people end up in MOOBs at S6. Then they work like our American system of a certificate 2 years.
Yeah.
Then they do the actual degree.
Yeah.
Yeah? But they've already been earmarked for a job.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's a feeding frenzy where somebody will say, have you sat in water in Changwanzi?
Yeah.
It's like me telling you, have you got the Management Institute certificate?
Yeah.
You know, there's somebody who asks you.
Ask you such questions and you're looking for.
You don't see them as markers. Life is all about markers. You've seen those points that's showing you 40 miles to go to Jinja.
Yeah.
It's like, my homeland is far. I've heard that several times from people who come back home from Europe and wherever. They can't believe how far
we have gone.
Home is. Yeah. No, home country.
Oh yes, I'm getting the wisdom now. That's how far okay.
So the markers.
Yes.
Somebody will always tell you at what point you should move to.
Okay.
But also those people who are mwana maugundi, mwana wani, are feeding on to this tradition of narcissism.
Okay.
It's all about my children, my line, my lineage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is all feeding frenzy.
So that's the narcissism.
I'm not politicizing.
No. You are right, because I've actually been asking myself, because I work with people. They're always about my money,
Yeah.
where is my money, and I'm like,
okay.
It's not about your money, it's about satisfaction to the client that we're serving today and the society we're serving today.
Have you
fulfilled the mandate of serving the client effectively and having this? Money will always come, but we always have. So it's not about politics, about just the way we demand for things, even when we don't deserve it.
Let me give you an example of that.
Yes.
When I did 1 year and disappeared on the streets, some secretary in a bank saw a new face.
Yes.
They're like, where's that man who used to cross the Kampala road with 2 steps? I was so quick.
2 steps, this is because you're tall and you're long.
They won't see my speed.
Yes.
Do you know that we walk very fast, people from England?
Yes.
You notice how you slow down?
Because their life is fast-paced, which is different from here.
When I got to London,
yes.
I was being knocked by people passing me. By Jove, excuse me.
Hey mate, come on.
We were too slow.
So I have a boy called Idiwato Chom. Can you tell us if this is what is happening to you in Swansea?
Now, the speed.
Yeah, the speed in London. So I'm waiting to see Idiwato Chom come back to Uganda and walk like that.
I came to Uganda with an Audi Quattro speed. Kankanan. Remember the Kankanan rally driver speed?
Yes.
That's what I came back to Uganda with.
Yes.
And I got a job.
Yes.
And I was on double turbo speed.
Yes.
And I shot up. So people were remembering me for the service.
Yeah.
And it became an accolade on your name.
Okay.
My God. Now, after 4 years, I become the senior manager.
Yeah.
People are like, does he go to the water? Agenda kumazi.
Yeah. What does it mean? What is the mission of going? Oh, going to the water is superstition. You go for witchcraft.
I looked at
this is really the wisdom, like circles, the elders' wisdom circles. Yes.
I was like, I'm British. What's your problem?
Yes.
Now, after 4 years, I become senior manager.
Yeah.
They're like, no.
Yes.
Huh? I would actually find funny fetishes on my chair. I'd pick it up, and then Northern style, I'm like, hey, I come from the elephant's clan. Huh? My grandmother is a python.
Yes.
My mother is the beautiful bird, a nyonyi.
Yes.
and she's also has the kabiro of the leopard.
Yes.
There's nothing that
can
will
do.
happen to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold it right there. Hold it right there. We're going for a break, yes.
It was pure to Nigeria, but I was using a British accent. So you know, Muzungu, no, Muduga, Kadugala, Bananga, Fuaruzungu. No.
Hold it right there. We're going for a break.
I was on an upward mobile trajectory, and it was simply because of I had accepted the work ethic that my father had instilled in me.
Yeah.
And I was actually utilizing the same skill setting, but I was actually marking time. I was not at full capacity.
Wow.
But something happened.
Now hold it right there. That's something that happened. We're coming back for it. This is the Elders Wisdom Circles with the one and only Jaffa Remo Amin, the first son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, who lived all his life in glamour and everything glamour and find himself on the street walking fast. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after the break. Who better place to tell us the story of what happened? We're sharing the wisdom of what happened when elders steps in to speak to the young people. Jaffa, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
I
was saying something happened.
Yes, you're saying something happened, and I want to get back to that something that happened. So for you who are just joining, I want you to go and send us a message. Send us a question, a comment, whatever you have, and we will be able to answer here. This is called Wisdom Corner, the Wisdom Circles. We've lost this in our society today. We don't have it. Elders don't sit and give us moments to listen to them. We don't understand what is going on. So we realize that narcissism has become a new religion in 2020, right? Selfishness is taking over everything. Elders have the same thing. So we're talking about this, and I'm talking to the first son of the president, and I'm going to be able to bring all of them to this program. All of them. They have been into the State House. They've enjoyed it all. They've been around the world, and they are now here living with us. All right, so let's talk about
all around Africa.
All around Africa, actually. We're going to bring.
Maybe that's a perfect suggestion.
Yes. So let's go back to
something happened.
Yes, something happened. What happened? Let's talk about it.
They did not understand how I got in the first place. If your former colleagues are telling you, but how did you get here? Your days are over. I'm like, what do you mean our days? Yeah, but you were in the 70s, now it is our time, man. I'm like, my mother, you see the mother behind there? That's Mohima. She's actually Msongora from Kasese.
Yes, and you look like one of
yes. You see that woman there?
Yes.
That's my mother. She's from Kashari.
Yes.
You know, markers. Remember those side road posts, signposts?
Yes.
I was pointing at one.
Okay.
My mother's from Kashari. Kashari? Said, my nose is smaller than yours.
Yes.
So what are you talking about?
But you don't speak the language.
I'm like, I've been in England forever. I was pulling ranks on them in a nice way.
Okay.
But then I realized the British have what we call self-deprecation. It means you lower yourself intentionally just to get along with those who are unmanageable.
Can you repeat that again? What does the British call it? What?
Self-deprecation is the ability to lower yourself so that you bring yourself to the same level as those who are not quick on the uptake.
Yes.
Or they just don't understand why you succeed and they don't.
Yes.
But I got it from Spencer Kamugisha. Spencer, you Muchiga man, you taught me a lot. He called me once in because I got angry over something.
Yes.
Said, Jaffa, sit there. Said, Jaffa, one of these days, whether it is tomorrow, today, or whenever, you're going to be in this seat of mine. He was showing me his seat.
Yeah.
I want you to learn to come to the level of those people you work with. Not everyone understands the way you do. My God, that was a wake-up call, but it was a mentoring that was happening.
Yeah.
He could have blasted
How old were you, by the way, at that point? How old were you?
I was approaching 30. I was approaching 30 because I got married as soon as I hit 30.
Okay.
It wasn't about, I'm not ready or what. For me, it's about time.
Okay.
So I married in 96. So by 94, I was like a 28-year-old.
Yeah.
And with a short fuse.
Okay.
But the best employee.
Okay.
In the business.
Yes. At the time.
So I was beginning to get the kind of stuff this Muyaye from Kamacha is getting now. Everybody's hitting at him.
Yes.
I'm explaining the political arena.
Yes, yes.
He's
yes.
going to get more fire
Yes.
from the very people he used to eat.
Yes, with and drink
not,
with and stuff. Yes.
Not his actual foe.
Yes.
And he'll always think it is the enemy. But there's no enemy.
Yeah.
It's just your friend saying, who do you think you are?
You are, yes.
I say, you people, we all have sections, we all have boxes, we just deliver.
Okay.
I deliver every day about 4 tons because I was manning the business district.
Okay.
That is all the embassies, all the banks.
Was your boss being strategic that I had to put a son of a former president because you are used to protocol, you are used to
He had just seen that for me it was not about pinching the next cookie.
Okay.
Eh?
Yes, by the way, talking about
honesty.
the
It was all about honesty and integrity. Do you know you see that a mile away from your children, you see it from your brothers. That character shines. I think mine was shining brighter than the rest. But I seem to be getting it in an easy way. Do you know what happened? This is what happened. They started skirking their work and leaving it to Jaffa.
Because you had the ability and more energy to do that?
I enjoyed my work. Majority of people out there do not enjoy their work. They are a square peg in a round hole. Or they're
wow! I hope you picked that one.
They're a diamond and it's just a small circular tube sitting in the middle. You just don't fit. I'm not an authoritative person, yet I am because of my upbringing.
Okay.
But they just saw a manager in me without me seeing it. For me, proaction simply means do it before it needs to be done so that you are ready for the next objective.
That's wisdom right there. That's wisdom right there from the wisdom, the elders.
Wisdom circle.
Yeah, wisdom circles. I'm picking that one. If you're watching the program, I hope you're picking that one, you too, as well. And we're actually having this with you know, the elder has to have, we wish to have like sort of like a fireplace where we eat kasoli and whatever. So this is going to be the program that gives you the best of experience of the elders' wisdom circles. We will eat kasoli. We will eat kasoli is roasted maize.
No meat.
Yes, yes.
No meat.
No meat. We're going to eat just this. But you might want to get a nyeri and eat a nyeri or something like that. Wild rats.
Now we don't have a It is fish. I drink sai.
Yeah.
I drink choda.
Yeah.
We mess around with the pronunciation.
Yes, yes. Anyway, so let's go back to this. So did they see you?
No, they ganged up to me in a sweet way. I ended up burning my candle on both sides.
Okay.
I was on gear
Would you say
3.
would you say that you were not wise enough at that point?
No, I was saying, let me show you. It's like me dunking on a 7-footer. I'm 6'1", but I have the capacity to dunk on anybody.
Yes.
I'm like a Spud Webb who was 5'7".
Yes.
He was a short man who could do incredible dunks.
Yes.
And not many people remember Spud Webb, but I ended up with what we call where your motor neurons stop. We call it burnout.
Yes.
I had now been promoted to air operations. Everybody was leaving everything to me. And one day I was on the computer and what I was thinking was not getting to my hands.
Okay.
And it was an urgent report. And my mouth was beginning to stop. And I'm like, Patrick. Now Patrick used to work in the place I got him in. He became my #1 person who was with me on my side.
Okay.
And his father, by the way, was the one who designed the UCB house. I never call it Cham Towers, it's UCB house. But
even me, I call it UCB house, yes.
Mzee Nsubuga designed it.
Okay.
And we were getting, I got he was actually a 6'9" tall young man.
Okay.
And I was just like, Patrick, yes sir. He calls me from the other side. He was actually a supervisor. I'd made him a supervisor.
Yeah.
Just to make sure
things were okay. Yeah, we're yes.
Yes sir. Whatever I'm thinking is not getting to my hand. I think I'm getting what we call burnout. And I use the proper word.
Yeah.
This is burnout.
Yeah.
Can you get me home? Now Superman had
finished, gone, done.
It's like Iron Man. It's like Iron Man getting
the whole son of Amin, the great man, the Jaffa, the giant.
Man who thinks this is his company.
Yes.
That's ground to a halt.
Wow.
Huh? Had ground to a halt. You know,
fallen to the small man and asking Patrick to take him home. Yes, yes.
Do you know how you do the gym?
Yeah.
My gym was takeout.
Yes.
Dance from 9 to 4 in the morning.
That's another story for you. I'm bringing that in the wisdom circles of how I met Jaffa, and how he used to dance, the electric man. Yes,
but for me, that was my gym.
Yes.
That was my releasing this pressure.
Okay.
That I learned from.
Yet many people misunderstood you for being so low and stooping so low at the time at Stakeout because you were dancing crazy. They didn't understand what was going on for you.
But I was the best dancer.
Yes.
But
we used to ask ourselves, how can a whole son of a former president go low?
The boss of the DHL.
The boss of the DHL.
It was no longer my past.
Yes, yes.
It was present. I was the boss
of DHL at the time.
Above me, there was only the country manager.
Yeah.
I was the top man there.
Yeah.
Then they realized, I'm not here to play. I'm not here to drink. But I dance my music. And Akibua's son was the DJ.
Yes. Tony Bua.
Anthony Bua.
Yes.
Akibua was.
Where is Anthony, by the way?
We're together in Mutungo.
Okay.
We're both on the same hill.
Okay.
This country is known for two names, Akibua and Idi Amin.
Yes.
In terms of name checking.
Yes.
But my point is this. Yes. When I came back after 2 weeks, I started that regime. Rather than gym, Friday, I dance the hell out of the place, go home and rest. I'm ready for Monday.
Okay.
And I learned that mentorship. And they told me, Jaffa, learn to teach the next person who can help you.
Okay.
I see you're very comfortable with Patrick. Identify another 4.
Okay.
So that you have 5 people who at any notice can be able to replace you at short notice. I learned that mentorship, and they've taught us that when we're hunting. They taught us that when they taught us to shoot the gun. we did. Nowadays I see it fashionable, people going to do target practice. Demystifying the gun is fine, but these are the things that your parents teach you, whether it's to hunt,
or how to protect yourself.
And then I managed to teach, I believe, 5 people to do that.
Okay.
In 2005, I decided to resign. It wasn't a forceful resignation. It was simply my brain started saying, what have you done for your community? It's not a political statement. For me, those signs of issues of reconciliation, because I was meeting people with those same questions. Why is he having a good life and we didn't have?
Yes.
You know, you get such vibes.
Yes, his father did this to us, this happened,
You either become a victim or you victimize.
Yes. Those are the two, It's actually African, it's happening everywhere in the world.
Now, sometimes you would want to be like a lot of people are doing. It's like you love your chicken, you know you're on a stage, So if you get 20,000 crowds, how easy is it for me to get a constituency? I'm trying to give you an example of my Kamacha son.
Yes.
He's beginning to realize how tough it is now.
Yeah.
But if I can get a crowd of 30,000 to come and watch my show, how easy is it to
try and convince
to
them
move a crowd?
Yeah.
It's a different mindset altogether.
Yeah. And not always going to be very successful.
Of course.
Of course, pushed by certain things.
Believe you me, when I started reconciliation, what I call community work, people are like, no, he wants to be a leader. Nah, this man is trying to get a platform for his politics. I'm like, my father was not a politician. I'm never going to be one. I might become a brigadier general somewhere, but I would never become a politician. You would not want to hear the straight talking that I'll tell you in parliament, without profanity, without abusive words. But I'll be able to tell you what needs to be done.
Is this,
But you do that in community work. My wife did not understand it. My children are like, we've gone down a notch. We've gone down a notch because I was upward mobile. But I said, look, sometimes fulfillment comes from unexpected corners. If you Google me, I've basically taken up my father's 2 million hits. You know, they're very strange statistics. Mandela hit 60,000, but Idi Amin hits 2 million. Just by name search. And I've practically inherited that. How I use it is what the politicians, the security people, or marketeers are like, but doesn't he realize how easy he could earn from his name? I said, I do know, but it's what I do with the name that matters. And that is the most cherishing and fulfilling thing I've been doing since 2005.
Wow. I just want to take you down as we actually wind up. The show is coming to an end today. The Elders Wisdom Circles is coming to an end. But before we bring this to an end with Jaffa, at some point people felt like you were running mad.
In what sense?
You used to walk and talk alone. And
did that happen?
Yes. At some point, you'll be walking and talking alone. And this happened at some point towards 2009, 2010,
Did that happen?
2012, yes. I would think that you were always meditating while or thinking in your mind and walking and doing your stuff. But a lot of people say, Jaffa has lost it. And
let me explain that.
And I kept saying that I want to know,
Let me explain that. In England and in America, that is actually normal. It's actually normal.
I found myself doing the same thing at some point.
No, we do it.
I found myself doing it myself.
Voiceover. If I've learned my lines and I'm moving to location.
To record, yes.
To location.
To location, yes.
I'll go through the words.
To go and voice this radio ad or this TV ad, yes.
I'm the #1 voiceover in Africa.
Yes.
I convinced you to buy city tires, keeping you safe on the road. So if I'm doing that and you people think I'm mad, it's like you with your Togo talking.
Yes.
Isn't everybody with the
Togo is talking, yes.
Now, if I have mine here and I'm talking, doesn't that look like I'm mad?
Yeah, of course. It definitely.
Everyone in town.
Yes.
Yes. You remember the original ones with
the of the old days of Celtel.
The
Celtel,
the sweet one. I call it the sweet one.
Yes.
I hate this double.
I remember when growing up, General Salim Saleh, when I first heard of the mobile phone, it was the Celtel days. Used to have this huge phone that looks like a brick. We'll carry the thing and you'll have that thing coming like this. I used to look at it, I'm like, look at General, it looks like cool. I used to enjoy the thing. I was like, one day I will have this one also.
There are two things.
Yes.
I was either on that, for me mine was a sweet one.
Yes. The one that used to be just,
around your ear. Because for us, we said, don't mess the side of your temple.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. Which is the left side, yes.
People don't understand that our phones have a lot of microwave waves.
Yes.
So a lot of us avoid it. Keep it on the hip. They said, but you're messing around with your next child. I'm like, where do I put it?
Yes.
I'd rather hit on my hips and
Yes.
I'm talking.
Yes.
Or somebody saw me talking
Yes.
and I was heading to the next
record
gig.
Yes.
We call it a gig.
The gig, yes.
But believe you me, in Africa, the reality of depression is existent.
Yeah.
You reflect and you discuss the implications of your past or your future.
Okay.
And if you saw me doing that, I think I'm the most normal person, because the only way you can judge somebody's state of mind normally, the hygiene goes south.
Yes.
Now, if somebody is totally smart,
yeah,
you can't question the mind.
Yes, of course.
But I've always been British. I succeeded in Uganda because of that.
Okay.
It is normal there.
Okay.
It's not normal in Uganda.
Yes. So I want to say this. You say you've always been British and it's normal there, it's not normal here. I just have a very, simple question to put to you as we wind up this interview. What did it feel like having been in that life? I will keep taking you back to that life, having been in that life of the first son and what it feels and the wisdom that your father, please take a sip of coffee, that your father kept giving you guys and stuff like that in your own words. And now coming down to this old situation that you went through, the narcissism that you say has become a religion of us going, and you started experiencing this thing like way back in 1990s and it's still going on and it's becoming worse in the 2020 as you talk about. What did it feel like, you sort of like losing everything, being in the exile and coming back and starting all over again?
But we haven't lost everything.
Yes.
Everybody has a status they look for.
Yeah.
I don't have a sense of greed or an urge to accumulate.
Okay.
That is the character of Jafar Amin. My brother can pass me by with a hammer or Mercedes Benz, and that's okay for him.
Yeah.
We live in the same town, the same city.
Yeah.
I'm a community-based person. The same thing that took me to the village was me saying, what am I giving back to society?
Yeah.
I have a low satisfaction level. Narcissists don't. They want everything, and it's about accumulation.
Yeah.
Yeah. They become like the British magpie.
Yeah.
The magpie will steal every Rolex in London, and you'll find it in the nest after 50 years when they decide to cut the tree because they were making a new highway.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you an example of
that's another wisdom, deep one right there.
Everybody will look for the Prince of Wales lost his Rolex. They'll find it in that tree with a magpie in Buckingham Palace. Yeah? It took it off the coffee table and flew up to the tree.
Yeah.
I'm simply saying I've never been about want, but of course my children and wife have needs.
Yeah.
But I told you a very important thing at the very beginning of this show last week.
Yeah.
Politics of privilege is what you expect from me.
Yeah.
I can't sing issues of Eliafe because the day Kabaka Mutesa sold the country down the river in 1875 by calling in the missionaries, we've been selling ourselves short until today.
Okay.
Now, if you think that privilege has to be to the 9 families, then you're wrong.
Yeah.
I am and totally contrary to the issue of politics of privilege.
Okay.
People always say, why aren't you demanding your houses? Why aren't you? I said, look, society wants this family to be punished.
Yeah.
It has become an acceptable norm.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lean back
Yeah.
and let you. I always have a British saying of do your worst. But you'll find me in the most unexpected of corners,
Yeah.
talking to the people who matter.
Yeah.
Politics of privilege is not my way.
Okay.
Demanding what is duly mine.
Yeah.
In 60 children, how far are you going to divide? We've only lost 5.
Yeah.
1 boy and 4 girls.
Yes. And the rest
but the
of
55
yeah.
are fighting over trinkets. Trinkets are what?
Yes, yes. And you use the word trinkets quite a lot.
Yeah, trinket is...
Explain the trinkets to us, because really, yeah.
Do you know the first trinkets? In Simbi. That was money, the original money, whether in China, whether in China. Our form of money was in Simbi.
Yeah.
Cowrie shell.
Okay.
Those are trinkets. The British would bring wire, knowing that the Maasai just love their wire. They would give you whatever you want, as long as you give them their wire. When the man was actually a Baluchistani, came to Uganda, they used to call him Ebirevu. Ahmed somebody. He brought them cotton. But it was the poor type of cotton called Americani.
Yes.
It's a very light, what we Muslims use for burial.
Okay.
All they wanted from us, due to their extractive agenda, was slaves and ivory.
Yeah.
So they exchanged trinkets for valuables.
Okay.
Now, how much more valuable will I be standing there and saying, I am the son of Amin, I demand such? Politics of privilege.
Wow.
Tribes are demanding it as a wholesale.
Yeah.
In Uganda, it's we first. So yeah, you first. But I'm up here. Yeah, but I'm first. I'm number 1. I'm giving you the whole issue of politics of privilege.
Yes. And so how does that fit?
Yeah, I am comfortable in my skin.
Okay.
The day that your life is all about keeping up appearances, then you're wasting your time.
You've lost everything, yes.
No, you'll always be on that treadmill. Huh?
Okay. So, Jaffa, on the wisdom circle, on the elders' wisdom circle today, what would be our take home from this topic today that you want to leave us with as the wisdom of the week that I must speak from here and go with? And for everyone who is watching the show all across the world, thank you very much. On Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, this is Elders Wisdom Circles. All right, with of course Jaffa Remo Amin, aka Salongo.
My take-home point for today is the only narcissist notion that I accept is putting family first. I climbed mountains. I'm the most filmed person in my family. I've written a book. He has questioned my sanity, but I hope I've made sense to you. And the fact is, put family first. At 54, I hope to be able to say, after these 6 months of traumatic COVID-19 challenges, put family first. And by the way, it was a blessing in disguise that we ended up with the people you keep missing every morning, and you miss out on your last born sleeping by 9 because they wanted to stay up and wait for daddy. Those moments, you notice how you're going to cherish these 7 months of COVID-19. For me, it's a blessing in disguise, putting family first. And if you can always say me to my family, but also we to community, will make Uganda a better place. And please, it's not about insult. Insulting somebody this is not a sign of intelligence. The narcissist in us would actually say, if I can throw a barb at somebody, insult a person, I've won the argument. Let's learn to debate. Let's learn to get insight out of other people's point of view. And my height is meaningless, until I have to grab that mango faster than you do. Or my son dunking on a fellow soldier, and he's not even a soldier, but playing with tough men and succeeding. If I can be able to show the child that I'm putting them first, then that would be a change from the adjustments that I made from thinking about myself. Because by the way, the corporate world is a narcissist den that teaches us a lot of unsavory habits. The same people are earning so much money, they ought to be able to give back to family and make sure we put the family first. So if there's any narcissist notion or accolade we can accept, that is putting your family first. But please, no nepotism in the place of work or political status. It shouldn't be about politics of privilege. Jafar earning more than others because he was one of the 9 first families of this country. No. I am an everyday people, and I am comfortable in who I am. But I want to make my children proud and comfortable in the pursuit of happiness. Can we put that as a new policy in Uganda? It's the only thing we should take away from America, narcissist America. Pursuit of happiness.
Wow. Jaffa, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the Elders Wisdom Circles with the one and only Salongo Jaffa Remo Amin, the son of the former president, the one who saw it first. And he said the first 9 families, the first family, the first
the first 9 families.
First 9 families.
It should not be about politics of privilege.
Yes.
That word is narcissistic at the highest level. We should be about, it's the same word, we in English. But when they say Eviafe, they're actually meaning young.
Yes. So young. Even if you in the family who says this is Eviafe mind, you know, it should be about ours going forward. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the program. I thank you very much for being part of the Wisdom Circles, the Elders Circles. We'll be back next week on Saturday, same time, same place. Before we start taking the Wisdom Circle all across the country, speaking on the fireside and looking for the 1%ers of the wisdom.
Above 65.
Yes.
They're there.
Yes, and we're looking for them and we need them.
Very disgruntled people.
Yes.
But they own everything.
Yes.
And they're responsible for our past. Remember that.
Thank you very much for being part of the show. Until next week, God bless you. And it's a wrap from us here at the Wisdom Center, or what we call the Elders Wisdom Circles.
I'm a child of the Most High God, set apart for His glory. I'm a child of the Most High God, set apart for His glory. You are a child of the Most High God, set apart for His glory. You're a child of the Most High God, set apart for His glory. Mukama chenku sabechi sacho kumbukana na kumbuda buda. Ensulo zemi kisa jo kunjoza na kunjukuza. Make them glorify when them sing me glorify. Make them glorify you when they sing me glorify. Let your blessings and your fire follow me. Let your blessings and your fire follow me. Fire follow me. Let your fire follow me. Fire follow me. Let your fire follow me. Praise and magnify. Now I praise and magnify. Praise and magnify. Now I praise and magnify. Let your blessings and your fire follow me. Let your blessings and your fire follow me. Fire follow me. Let your fire follow me. Fire follow me. Let your fire follow me. See me step on the enemy. Witness me step on the enemy. See me step on the enemy. Witness me step on the enemy. I'm a child of the Most High God. Most High God. Glory. Yeah. I'm a child of the Most High God. Child of the Most High God. You are a child of the Most High God. Child of the Most High God. Glory. You're a child of the Most High God. Set apart for His glory.
It's another one. Final Recalls another one. Pirate Beach with another one. The biggest music again. I know it no money. I can sing, I can Jennifer. I know it no money. I'm a single one, I say. I know it no money. I can sing, I can power yo. I know it no money. Obufuga eseno. Wanakundi agenze mkoti. Talina mapesa kusati. Gwagenzo kulopa binojo. Lwekitiwa chalina manyedwa mkoti. Omusango bakusala mutumbi. Kuba mulamuzi bamuwa kunsimbi. Mulamuzi wange talya mandazi. Gamu kama biba kwa lali. Talya nguzi nono. Talya nguzi nono. Jennifer, I know what you do. Come a single one, say, I know money. I can sing a kapao, yo. I know what you do. Obufuga, and no. Money won't akuja mfufu na kutunza na balangira. Atambuza wale matukuma nechiro na mongota. Don't want the gymnasium, but in bed, genda mu luluva ku bino ewammwe abalimba mu ttaku Mukama alina amaanyi agasinga ga Jennifer ayi Mukama alina amaanyi agafuga ensi eno Mukama alina amaanyi agasinga ga Jennifer ayi Mukama alina amaanyi agafuga ensi eno tewali simanya kusinga simanyi simanya kusinga 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 Mukama alina amaanyi agasinga ga Jennifer ayi Yesu alina obuyinza omusingo gwa muzeeyi Mukama alina amaanyi agasinga ga Jennifer ayi Yesu alina obuyinza Yesu yekka wasinga Yesu alina amaanyi
You know, this world could do a lot of things to make you question your inheritance. So sometimes you should check your blood type and remember where you come from. Might help answer your question.
Why is that, Lord? I sat down and asked myself, why am I really, really into you? Why is everything I do about you, Lord? And now I have the yes, and it is. You're part of my DNA. On Tambuli, the Messiah, yes, you're my DNA. I cannot do anything without you. You're part of my DNA. On Tambuli, the Messiah, yes, you're my DNA. Sagala kunyiza. Every morning sagala kugenda nga sinyumiza no wange. Webungera sagala kuzibya nga sinyumiza no. Kuba yapate byonna byenina. Neze talo yalona nituwagula. Nebigambo ebyogala yasangula. Your love is a love on me. From my head to my toes. Your love is everywhere. Through my veins to my brain. Kale mwagala nyo. Naye anjagala nyo. Yesu. You're part of my DNA. On Tambulira Messiah. Yesu. You're my DNA. I cannot do anything without you. You're part of my DNA. On Tambulira Messiah. Yesu. You're my DNA. Sagala kunyiza.
What up, King? Saru. Look, I got that G-O-D all in my DNA. From the air I breathe to everything I say. It's more than when I pray. I raise my arms in the church, recite a psalm I've rehearsed, to bless a song with a verse. It's more than just words. It's on my lips and it's underneath it. It's on my skin and beneath it, hidden in like a secret. It was, is, and always will remain a part of me. From every bone and fiber down to every vein and artery. Inside my brain and heart and everything in between. What separates is males and females from the kings and the queens. And runs in my blood like heritage, racing for gold. From the core of my spirit down to the depths of my soul. Since a babe like Gloria, the traces of my pops and my DNA have been glorious. It's solely Deo Gloria. My brother said it's blood, just to purify mine. So I pour my heart in these rhymes, covered in these bloodlines of his DNA.
You're part of my DNA. On Tambulira Messiah. Yesu. You're my DNA. I cannot do anything without you. You're part of my DNA. On Tambulira Messiah. Yesu. You're my DNA. Sagala kunyiza.
katawa yali mulokole nebimutama anti ku mulimu bagasoma ebyobulokole tebiza magoba no. Me and my house will walk with you, cause of your love so real and true. Topo wake mumwachi topo wa mwana weka tunula jolaga topo wa Yesu wakulemesa ebye birungi byonna ajja kubikuwa. Topo wake mumwachi topo wa mwana weka tunula jogenda topo wa Yesu wakulemesa ebye birungi byonna ajja kubikuwa. Ono sister Teopisita yali alina pulasa mu kanisa mwatu bali bamazeyo kwanjula ekyali kisigaddeyo nga yembaga tetwamanya Jeff gye yava ow'amamotoka gali munaana okukutadde n'edduka mu kibuga tuzanyisa nga duniya bulaza bamuzalawa omukwano gwe bami ne bakuyiwa mu binika yazirika yatabuka omutima ne gumenyeka. Topo wake mumwachi topo wa mwana weka tunula jolaga topo wa Yesu wakulemesa ebye birungi byonna ajja kubikuwa. Topo wake mumwachi topo wa mwana weka tunula jogenda topo wa Yesu wakulemesa ebye birungi byonna ajja kubikuwa. Send me look you kaya simple, send me from the disco. Love you Lord more than every girl loves a dimple. And I won't serve you on the lay low, aka Mr. Enough of the intro. You're always on time, never been slow. I focus on you, Lord, let the world know. When alone and everything feels cold, you my umbrella jacket, everything feels warm. When the going gets tough, I keep on keeping on. Truth is, trouble don't last long. When I'm weak, you're strong, and it's in your presence that I belong. Presence that I belong, yeah. Topo wake mumwachi topo wa mwana weka tunula jolaga topo wa Yesu wakulemesa ebye birungi byonna ajja kubikuwa. Topo wake mumwachi topo wa mwana weka tunula jogenda topo wa Yesu wakulemesa ebye birungi byonna ajja kubikuwa. Topo wake mumwachi topo wa mwana weka tunula jolaga topo wa Yesu wakulemesa ebye birungi byonna ajja kubikuwa. Topo
Uli vipi livuname abana b'abantu n'ebitonde byonna bikusinzenga ekitiibwa n'ettendo amanyi n'obuyinza bibyo osanide 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 matendo osanide Yesu osanide naimangeli nyalyo Yesu ule vipi livuname abana b'abantu n'ebitonde byonna bikusinzenga ekitiibwa n'ettendo amanyi n'obuyinza bibyo osanide 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 Yesu osanide oli mutukufu 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 Yesu mutukufu wachitiwa wabuyinza Yesu mutukufu mutukufu osanide ekitiibwa n'ettendo n'obuyinza bibyo n'amaanyi gago ekitiibwa n'ettendo byonna bibyo osanide osanide ekitiibwa kikyo amaanyi gago ettendo liryo n'obuyinza ekitiibwa n'ettendo n'amaanyi n'obuyinza ekitiibwa n'ettendo mikuwa osanide tubikuwa osanide 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 oli mutukufu Yesu terya kwenkana Yesu osani ndobuyenza osani damatendo tukuyimusa wagulu unamulando yo osani de osani de echitiwa netendo amanye noboyinza vivyo Before I spoke a word, you were thinking of me. You have been so, so good to me. Before I took a breath, you breathed your life into me. You have been so, so kind to me. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, I still am found, lives the 99. I couldn't earn it, I don't deserve it, still you gave yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, when I was your foe, still your love fought for me. You have been so, so good to me. When I felt no worth, you paid it all for me. You have been so, so kind to me. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, I still am found, lives the 99. I couldn't earn it, I don't deserve it, still you gave yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. No shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. No shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't kick down, coming after me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, I still am found, lives the 99. I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it, still you gave yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, you love me so much. Oh, there's no shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. Before I spoke a word, you were thinking of me. nebigirimu bibye omusingi gw'ensi guli mu mikono gye enensi nebigirimu bibye omusingi gw'ensi guli mu mikono gye obwakabaka bwe tebukoma n'ababulimu tebasara banyumirwa buli okukamala kyova bawulira nga bayimba wakitiibwa 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 oyo Mukama wakitiibwa 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 oyo Mukama ensulo z'obulamu uzisanga mu ye n'essanyu ly'abangi ulisanga mu ye atulamuza kisa bwe tusaba natusonyiwa bwe tusobya tuli baana be yalokola mu kwagala okungi obwakabaka bwe tebukoma n'ababulimu tebasara banyumirwa buli okukamala kyova bawulira nga bayimba wakitiibwa 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 oyo Mukama wakitiibwa 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 oyo Mukama wakitiibwa 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 oyo Mukama obwakabaka bwe tebukoma n'ababulimu tebasara banyumirwa buli okukamala kyova bawulira nga bayimba atulamuza kisa bwe tusaba natusonyiwa bwe tusobya tuli baana be yalokola mu kwagala okungi obwakabaka bwe tebukoma n'ababulimu tebasara banyumirwa buli okukamala kyova bawulira nga bayimba wakitiibwa 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 oyo Mukama wabuyinza 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 oyo Mukama
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
It was like the Psalms. When you look at David, he's passing through hard things, but then he's willing to talk about them. So music allowed me to be real, authentic. To God, he uses song to minister to me. So it was more, it's personal, I can relate to it, and he's helping me overcome through that, to be able to be used as that vessel that delivers this message, which I know that I've just borrowed from heaven.
Cast down for my soul. Why don't you hold
My music statement is to write music that will be able to speak to the heart, soul, and spirit. Restoring the goodness. You know, when in the Bible it says, and he looked at it and it was good. The message that I have, there are 10 songs. They will be specifically invoking that God has already said, that we have to embrace as his image, to restore goodness in this world. Music is not what defines you. For me, that was a great revelation, that my identity is more in God, in who God calls me. If I can inspire you also to use your gifts and talents to make a difference, I would have played my part in this world.
I will rise and rise. Now is the time. Rise and praise you, Lord.
À l'Alliance française.
fois pose une question, pourquoi apprendre le français alors que je lui parlais de la radio bonjour Kampala. Oh, venez, 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 venez.
Venez apprendre le français.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Viens mon frère.
Venez,
viens ma sœur. À l'Alliance française.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez, oh.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
La plus largement appris après l'anglais. Les Français sont langue étrangère, la plus largement appris
après l'anglais.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
Le français, la langue de la culture,
la langue internationale pour la cuisine,
la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse et l'architecture. Le français, la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine, la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse
et l'architecture.
Oh,
oh, I love French.
Oh,
oh, I speak French.
Oh,
I love French.
Oh,
I speak French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love
French.
I speak French. I speak
French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love French.
I love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
I
French.
speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love French.
oh,
I speak French. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez,
Venez apprendre le français.
venez, venez,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez à Kamocha,
Venez
ou
apprendre le français.
Blood Secondé.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille. Venez,
apprendre le français.
venez mes amis.
Venez à l'Alliance française. Bien Molière, c'est l'idiot n'a pas pris. En face à pareil à Kampala. Pourquoi tu penses que les Français tirent la internationale?
Que tu sois formé le tour du four du musique. Dis-moi les mots de Uganda et là,
en pleine évolution.
Venez,
Venez apprendre les Français.
mes amis, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La langue française,
Venez
la langue de
apprendre
paix,
les Français.
la langue de la courtoisie.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La langue française,
Venez
la langue de la
apprendre les
courtoisie,
Français.
la langue de paix.
Venez
famille, venez à l'Alliance française, venez apprendre le français.
À l'Alliance française,
je vous invite à venir, venez mes amis, venez,
à l'Alliance française,
venez.
Parlez français,
parlez français,
parlez français,
everybody parlez français,
parlez français,
everybody, bina moke, bina moke, bina moke,
bina moke,
everybody, bina moke,
bina moke,
bina à gauche,
bina à gauche,
bina à droite,
bina à droite.
Bina devant,
Bina devant,
Bina derrière,
Bina derrière,
Bina devant,
Bina devant.
Parlez français,
parlez français,
parlez français,
parlez français,
parlez français. Venez, venez,
venez, apprendre le français.
Je vous invite à venir, venez apprendre les français. À Kamochao,
venez à l'Alliance française.
À Bukoto Street,
venez apprendre le français.
Venez, venez, venez,
venez à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux parler français, viens à l'Alliance
française.
Si tu veux parler,
venez à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux entrer dans la famille, viens, viens, viens.
Français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, you shed your blood for me, you slept in jail for me, you shed your blood for me, all in the struggle for liberty, tortured day and night, just because you're black. We can't forget the past, all the souls we lost. We can't deny the fact, Africa will think again. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba. people must unite.
From hours in prayer,
We can't forget the past. We can't deny the faith. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Oh, my children, hear their drums calling. Yes, my brothers, it's the sound of victory. Senegal, Gambia, Senghor is champion. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, Félix our father. Soweto, 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 Mandela. Soweto, 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 the land of the brave. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba.
They projected the image of Africa negatively. They projected Africa always in a negative light. Jungles, savages, cannibals, nothing civilized. And naturally, it was so negative until it was negative to you and me. And you and I began to hate it. We didn't want anybody to tell us anything about Africa, and much less call us an African. And in hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. You can't hate your origin and not end up hating yourself. You can't hate Africa and not hate yourself.
Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. You're so beautiful, Mama land. Fertile, glorious, sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate, oil and gold is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate, the oil and gold is tempting.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you. Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. You're so beautiful, Mama land. Fertile, glorious, sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate, oil I'm good is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate. The oil I'm good is tempting. Tanzania, Kigali na Roma. Welcome to Africa, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid. The sun is always out, the Nile flows so deep. There is no place like Africa. I am born in Africa. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva
Serabiranga biseera byetwalina nongolera ekyokulya nondeetera kuba lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya omuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba okuva lwe wagenda mutima gukunoonya buli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga nze yakugoba. Walirumu lwe wagenda tewasibula nange saamanya nalabiraawo nga kaseera ayiseewo nga sikulabako.
Must be production. Okununula eggwanga lyaffe linoko ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke abadde mwebase musukuke tukole okununula eggwanga lyaffe linoko ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke tusana kukola baganda balugera bwotakole tolirenga sejoche chikezeyo muwino kolerere abaana bange oli mutonyoma obengo tunda mugene ndatunga engato gwenyweza kola gwe naawe n'olikola mama tata kola tusobole okununula eggwanga lyaffe linoko abadde mwebase musukuke tukole ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke okununula eggwanga lyaffe linoko abadde mwebase musukuke tukole ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke okununula eggwanga lyaffe linoko nebaza ab'omu byalo bukoze kyakalu okulima emmere nemugiweereza mu bibuga mwebale naffe nabo mu kibuga enene embeera etuwadde kyakuyiga tulekeraawo okukolera ennemere ya leero tuyige n'okusevinga okwerinda sibutesanafe tambule galudde tukole abadde mwebase musukuke tukole okununula eggwanga lyaffe linoko ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke abadde mwebase musukuke tukole okununula eggwanga lyaffe linoko ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke madoksi yayimba kayimba otakole tolirenga ne katondo mukisa gw'abakozi abadde mwebase musukuke tukole okununula eggwanga lyaffe linoko ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke abadde mwebase musukuke tukole okununula eggwanga lyaffe linoko ebibambulira by'endwadde Love, I love ya. Need, I need ya. Uganda. Love, I love ya. Need, I need ya. Uganda. Hey, they can't tell me nothing about you to make me believe. Oh, you should not be listening to rumors they're spreading on me. I've got all that I want, but I tell you it's you that I need. Want you to listen, to listen, to listen. Want you to listen to me. Oh girl, you are the pearl of Africa. Oh yeah, none in the world like you in Africa. You, Uganda, you are for me, Uganda. I love how you treat me, Uganda. Only one more window, only one more window. You, Uganda, and you are my Uganda. I love how you treat me, Uganda. Only one more window, only one more window. Oh, 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 Kampala, Masaka, Mbale, Arua. Oh, 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 Jinja, Mbara, Ragubo. Oh, 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 I'm feeling you, I'm loving you. You are, oh girl, you are the pearl of Africa. Oh yeah, none in the world like you in Africa. You, Uganda, you are for me, Uganda. I love how you treat me, Uganda. Only one more window, only one more window. You, Uganda, and you are my Uganda. I love how you treat me, Uganda. Only one more window, only one more window. Kampala, Masaka, Mbale, Arua. Oh, 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 Jinja, Mbara, Ragubo. Oh, 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 I'm feeling you, I'm loving you. Oh, 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 my pearl, yes you are. I am a king from Jamaica. You are my queen here in Africa. Tiwali Chiinza Kutwabula. You, Uganda, you are for me, Uganda. I love how you treat me, Uganda. Only one more window, only one more window. You, Uganda, and you are my Uganda. I love how you treat me, Uganda. Only one more window, only one more window.
Over the moon and over the sky, gospel music to the world. Kids can feel like tick-tock combination. Yeah.
Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my pride. It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see your fire fall. I wanna see your fire fall.
Look before the young whip on the stress, what that one? Bigger the camp on the place we bounce walk on. Yes, operation on the tip on them and look me barely want to take it before. Upper stress them love for your place. Them can't find no race results for your compass. Yes, yes. Tell us that Jesus make them come, make them come off and they watch and the fire be fall.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see your fire fall. I wanna see your fire fall.
Fire fall, attack me hard. Now make the devil come on, no fit set me joy. Me call your mighty hand, we bless me soul.
Rest me have to keep Jesus, you only one. Me not gonna live like a sufferer, eat like a sufferer, move like a sufferer. Jesus are the emperor. Chisa chocho wunda kama tendo kimakua. Ulisa makuba gangi na veyo chenaga.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see your fire fall. I wanna see your fire fall. Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my cry.
So tell me, feel me, brother, my sister, not the brother, you want love from me, talk about man. You love and bless me, you did restore me. You hear me? Gospel music in the world.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see your fire fall. 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 I wanna see your fire fall.
Gospel music to the world. Kimsky and Fila, Jigita, for Jesus Christ. Yeah, yeah, man. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano.
Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Mariana, Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Big woman thing. Girl, me love how you talk so. Girl, when you talk, me can't tell you shut up. Simply fine when you talk, baby. When you talk, me just a blackout. Jagalanzi Jeff, your body boat. No visa, baby, got no passport. No money, boo, no visa too. But baby, me give you the comfort. Mariana, Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana.
Big woman thing, baby killer, bite me, Dracula. Seen you from afar with my killer binocular. Me speak vernacular, Nkwagala you a killer. Me know say so many men I want you a kubo killer.
She tell me she coulda love me, but she got HIV. How could I see that when she got no ID? Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. You know me know, yeah you know. Alex, touch. Hey, ooh yo, 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 ooh yo. You know wange gonna londa, sente tewali no tusonda. You know wange agumide embera zonna. Kachaya kabisi netumisa, ebizibu byensi nebitusota. Omukyalo musufu ngono, nali mutewa. Uyo, 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 Katonda kuba yalina pulani. Sagala ntunge nsenna nebase ku kyalani. Wendi wenambadde kali nza kubaawo, you are my darling. Siri kusibya njala, ekibuga nja kitambula. You know wange gwe nalonda, sente tewali ne tusonda. You know wange agumidde embera zonna. Kachaya kabisi netumisa, ebizibu byensi nebitusota. Omukyalo musufu ngono, nali mutewa. Uyo, 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 my love in a triangle, my love no chameleon and go. Okukwagala chiba chife naza musango asatebo bakunkwasa nakuyisa miryango tuli fembi, it's me and you twewala bigambo yono wange gwenalonda sente tewali netusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi netumisa ebizibu byensi nebitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali mutewa uyo 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 yono wange gwenalonda sente tewali netusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi netumisa ebizibu byensi nebitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali mutewa uyo 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 Kampala, Apex, Uganda. Don't nobody music, no simple and production.
Jala get tipsy over NSC. Me see Pepsi, a lot of them I see. The movie and no apology. Many artists get an allergy. The wagulu, a lot of them me a pre-torture. For the music in a oveni, we gone so high, so a lot of them I see. We are so high. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere, tulinze sente zafe ziwere, mambo mingi alatakelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power, them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone, and soon. Monday to Sunday lunaku lwange, sula wonanze wensanze. Abachala bange bona mubampe, nyenyeza mu wine pame. Me tell them that he bad mind, no time for you. No response if me think it no wreck for you. Don't need gira, but no see good debo. I'm a time for you, mash up the place you know. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere, tulinze sente zafe ziwere, mambo mingi alatakelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Them a like that fire power, them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone and soon. Bagamba, nzenta kanga malaika, akapira nkazanya me striker. Tubayo mubire like flighter. Never to lava, they say we out of the sight. But to wala na beka we art and style. Send a the movie before the boy there, I know.
DJ me know your bad there, I know.
Girl them off the wine pan time. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere, tulinze sente zafe ziwere, mambo mingi alatakelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power, them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone and soon. Studio with Tony, now we not a killer. Everybody fall in when they see the killer. Everybody fall in, feel lyrical, oh me gala. Love me when me perform it. Now me pull up the bad man style, yeah, hear me. Too much money to me think you can't help me. Now me self on the water like fairy. Some say me cool but me say I'd vary. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere, tulinze sente zafe ziwere, mambo mingi alatakelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power, them a like that fire power. off the bone, fire off the bone and soul.
Step on top like a pulpit. Flow got brain inside it. So busy but them can't hide it. No man to me think can hide it.
There goes my soul, there goes my mind. All the beauty you could ever find. My motherland, oh my motherland, my motherland. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like this song, song of my soul, how my story will unfold. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love Angola. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Madi. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Lugora. I love, I love, I love, I love my motherland. Oh, my motherland. I feel the magic, I feel the peace on the savannas, the mountain peaks, like the great days of old, when the Nile overflowed, abundance across the land, and the people down stand in hand. Chenda, nene chilisa, chenda, nene chilisa, chenda, nene chilisa, window, chenda, nene chilisa, chenda, nene chilisa. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand, like the song of my soul, how my story will unfold. Tienda, tiende tilis, tienda, tiende tilis, tiende tilis. Hey, I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Angola, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Busoga.
aliye kama wewe, sijamona Mungu wengine kama wewe Yesu, sijamona bado aliye kama wewe. bado aliye kama wewe,
aliye kama wewe Baba, hakuna kama wewe.
Kama wewe, nani kama wewe, ya 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 ya, yo 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 yo, nani kama wewe, ya 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 ya. Ewe Yesu nguvu zangu nakupenda, nakupenda sana.
You're my king, you're my savior, nakupenda. Nakupenda sana.
Umenipa maisha, umenipa uzima, umenipa na vyote ninavyo Baba.
Nakupenda sana.
Hakuna mwingine, ni wewe, hakuna Baba. Bado, 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 bado. Ya la la la, ya la 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 la, ya la. Bado, bado, bado. Ya la la la, ya la 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 la, ya la. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hakuna kama wewe, hakuna kama wewe, hakuna kama wewe, hakuna kama wewe Yesu. Yeah yeah. Hakuna kama wewe, hakuna kama wewe, hakuna kama wewe, hakuna kama wewe Baba. Yeah yeah yeah. Bado bado bado.
Playing while we were doing our first dance. But yeah.
Da da dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da da dum da da dum da da dum da da. Was so tired of walking alone. I needed someone to keep me strong. Not just anybody would do. She had to be strong and beautiful. Now I have you, my wishes came true. Gwe wange been searching high and low, trying to find the girl to call my own. Was disappointed by the ones that came before, but you are the one I waited for. Gwe wange nze gwe wo, yeah. Gwe wange nze wo, yeah. Till the rivers run dry and the sun refuses to shine. Like death and taxes, I will stay, hey. Till the rivers run dry and the sun refuses to shine. Like death and taxes, I ain't going nowhere, babe. Nabagere kaumutima kwange, anabera mama wabana bange, narurunja singabona. Gwe mutima kwange, nabagere kaumutima kwange, anabera mama wabana bange, narurunja singabona. Gwe mutima kwange, nabagere kaumutima kwange, anabera mama wabana bange, narurunja singabona. Nabagere kaumutima kwange, anabera mama wabana bange, narurunja singabona. Gwe mutima kwange, nabagere kaumutima kwange, anabera mama wabana bange, narurunja singabona. Gwe mutima kwange, nabagere kaumutima kwange, anabera mama wabana bange, narurunja singabona. Gwe wange nze wo.
So as we come to the end of the show, what do you have for baristas out there? Because like we said earlier, you won't be a barista at 70. Okay, what can these baristas do to make themselves more relevant in the coffee chain and the coffee process, and also more relevant for their lives going ahead?
Okay, I usually meet baristas and I'll tell them you're going to be active for 10 years maximum. You know, if you stretch it, 20 years. But you can, graduate yourself first. You've learned barista, basic barista, add more skills, but also advance to maybe quality control. Because if you do R or Q grading, then you can get a job in a private farm or a coffee exporting or a coffee processing farm. That's one plus. Another thing, if you're a barista who has a background in agriculture, you can work backwards, switching back to your profession. It's going to be good if you applied for a job, let's say quality control, and you're a barista, you have studied R or Q, and you also know some coffee agronomy. Definitely they will take you. Also, you're going to be better than someone who has studied quality control but is not a barista, because every employee wants a bigger package of you at the same price. So the thing is, if you're a barista, you're 40 years, you've overstretched to maybe 40, 45, at least learn Q or R. UCD has free, these are free courses. I'm not speaking for UCD, but they are free. R and Q grading, they are free. You stand a chance to get a job in the coffee industry, in growing or processing farm. But another thing, we have some people we are with who have a background in agriculture or biotechnology.
It is time for the coffee break. A very good morning wherever you're watching us from. How are you doing? How's been your week? Monday to Friday is always a stressing time. Like you wake up on a Monday and you're like, oh God, I have a whole week waiting for me. But on a Saturday like this and a morning like this at an hour of 11 a.m., we always got you covered. We give you a break and talk about coffee. Get to know things that you might have done during the week and your weekend is covered. So my name is Amoni Mukisa and welcome to the Coffee Break show. This is House of Talent Television and we're streaming live on our YouTube channel. That's at House of Talent Uganda, but also catch the show on Facebook as House of Talent Television Uganda. But on Twitter, you can go over there and follow our Twitter handle. That's at HTV1 Uganda. We shall be streaming live every show from our studios right here in Bukoto. And we get to talk about coffee. We have a variety of shows, but today it's time for coffee. Welcome once again on the show. Today I have a guest. We're going to be talking about various things. We're going to be talking about a little bit of how the coffee houses are going to open up. The economy is fully opening up literally like next week. It's going to fully open up, and now we want to look at it in that aspect of how are the coffee houses ready and how are they going to cope up with extended hours of working, but also on the side of the baristas, are they ready to tackle or take on this mantle of working for more extensive hours? Because most of the baristas, you never know during this time of work, they got more things to do because they used to work less hours. But that's the conversation we shall be having today with my guest today. But before we get into all that, welcome my guest today on the show.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, man. Who are we having here today?
Yeah, I'm called Apaga Samuel, and I'm Ugandan by nationality, a barista by profession, and
Yeah, I like the confidence, man. That's 2022, eh? That's the way to go, eh? It's Samuel.
Yes.
Samuel, how have you been?
I've been good.
How are you finding the new year?
The new year hasn't been that bad, just because I resigned from my former workplace to move on with something new as I prepare for something better.
Always when people resign from their former workplaces, they always have something big coming.
Yeah.
Do you have something big that's coming?
Yeah, there's something big I'm expecting.
You know, whenever baristas resign, me, I always think about, like, you know, pushing out. Oh, that's not something big you're talking about, right? Sam,
yeah.
So let's talk about coffee, because this is the coffee break.
Yes, sir.
How do you get into the coffee industry, and how did you get to know about coffee?
Actually, I got to know about coffee through a brother. I was in Form 6, then we're getting to a vacation. Then a brother talked to me, was like, Sam, you're soon having a vacation and it's a bit long. 8 months when you're home.
Yeah.
Yeah? Then he was like, maybe you can come, I connect you to someone. You get to know about coffee because, you know, you take it as a profession. Then there's some good money, you'll earn some good money.
So the vacation, you were talking about like the senior 4 vacation,
no,
senior 6 vacation?
Senior 6 vacation.
Okay.
Yeah. So when I got home, my parent contributed some money. Then I joined barista school. Madam Nyakaisike was the teacher. Nyakaisike and Nyapende Sarifai.
Which school was that?
Barista House.
Barista House.
Yeah.
I like the names, Barista House. Like literally it's only for baristas, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So when I joined, I studied for 1.5 months. Then from there, she got me a job at the Coffee Cafe, Chiwatule. Then I started working as a head barista.
Wow.
Yeah.
1.5 months, you've studied,
half.
and now you're working as a head barista in a certain place.
Yeah.
Ah, man, that was quite something, because people do work for quite a while before they become head baristas. You know, for someone to trust you with their shop, someone to trust you with their coffee and everything, to lead it. It seems like you're really, really good doing your training in 1.5 months.
Yeah, actually they equipped me with coffee knowledge, you know, both theory and practical. And she sent me to this lady, and this lady trusted me and gave me the opportunity to run the barista section.
During your school, in that 1.5 months, like, what were the things you talked about, being specific? Because I know coffee being as a wide thing. It's a wide concept to cover when you're talking about coffee. So when you tell me like you only took 1.5 months to study coffee or get to know it, it beats my mind. Like, how did you like segment all those things in only 1.5 months? What did you do?
Actually, it was more of practical. It was all about knowing how to operate an espresso machine. Then also the other manual brewing part, the different manual brewing equipments. Yeah, it was about the coffee machine and the different manual brewing equipment and how to handle clients. Yeah.
Yeah, the service part of it.
The service part of it.
Okay, let's go back to when you're young. Did you grow around like the coffee area, coffee environment for you to get to know coffee?
Actually, during my young days, I didn't know much about coffee. The coffee I knew was picking the red cherries from the coffee plant, go and sell a kg at 300 shillings.
But did you know by then that they are called red cherries?
No. Actually, I didn't know that.
What would you just mwani?
Yoka, yoka. Used to. So grandma could send us to go and pick the red cherries. We go and sell. They could sell. We could sell each kg at 300 shillings.
300.
Yeah.
Which year was that, if you can remember?
That was 2012. Yeah, 2012, 2009, 2010. Yeah.
Where was that?
That was Uganda.
Uganda. Oh, you're from Uganda, eh?
Yeah.
You don't even grow coffee, eh?
My mom is Sogas, is from Uganda. Then my dad is from West Nile.
You know, Uganda, Mbale, Bududa, okay, Karamoja is a bit far, but they also grow a bit of coffee.
Yeah.
But that area, they grow a lot of coffee.
Yeah, you're
so
right.
Like, your mother was growing coffee, right?
Yeah, my grandma.
Your grandma?
Yeah, my grandma.
Like, how were the growing methods they used like to grow coffee, if you can remember?
If I'm to remember or to recall, actually for us we went when it's already grown.
It's already up.
It's already up. So we're there to pick the cherries, go sell. We never went through the nursery bed and all that.
What's one thing that you bought and you can still say, yes, I sold this coffee and I bought this?
Actually, I remember when we picked the red cherries, we used to chew the very ripe coffees, yeah? And we could get this sweet taste from it. Then grandma was like, you people, you're spoiling my coffee, yet we need to go and sell and get some money for sugar. You need to pick more coffees, we go sell, get some money for sugar maybe breakfast.
Well, the reason why I ask you that question is because during Christmas, my young brother, he's aged now 10 years. So my dad told him, if you want to buy something for yourself on Christmas, go and harvest the coffee, because we had some coffee plantations in our banana plantation somewhere. They're not much, just you know how like you can grow coffee in a banana plantation and so that coffee tree had bared a lot of coffee cherries. So my dad told this guy, you go and harvest that coffee, you sell it and you buy whatever you want, I'm not going to give you any money. That guy went and harvested coffee, and what he did, I'm told he got 10 kgs and he sold it. He bought a pair of trousers and a t-shirt. But I tell you that day, he never removed those clothes. So that's why I was like, what is that one thing that you bought with the coffee you sold?
For us, we used to sell and, give the money to the grandma.
Oh!
That's what we used to do. We didn't know much about money. So we could go sell. Then this guy could get the money and bring to the grandma. So we were helping the guy. He wasn't giving us this money. We could give the money to the grandma.
Okay. Before you went to Barista House as the coffee school, which schools did you go to? And in these schools, did they like talk about coffee?
Before
you went to Barista House as a coffee training school, Which schools did you attend?
It was a Cheetah and Hill.
Oh, you're the rich guys, huh?
No. It was a Cheetah and Hill from Form 1 to Form 4. Then Form 5 and Form 6, I went to Emirates. Those ends of Entebbe.
The schools you've talked about, they're all in Central, and you told me your grandma was in Uganda. How do you get to Central?
Actually, we were born here.
Oh, you're born here?
Yeah, we were born here. So during our holidays, we're taken to the village, to go stay with
your grandma, to get to know your grandma very well.
And the people there.
And in your high school, you never had like coffee clubs and everything, because in the previous show with Michael, correct? If you haven't watched that show, please go to our YouTube channel, that's our Soft Talent Uganda, and watch that show. It was a very, very nice show. Michael talked to us about how he got to know coffee, how he got to know our introduction into the coffee industry. And he was like, there were these coffee clubs in school, in universities, and that's how he got to know coffee. Were there coffee clubs in your school?
For us, we were very, very unfortunate. We never had any coffee club.
Do you think it's something that maybe schools can consider?
Yeah, very, very much. Because it is helping out youth to a greater extent. You get youth are gaining much from coffee, and coffee is on a wide market. You get when you get to know coffee, you won't fail to get a job or to get any connection anywhere, because in this world of coffee, people connect friends. When you're this good kind of person, you won't fail to be connected somewhere. Me, I've been connected by several friends. I've also connected several people, you get. So there is love, there is this selfish spirit in this coffee world.
Okay. There is love, there is connection in the coffee sector, and there is love, there is connection on the coffee break. And I hope you've gotten to know who we are having on the show today. That is Sam. I was still having him on the show, so don't touch your day. We're coming back right after this break.
So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups. For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. You know, baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Pro Plus. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
You're still watching House of Talent Television, and welcome back from that short commercial break. We're still having Sam being able to tell us what were his experience while joining the coffee industry. Sam, what were your childhood memories when joining coffee?
Actually, I didn't know about coffee. When I got done with my Form 6, I had a very different dream. I wanted to be a preacher. I wanted to preach the gospel.
Pastor.
Yeah, pastor.
Apostle.
And farming, farming as I preached the gospel of Christ. So when my brother introduced me to Barista House, of course, at first I didn't have this love and passion for coffee. My mind was all about getting the money, as a youth, buying good stuff, some good phone, clothes, So in the process, I actually fall in love with coffee. I loved coffee. I learned a lot, and I preached coffee to different people.
You preached coffee.
I preached coffee.
Okay.
And people got to know coffee, because me, as I was at the station, they could give me a steward to hold me, but I could teach them. Yeah. I could teach them, and when I was resigning, I could leave them to head.
Can we say that your memories of being, or your dream of being a pastor, when you got into coffee, you forgot totally about being a pastor or becoming a pastor?
No, I didn't actually forget about, I still have this dream in me, but coffee became part of me. It's like putting on a cloth in life that you'll never get rid of. So coffee became part of me. Of course, I'm still chasing my dream, but coffee is already part of me. Yeah.
How's the dream coming?
The dream will come. It is still on the way.
It's still on the way.
It is still on the way, and I believe I will fulfill it. Yeah, but so, now coffee is part.
It's part of it.
Yeah.
So what was like the real motive of joining coffee? Was it preaching the coffee? Here on the show we call it the coffee gospel, or it was just because of getting money?
Actually, it was. At first, it was because just of getting money. I wanted to get money and do some other stuff, start up a small business and leave coffee. But as I went on doing baristering, doing coffee, studying more about coffee, I got in love with coffee. So I do preach coffee. I hold people, reach barista brew plus, because these days are no longer sent to barista house. Brew plus is much better, and it is helping out guys out there. So I send my friends there for more knowledge, and they are happy, they are working. You get the people I trained. At the station you can't fully train someone. You train this person and forward this person to brew plus for more training.
How long have you been a barista, Sam?
I've now been a barista for 4.5 years.
Because training, 1.5 months, if I remember what you talked about in the first segment of the show, and now you're talking about training other students. How do you do all this as one person?
Actually, in my life, I've been longing so much to hold. I want to hold. I remember one day I was training a steward at a sleek place. It's a restaurant and a bar, and one of the workmates came and said, "Sam, aren't you afraid that you're training this guy? They're giving him less money than the one you're earning. Aren't you afraid that you'll be fired and this guy will be replaced?" I was like, I don't fear to be fired. Actually, I've never been fired. This is what I've been doing since I started, and I have to keep on doing it. There are people out there, they are suffering, and coffee is here. If you get to know coffee, you're good to go. Be it abroad, coffee is a very high demand. When you get to know coffee, employment opportunities are higher compared to other short courses.
Talking about coffee being here, today on the show, we said we're going to be dissecting the topic of how these coffee houses and baristas are going to cope up with full opening of the economy. And that's something you need to share with us on our social media platforms. That's at HTV1 Uganda, on Twitter, and on Facebook, that's at House of Talent Uganda. We're streaming live on Facebook, so go deep down there and put your comment and tell us how, if you're a barista, how are you going to cope up with extended hours of work? And if you're CEO or coffee house owner, tell us how are you prepared with these hours of work? Sam,
yes, please.
Baristas who are working in these coffee shops have been down for 2 years. Some have been laid off, some have been working for some limited time. How are these baristas going to cope up with the added time that is going to come with the full opening of the economy?
To the other hand, it is going to be hard, most especially for the baristas in these small cafes, because these people, trust me, I've been in some of these cafes. They are not willing to give out shifts, and they overwork junior baristas to an extent of, making them lose this morale, this coffee morale. Because some time back I had a friend, he was actually my neighbor. He was at Zarif, I was at the coffee cafe, and this guy could work from morning to midnight or to midnight or to 2, and you have to come back in the morning and prepare the mission plus and all that. So the guy actually, after leaving the place, he was like, I'll never work again in Uganda.
The experience made him hate working in Uganda.
That experience made him hate Ugandans,
Isn't that what we call exploitation of workers?
That is what most cafes, most especially these small cafes are doing. And they are making these young gentlemen hate our industry. No, someone can't work from morning to closure, yet you're expecting him to come very early in the morning the other day. And you'll find out that most of the baristas these days who join Brew Plus come to study to move abroad because of such incidences. And I don't blame them. Me, myself, it has ever happened to me. I used to work like from morning to midnight at times, And the boss, when you come back a bit late the next day, the boss, becomes so rude, as if you have committed a very big crime, So this will affect people. And most, especially these people who are in these small cafes that are struggling to catch up, yet they are not willing to provide what is needed for a cafe to catch up,
How did you deal with that whole experience of like working for long hours and the boss would be bitter when you come in a little bit late?
It was actually a very hard experience. I worked for like 6 months. Then this time round, I did not even write a resignation letter.
Just
left. Then they called, you come back and we talk, we sort it out, we get you a helper. You were good. Me, I'm a very patient guy with bosses, but when it's too much, I leave. And I've done this to 3 different places, 3 different restaurants. I won't mention them.
You've set up different places, different restaurants, different coffee shops. If you would be in the shoes of these CEOs, these coffee house owners, how would you prepare for such an opening of the economy? Like, how would you prepare for this opening of the economy? Like, you've been working from 7 maybe to around 5 or 6, but now you're going to work from 7 up to around maybe midnight or 10 p.m.
I'll have to look for, most especially these people in production, the people in the barista section and the kitchen. I'll look forward to giving them shifts, because these guys do work and they are not like people in service who always work and get some tips. They don't get tips. So I would employ more people to come and help out to ease work, because since the government is opening, we are going to expect more customers. Back then, clients used to worry because of the curfew. You go, you sit, then someone comes in, say, we are closing because of the curfew. But this time round, people will come and sit comfortably. And we are expecting big numbers of clients, not like those days where people used to fear the old people could not move out because, old guys were dying more than the young people because of the virus. So we didn't see much of these old aged people in our restaurants. They were in that fear. Instead, we could deliver to them. They could give a call, you deliver, you give a scurry. So this time around, we are expecting big numbers of people, but to prepare for them, we need to work on the production side in order to provide and not to overwork people.
Okay, don't leave this conversation for us, guys. We're having a conversation about the full opening of the economy and the fact that in the coffee industry, various people are opening up like to more working hours. So get to our Twitter platform, our Twitter handle, tweet us and let us know how would you deal with the full opening of the economy in whatever business you're in. Are you in a restaurant? Are you in a shop? You would be watching the show because it's nice for you, but you don't work in a coffee business. Maybe you have something like a wholesale business selling merchandise. How are you prepared to work for these long hours, and how have you prepared for your workers? Let's talk about an issue of human resource. You talked about employers employing more employees, right?
Yes.
But this guy will come out and tell you, hey, look, yes, I want to employ different people or more people, but hey, I don't have money. Like I've been working from 7 to maybe 5, but clients have been stopping to come in at around maybe 2 p.m. Where am I going to get this money that's going to pay more employees that you want me to employ? How do you advise such a person?
Okay, most of the people that have come up with most of the cafes around town, they always, when you reach these bosses, they're like, want to be like Cafe Javas, want to do as Javas does. Not knowing that at Javas, people work in shifts. And actually, I worked for a certain boss. He employed me as a senior barista and at the same time as a supervisor to train the team. Then he was giving me some good money. I was like, yes, you're giving me good money, but are you going to get someone else to hold me out? Because I'm a barista, yes, I have a steward, but at the same time, I'm a supervisor. This is overloading me. You get? I'll need an assistant. He was like, no. Keep on pushing. Then with time,
I shall get someone.
I shall get someone to help you out. It became a song. You get? So the advice I'll give the CEOs about what is going, the country is opening, get some junior baristas. They are not so expensive since they have just joined the industry. Give them good money, not very good, but good money. Give them some allowances. Trust me, these people will work. As long as he's not working for long hours, this guy will work.
Okay, this guy will work, but also the point of quality. You know, we've been used to producing a certain quantity of a certain quality in terms of maybe like coffee. You've been producing maybe 50. Okay, 50 for, let me just consider the smaller shops. We've been using like maybe 10 kgs of coffee a week. That's like maybe 1.5 kilos of coffee every day. And now you're going to open up, you're going to have higher demand for coffee. How would you advise this person who wants to bring in much coffee to maintain the quality of coffee that's bringing in?
Bringing in more coffee.
Like, for example, maybe I've been bringing in 10 kgs of coffee every week. But now due to the fact that we're opening up, I'm going to bring in maybe like 20 kgs of coffee. So, but I want to maintain this quality of coffee and also bring in much coffee in my coffee shop. How am I going to do that?
You want to maintain the quality of the coffee.
Yes.
You know, maintaining quality starts with people you employ. If these people are well equipped with coffee knowledge, don't worry much about quality.
Really? Because I might be well with the coffee knowledge, but my friend, the coffee you're bringing to me as a barista, it's terrible. How am I going to?
Of course, as a barista, you have to tell. You should be in position to tell whether the coffee you're being provided is good or bad. You get this. The boss should not be the one to tell. You know, this is your section. You're heading this section, so you should be in position to know which coffee is good and which coffee is bad. You know, this takes us back to where people teach baristas from. People have come up with different baristas lab and schools, and there are people who are actually giving them half information and knowledge, skills about becoming a real barista. You get me myself. I was affected sometimes. When I left barista house, I didn't know about how to calibrate a grinder. I came to know a grinder when I'm in the field. I knew how to steam the other side and all that, but I didn't know more about the grinder. So I got to know the grinder in the field. So at times you leave a school knowing that you're good to go, reaching there, someone brings in coffee, and you just grind and serve. You can't tell that this is good coffee or bad coffee. Then why are you heading a department?
Why are you heading a department? Because I'm paying you to head a department.
The boss trusts somebody to head a department, knowing that this person is having the knowledge, enough knowledge and skill to push the department forward. But now when you serve bad coffee, then...
Do you really think that CEOs or owners of different companies, especially in the coffee industry, should adopt this method of like taking back their workers in whatever department they're in, because they're serving coffee, whether in service, whether the cleaner, because this cleaner is helping me like clean the place where I'm taking coffee from. Do you think they should adopt that method of like taking back the students, taking back these people for more training, refreshing training?
Yeah, actually, it's the advice I will give, because we've ever done it. I was at Chili's and we were doing it. So is getting experienced people. Maybe you can go to Brew Plus, talk to the CEOs to get you someone experienced. Take this person to your restaurant and train these people. That is actually what I would advise the CEOs to do.
Okay.
You get someone experienced, give him some money. It's not much money. You get? Take him to your restaurant. Let him train these people.
Okay, if you're a CEO and you're glued on this show, which is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent TV, let us know, how do you keep your employees up to date in everything they do? Like, the point you employ them is the same standard they're doing to the level that they are on in doing that specific time. Well, let us know how you do it. This is the Coffee Break Show, and my name is Amun Mukisa. We're going to go into a short commercial break, and up next is our brewing session that we shall be having with my colleague right here. Don't you go away. Would you say that also like the pay in Uganda in terms of salary is affecting the ladies' involvement in the coffee industry? You know, men as like, if you're not getting enough of a job, at least people in Uganda call it kuiriba. You know, they will do that. But ladies, when they ladies will be in a specific job full time, and what they get is what they get. Do you think that's also affecting like ladies getting involved in the coffee industry?
About payments in Uganda, I'm not so sure, but it could be. It could be. It could be. So maybe they should do something about it.
Who should do something about it?
UCDA.
UCDA.
They should put standards on baristas. Yeah. What I know that here in Uganda, baristas are being cheated. Honestly, are being cheated. So, Madam, she's called Madam.
Say her name.
No, Madam. I've even forgotten. But
she's which Madam are you trying to? In UCDA?
The lady in UCDA.
You're talking about Claire?
Claire, Madam Claire should do something. They should sit down. They should put standards on baristas. One day, I have a friend. He's working in Mbale. He told me they pay him only 300.
300.
But he's a barista.
For man.
Yeah, it's not enough even to pay for the rent. So maybe they should do something.
This message is coming, please. This message is coming direct from Saddam to Madame Claire on UCDA, to UCDA.
Yeah, to the board.
To the board.
To the board. UCDA, please do something. Do something, yeah. Our baristas are being cheated. That's why most of the baristas are running outside.
Yeah.
They here in Dubai, they are paying at least good salary. I should go to Dubai.
Okay.
But if they pay us well, I think we should bring all this energy to our industry and we make it on the map.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, brew ratio is the most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of the coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I exactly? So if you don't master the brew ratio, oh, everything is going to turn out a mess. You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups. For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. You know, baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Brew Plus. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. You're still watching the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent TV with me, Amun Mukisa, right here in our bigger studios. These studios are fancy. They make you calm, make you want to take coffee, and especially with the fact that we have the coffee session. That's, you know, the best part of the show for me is when we are brewing coffee, because I get to learn how to make this coffee. I don't know about you who's watching us from home, but me, this is the part that I always look out for. Sam today is going to help us like brew or make for us a French press. Yes, I know we've had many baristas, many coffee makers come here and make a French press, but there's someone who tweeted us and he was like, you know what guys, yes, I've watched all these episodes that you've done about the French press, but I really want you to do it one more time for me in one weekend. And here we are. We have the big guy right here ready to make for us the French press. Sam,
yes, please.
Are we ready to make the French press for our dear viewers?
Very much ready, sir.
Very much ready.
Yeah.
Here's the floor for you. Tell us what's it all about that people fancy French presses, what type of coffee it makes, and in what method, all that kind of information.
Okay, a French press is a manual brewing equipment, and every manual brewing equipment comes out with the result is black coffee. Depending on the way you make it, it may be strong or mild, depending on the client's order or what you want as a passion. So here, actually, we are going to make it in a way that favors people at home, because at home mostly people don't have scales and they do want to take coffee. But when you're making this in a restaurant, you're supposed to have a scale around you, and you're supposed to do some measurements. Yeah. So here, we get our lid, put it aside, you ensure that you put it in a clean place. Then we preheat our press.
It's a good thing that you talked about the way that we're going to make this French press. It's more of like a home-based way, whereby you don't need a scale, you don't need a kettle, because now we have a flask just with hot water, and we're going to make our coffee.
What I'm doing helps to kill germs and also to preheat our press. Then when you're done preheating, in case you have a scale, maybe I will talk about the scale side when I'm done with this. Then you can get your coffee powder, grinded coffee powder. You can for me, I'm going to use 2 spoons.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 spoons of coffee
powder. Why would you opt to use 2 spoons, not 1 spoon, not 4 spoons, not 5 spoons?
Because I want it a bit stronger, not so strong, not so mild, but a bit stronger. Okay, because the more coffee you put, the more stronger it will get. You get. When you put less, the more mild it will get.
For the benefit of our viewers who are watching, how big is that spoon in terms of measurements?
This spoon is, these are like 7 grams.
7 grams?
Yeah, 7
so if you're
grams.
doing 2 spoons, we're doing around 14 grams.
14 grams of coffee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Does the grind size matter in a French press?
Yeah, it matters a lot, because the grind size has to be slightly coarser compared to other manual brewing equipment.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is supposed to be slightly coarser. So after you're done with the powder, you get your water. Then you start mixing in. This is at home.
At home.
Don't try this at the restaurant.
If you try this at the restaurant, you're fired.
You're fired, you're gone.
But what happens if I just pour water randomly into a French press?
Actually, it's not advisable, because as we are mixing, we are looking at the flavors and the aroma out of the coffee.
Okay.
That's what we base on. Coffee, it's not all about taking, you know. You have to, to get the flavors the aroma, at times the acidity, the smoothness of the coffee. You have to feel these things as you're taking the coffee. You get. So
I see you've covered the thing. What's the point of covering the coffee after pouring water?
Actually, when you're immediately after putting in the powder, you pour some little water to dampen the beds of ground. Then after some very few minutes, you continue with the pouring. In case you have some measurement around, you keep on continuing. After you're done dampening, you open your lid. Then the minutes, because I first poured, then I waited for some minutes. These minutes help us helps this coffee to go under dampening process and to bloom it. You get? We do this in order to achieve the flavors, the aroma, and the smoothness. Then we can continue with the pouring.
You know, here we're having a conversation and we're giving out this information to our viewer. If you're in the office, if you're at home, and you're following the steps that Sam is showing you, is it that the time you've taken, like, because you've taken some time talking to me, is it allowed for the person who's at home, who's in the office making this French press, to also take that time, or there's a specific time that you take while making this French press?
The person at home?
Yeah.
It is allowed if he's actually a coffee taker, because it's not all about taking coffee, as I said. You need to get these flavors. You know, there are people who take coffee just because they were being told to take coffee. You get, and after taking, they say, "Man, I'll never take that shit again." They call it shit at times. Sorry to use that word.
I know.
The thing is too bitter.
Coffee drinkers don't like bitter coffee. You know, like bad tasting coffee.
Yeah,
they don't like it.
So after tasting, you know, it helps us, as I said, to gain the body, the flavors and the acidity, the smoothness of the coffee when you're tasting it.
So the more time the coffee sits in a French press, the more sweet it becomes, or the more bitter it becomes?
The more time it sits in a French press, like for example, see, I've not pressed it down immediately. I'm allowing these particles to settle at the bottom, you know, and I'm preventing a client, because this, if I'm to serve it to a client or someone at home, to take coffee while having some particles inside, then the more sweet, of course, it becomes. You'll feel the sweetness in coffee, and you feel this aroma and the flavors.
Okay. For the person who requested us to do a French press on the show, I hope now you've seen what you need to do step by step for you to get a French press at home. If you're doing it in a coffee shop, just theoretically, take us through the process you have to do to get a good cup of coffee using a French press.
If you're doing it in a restaurant or a cafe, you're supposed to have the following equipments before you come up with this. You have to ensure that you have a timer. You have to ensure that you have the French press, the guznik or the kettle, the freshly ground coffee with the recommended grind size.
Which is?
Coarse.
Coarse.
Fine to coarse.
How do we measure coarse? Because me, I assume if it's not fine, it's coarse. So which type of coarse? Is it like salt coarse? Is it like sea salty coarse? Is it like sugar coarse? So which grind size of coarseness that we need?
It's like, actually, it is sea salt.
So if you know sea salt, the coarseness or the size of a sea salt, that's the grind size you need to have for a French press. So if you go to a coffee shop, look out for that grind size if you're buying a bag of coffee. And so we've gotten our coffee, we've gotten our scale, timer, the French press, the gooseneck kettle, and that's all.
The gooseneck kettle. Yeah, for a French place. That's
for French place. That's
yeah,
all. Plus my cup.
Yeah, plus your cup.
So we're done with our French press, right?
Yeah.
I'll tell you about the French press. So guys, tell us what you think about this French press that Sam has made for us. You know, always whenever I'm on the show, I always be the first to tell you how the coffee is tasting. But today, I want you guys to tell me how you've seen or what you've known or understood during the making of this French press right here that we have. But anyway, I'm here and I'm the one going to taste the coffee. So that's the benefit of being on this show. And that's why I said this is my best part of the show. So Sam, can I take on the coffee and taste it?
Yes, please.
Okay, that is mine. Guys, you don't know what you're missing here. One more sip. Wow. It's a very, very nice cup of coffee that is smooth, balanced acidity, the body is not that harsh on my tongue. So I would say I would take this coffee in the morning, I would take it in the afternoon, but I wouldn't take it in the night. Yeah, so it would start my day because it's not that strong, it's not that bitter. So it would start my day, it would run my day, but wouldn't run my night.
I get you, sir.
Sam, thank you for giving us this tutorial right here. And for those who are watching us on House of Talent TV, I have some guys that are watching us via Twitter. I see Bright, what's this name? Bright Sereka is watching live on Twitter, and I see Saddam Chivi, who hosted here, is also watching us via Twitter. And also, you could also follow us on our Twitter handle, that's at HTV1 Uganda, so that you get to watch this conversation that we're having with Sam. Sam showed us how to make a French press if you're at home. He showed you how to make that French press, but he also told us theoretically, if you're a good barista, what things you need to have when you in a coffee shop or restaurant, what you need to have to make a good French press for everything. You know, if you don't have God in your life, you don't need. I think you don't deserve to live if you don't have God, because God is the maker. God has given us this coffee. God has given us this whole space of teaching people how to make coffee, and has let Sam come here to tell us more about coffee and his experience in the coffee industry, right, Sam?
Yeah.
Otherwise, how do people follow you, like on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, because they would need to know more about what you've been talking up here?
Yeah, actually, my phone got a problem, but I'm still working on it.
So Twitter is like Sam, something like that?
Yeah, Samuel, Apaga Samuel. Then, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Then Facebook, still Apaga Samuel. WhatsApp, my number is 0.
self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life, socially. I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Because when you see me, you will imagine that you just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right? Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives. Embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community. Keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene. Fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond. Inspiring beautiful minds across the world. Literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Coming up on the Heavy Hitter this week is the story of Andrew Sally Sentongo, a man who started as a driver and today is doing big things. A man who is a true definition of hard work pays. Andrew, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How are you doing today?
Very good, thank you.
You're good?
Yes, good to be here.
How have you been?
I've been fine, quite busy, but very good. It's a good time.
Who is Andrew?
Andrew Sentongo is a social engineer by default. I've always believed in starting and building my own initiatives. I guess that suits the description of an engineer, of an entrepreneur. I also have a background in bioengineering, focusing on commercial bioenergy value chains. Okay. Today I am implementing off-grid PV solar. I'm concentrated on the islands of Lake Victoria. So that is the current phase of my career.
Okay, let me take you back a little bit. You started as a driver straight out of university.
Yes.
What was this experience like, and what really inspired you to, go into driving when you just have a fresh degree from university?
Well, I graduated with a Bachelor of Business, and immediately I felt like formal employment was not my calling. So I sat down and I thought through what I want to do with myself, of course, and I thought of starting a transport service. And I like travel, I like interfacing with people, so I built something around my skills and my hobbies. So I started a transport service. That was in 2006, right after graduation. And yeah, I was, moving up and down, doing airport transfers for some of the prominent hotels in Kampala. I was also designing tour packages and taking holiday makers on safaris or tour tourists on safaris.
So you just felt like, I want to get out, create employment and just go into it, as opposed to seeking employment?
I think everyone has a calling, and I was fortunate enough to identify my calling way earlier. And my calling was entrepreneurship. And it was a voice inside of me that was saying, you are better off starting something. And I had all these ideas running in my mind. So I listened to that voice and I followed it. And I felt like this is what I'm supposed to do. This is my place, and that's how it feels.
What about this rhetoric of people laughing at you? Your friends, you're just fresh out of campus, guys are working for big organization, big corporation, and for you, a driver.
Yeah, well, I never really ran into that, or I never really took that in. I had friends who applied for banks in jobs, they were successful, but many. So I picked them up, packed their bags in the car, drove them to the hotel, and we started conversation along the way. And they were inspired by the fact that I actually have a business degree and I'm driving, and it was difficult for them.
I mean, you can see my point. I mean, I have the same thing.
It was difficult for them to...
Would you be having a business degree and you're driving?
It was difficult for them to make the connection, but later on they came to appreciate that this is my own business. And I think the more we engaged, the more they came to appreciate my dedication to service, and they got to have a good time in Uganda. I made sure that their trip was well executed in terms of time management, in terms of commitment, and in terms of also them maximizing their stay. So at the end of the 2 weeks they stayed in the country, we created a very good bond, and they made me an offer to go to any university of my choice, anywhere in the world, and pursue a master's degree, if that's what I wanted. And the answer was yes, I want to further my education, and boom, I got a university scholarship to go and study in Europe. So I made an application to go to Wageningen University and Research Center in the Netherlands, and the Royal Agricultural College in England, and I did my MSc in agribusiness chains, and I focused on commercial bioenergy.
Wow. So would you say that the offer they gave you was a tip as a good driver to them?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think they identified with certain traits within the person. I think they identified with diligence. I think they identified with the level of service. I think they identified with the drive, and I think they identified with somebody who is passionate and somebody who wants to create value. That's what they identified with. I didn't ask for it. It was actually offered to me.
What was the feeling like when you were first told that you have this as an offer? And they must have said this to you when they're boarding and leaving the country, right?
Not really. It came on early in the trip, I guess. I remember one of the nights, I think that was a trigger, was I remember taking them late out for dinner around 10, 11. It was a late evening, and one of the questions that was asked to me was, when do you get off? And my response was, I don't get off. I am there when I'm needed. If I'm needed at 3, I'll show up at 3. If I'm needed at 5, I'll show up at 5. And I think that kind of attitude compelled them to really invest in the person, or compelled them to see that this person is worth investing in. So I guess it's more of those attributes that they bought into.
Okay, hold it right there. We're going into a break, and when we come back, Andrew will be sharing with us his story of what happened in Europe and what he's doing today. Welcome back. You are officially tuned to XXL Season 4, and this is the heavy hitter moment with Andrew Sally Sentongo, the engineer himself. Andrew, tell me something. So how was it like in Europe when you finally arrived? Was that your first plane to Europe?
Yes, it was my first time to fly to Europe, and I was nervous, naturally, but I was also excited that I'm going into a new world and I'm going into a new phase of my life. And I remember arriving at the airport, I had no friends, no family, no acquaintances, nobody to welcome me, and I had to move myself to get myself to school. And I started to build my network from scratch in terms of friends, in terms of acquaintances. And I had a good time. I had a very good 2 years. My life in Europe was very, very special. I wanted to be, the academic content was one part of it, but I also wanted to be exposed to another set of, environment and systems. I also wanted to be triggered, and I think I achieved that.
Time at the university. from driving in Kampala, coming out, getting a chance to go and study. What was the reaction like from your family when you told them that, yo, guys, I have gotten this chance to go to Europe?
My family was very happy, very supportive. They have always been. And yes, there was some elements of being afraid. You're going into a new country, you're going into a new place, you don't know anybody. How are you going to survive? How are you going to cope? But I was not afraid. I've never been afraid. So I was actually a bit nervous, but more of anxious of what lies ahead. And I took one day at a time, I took one step at a time, and I got myself oriented. And yeah, I dived into what took me there.
Okay. Did you, by the way, pass? We might be talking here and you didn't pass.
Yes, I achieved my objectives and I achieved them very well.
What were your objectives?
My objectives were two. One, to fulfill my academic requirements and get my award, my master's degree award. The second one was to get exposed and learn from the West as much as I can in terms of what are they good at, what kind of systems have they built, what kind of what's the mindset behind the development we see in the West. And the academic part went very well. I threw everything I had into my studies, and I actually managed to submit the best dissertation in the whole School of Business for the year 2009.
Oh, and you came top in your class?
Yes, I came top of my class, and I was also awarded a cash prize of 10,000 euros from my university to actually implement my thesis, and that was the birth of my renewable energy career.
Wow. I mean, many people go to Europe and never return to Uganda. You can just hear Andrew's story. It's quite a very fascinating story to hear. I mean, why didn't you not stay in Europe? Most Ugandans go to Europe, or most Africans go to Europe and just never return home.
Well, Europe was not my space. I didn't feel that this is the place for me to do what I'm supposed to do in terms of life career, in terms of calling, in terms of purpose. So much as I enjoyed the environment and everything functions very well, but I had a deep void of this is not my space, and I felt that my space is back here at home. This is where I feel I am required. This is where I feel I can add value to something. And of course, the nature of my studies was concentrated on analysis of agribusiness value chains back in Uganda, and I specifically looked at the flour industry. And I focused my research on the problem of petroleum and the problem of lack of power. And from that problem, I was able to develop a concept which later on turned into a commercial concept and was the birth of my company now, of spinning off commercial bioenergy in Uganda. So one thing sort of transitioned into another. But I think the lesson in that was whatever you're placed with at the current time, do it very well, be very articulate, and throw all you have in terms of passion, in terms of drive, and in terms of focus. And I guess if that is achieved, success is inevitable.
I was recently in the Kalangala Islands, and I happened to visit one of your projects, and I was quite very impressed. I mean, would you say that your project is turning around lives and adding value to the people in that area?
Yes, I would like to say that, because we are bringing off-grid power to people. These are people who have no dream of connecting to the grid because of the geographical location of the place. So right now we are focused on developing off-grid solar PV power, and we did the first project in 2016. It was a partnership with an Italian company, and we were the local implementing partner. From that project, we realized 600 new grid connections in an island called Kitobo. And this really changed lives. You see, the first time people get power, stable grid supply power, which they can use to run a fridge, which they can use to run a small-scale industry device. It really changes lives. Yes, okay. And really adds value.
How do you feel like today?
I feel fulfilled in the sense that I set out to do something of value, and I have brought value to people's lives. So I feel like I'm at a good place.
Well, Andrew, thank you so much for being part of the show, and we're looking forward to, bringing the story of Andrew when he's cooking. And I would advise you to go and check out his project in the islands. Otherwise, this is XXL Season 4, and we have come to the end of the show. My name is Eddie Okela, and see you next week, same time, same place. It's a wrap. God bless Uganda, and God be with you.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives. Embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community. Keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene. Fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond. Inspiring beautiful minds across the world. Literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Welcome to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning on the CEO Bench is a businessman, is an entrepreneur, is a philanthropist, and a social activist. He speaks a lot about youth empowerment across Africa and across the continent. And he's been a man around Africa in oil and gas industry. He's done it all. And he's here with us this morning, or this afternoon, or this evening on the CEO Bench, depending on where you're coming from and which part of the world you're actually watching this program from. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present to you Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe. Emperor, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Eddie. It's nice to be here with you. It's quite a very pleasant day, and I'm ready for you.
All right, if you're joining us from anywhere in the world, I'd like to bring a very small profile of Emperor Chris to you. Emperor Chris is, like I said, is an entrepreneur and, of course, a philanthropist, a social activist. He is from a state in Nigeria known as Iwusu Awa.
Enugu State.
Enugu State.
So I'm from Enugu State. That's the southeastern part of Nigeria.
Okay, let's talk about that. Now that you've talked about it, who is Emperor Chris?
Just a young man, little unknown, but known. Like the introduction goes with, and I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a social activist, and I'm a mentor of youths. I've been around. I'm a business guy. I take interest in anything that will make the world safe and better place. I'm a family man with 4 kids, and I'm from a family of 8. I'm the third. So Chris Baywood has been around, like you captured in your intro. Yeah. I've been around Africa, from Western Africa, where I come from, because I'm from the ECOWAS region of the Sub-Saharan Africa. I've been around East Africa. I've been around the SADC region, that is Southern Africa. I think where is missing is Central Africa. So, yeah. And I'll tell you, because I take a lot of interest in Africa, because I'm a Pan-African. I love Africa. I breed Africa. I talk Africa.
Wow.
Yes. So this is why most of my business interest is trying to, tap the opportunities and the potentials that are in Africa, because I believe that's one of Africa, like I always tell people, is the remaining frontier. So I don't know what I'm going to look for in Europe or what I'm going to look for in North America that they cannot find in Africa. Wow. So this is who Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe is.
Well, if you're joining us from anywhere across the world, that's Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe talking to us on the CEO Bench. He is the CEO and the president of the Baywood Group. And the Baywood Group has offices all across Africa and Europe. And we're going to know, and in South America, I think, we're going to know. North America, and we're going to know a lot more about that on the CEO bench. But we want to start the discussion, Emperor Chris Baywood, from a point of leadership. A lot of people are doing great stuff across Africa, and sometimes those who are doing great stuff across Africa is not known to us. Sometimes we don't know the talent we have, but we have been looking at your profile, and I want to start from a more personal note of knowing you from what is leadership to you and what is self-leadership to you?
Well, it depends on where you're coming from. Leadership, are you talking about political? Are you talking about human leadership or human capital? But generally, leadership is being this man that sets the directives, or rather sets the process in motion, a thought out process, and they follow this process and they walk your talk, because it's not about the leadership. It's not just okay, this is how we're going to do it, and perhaps you set the process in place, but you're doing contrary. So leadership, they say, starts with you. And so if you want to talk about business leadership, how to go about the business, it has to be seen on the way you conduct your own business. And don't forget that they always say that the greatest asset you have in every organization is human beings. So leadership starts with you and how you interact with the people around you, even in your home. The truth is, if you're not able to lead your home very well, you can't lead anything else.
Wow.
Yeah, I think if you have a broken home, let's put it this way. If you're not able to manage your home very well and put your home in a good pedestal where everybody seems to be aligned with you, I would doubt it very much if you have a good set of mind to lead any other organization, be it in business, be it in social arrangement, be it in what they call CSO world. So CSO world means the social community social organization. So I know. So, for me, leadership starts with you, and this is what I have set the example for myself. And whatever I do, I have to do it right. I know the principles that guides it. I know the policies. You have to have the right policy framework, and this policy framework has to be seen to be working according to the way you have said it. And he said everybody along that line, that trajectory, and they follow suit. And then make sure you lead by example. Because one of the challenges we have in Africa that a lot of people don't lead by example. You say one thing and do another. So this is exactly for me leadership. Leadership is that quality you have to lead others, and others will look at you and emulate you and follow you through and through because they believe in you. So first of all, you have to buy the confidence of the people. All right? And this is what I'm saying. If in your home, you can't get the confidence of your children, for example, daddy comes home every time by 4 a.m. and then daddy messes around in the house, maybe he smokes and everywhere is littered, or daddy drinks and he's just so reckless with everything. You don't expect your child tomorrow. You tell your child, hey, listen, you must not come back anything later than 7 p.m. He can only say, yes, daddy, I hear you. But do you think he's going to abide by that? Because you're already leading by example. Yeah. He sees you come home at 4 a.m. Or anytime he asks for daddy's not at home. Yeah. So leadership starts with you. And if you set that example, others will follow you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Emperor Chris Baywood. Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from? Take us back from growing up and getting to where you are today and who you are today. Some people out there may not know who you are today. They just think that you're just a man with a good, deep voice, sound like some movie star. Is like Barry White. He's a soundist. Many people will mistake you to be Barry White. Many people will take you to be, Morgan Freeman. Where is Emperor Chris and the name Emperor?
Well, like I always tell people, I'm a man with different shades of colors, positive, right? But you can have different shades of colors, but negative. So I think I meet positive vibes, because I've read quite a lot of books that teaches on positive energy and law of attraction. What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I learned that over time by reading quite a lot of books. And one of such books I read is, I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrnes. It's quite captivating and it's quite insightful. It's motivational, it's inspirational. It's one of such books that when you read them, you see you start to especially when you read them and put them in practice, right? Because one thing is to read a book or read books and try to see, provided you are on the right path. You can read certain things and they have certain information that might send negative vibes. So for me, I always look at the positive vibes for everything. So a man of different shades of colors, I say, is I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary. I come as a very as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life. Socially, I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so, because in certain quarters, when you see me, you will imagine that you just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. But if you see me in my office where I'm working and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? When it's that moment, I face it. And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. All right. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone. So it's a lonely world.
Wow.
So I grew up as a young man, like I said earlier, from a family of 8 and number 3. I would say from a mid-average family. My father was a farmer of an issue before he got into construction. He was a miner, a coal miner. He worked in the coal corporation because in my state, before oil was discovered in Nigeria, the main foreign exchange earner for Nigeria was coal, granite, cocoa, and all those other agro products. And of course, a whole lot of things was happening around coal. And so we have the coal belt in my zone. So my father worked in coal corporation. Okay, he understands what it means to be a hard worker. He understands principles of discipline, because if you work in such an environment, anything can happen. The next minute you are alive, the next minute you can die because of the accidents or the inherent challenges in the coal mining. So he comes across a very disciplined guy. So we grew up being very disciplined children, and that has instilled quite a lot of things growing up. Although growing up as a young man, being the first male child, I didn't know the story of male child in Africa, so I was so treasured. The first were ladies, and by the time I was born and male child, it was like, wow, this is the best thing that could ever happen to the family. So I received so much attention from my parents, and to the point that I almost lost it as a man. But thankfully, there was a turnaround when my father decided to be tough on me.
Tell us about my brother. How did your father decide to be tough on you? You were so loved. From what I hear from the literature I've seen about you, you seem to have been a man who has very interesting background. I mean, one would describe as a man who is up, not up, in the middle, is somewhere. What does that mean to you? What was a turning point?
Turning point for me, I mean, so many things have happened in my life that. But my father set the tone, you know. He toughened me, I would say, and that such moment can never be forgotten. My father let me walk through, almost like you can liken it to what you see in the Bible, like in Psalm 23. He said, "Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I shall fear no evil."
Yeah.
Okay. My father made me to walk through the shadow of death as a young boy, you know. I don't know whether he did it deliberately. I don't know whether he knew what he was doing.
You walked through the shadow of death.
Yeah, I walked through the shadow of death, you know, as a young boy, because he let me go through a part that, I mean, when my mother got to know what happened to me, my mother was in awe and shock. She couldn't believe it. I had gone through an admission process in secondary schools. First, I got admission with the Federal Government College Benin, you know, where that was my first admission. Federal Government College Benin, which is in another state. It's in the current day Edo State, but then it was Midwestern State. So I had admission to go to school that. My father took me, or rather, I mean, and you know what? The interesting thing about the Federal Government College journey was exclusive of the rich and the bourgeois. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The rich and the bourgeois.
In the sense of wealth and
both wealth, both position, political, political affiliations and inclinations and stuff like that. But my father was not near any one of those. My family at the time, anyway. But you know what?
So how did you get there?
A smart guy is a smart guy. You know, I've been a smart dude from. I've been endowed with a lot of natural intelligence. Don't forget. You know, I think so. Yeah. I've been endowed with a lot of natural intelligence because it comes from my dad. My dad was. I called my dad when my dad passed on, and I was writing his what do you call it? Autobiography, eulogies. I said he's the greatest philosopher I have seen because he was full of wisdom and idioms and proverbs. He will never talk to you without proverbs or idioms, you know, and stuff like that. And he will start with a lot of stories, and you think he's not going anywhere, and then he lands. And I ask him, Dad, well, why are you going through all this? Well, say, for you to understand where I'm coming from. So he wasn't quite educated, but I mean, I can tell the little he had is a very. I wonder what would have happened if my dad had gone through formal education to go to university and stuff like that. Anyway, so that were naturally imbued with it. I can tell you, both my mom and my dad are quite an excellent human beings. And I will always wish to have some parents anytime, even in my next world. Anyway, that said, so I had this admission into Federal Government College, you know, and it went wild. It went like a wildfire in the community. The son of so got admission in the Federal Government College, you know, and it was like...
It was a big deal.
It was a big deal. Oh, yeah. It was a big deal in the 70s, man. I said it was exclusive of the big people.
Yeah.
You know. So my uncle then in Lagos came to Enugu. He heard the news and he couldn't hold his joy. He came down to Enugu and took me to Benin again for the next level of admission process. And that next level is written and oral interview, you know. So we did that. And listen, when we arrived in Benin, it was like my other colleagues, those coming for the interviews, were driving in different kinds of cars. In those days, it was Citroen, it was Peugeot, it was Mercedes, it was Ford and other stuff. But we came on a commercial vehicle. Wouldn't that be a dampener to you? Yeah. Wouldn't that make you lose your self-esteem when you walk in from a car park, you know, what we call a motor park, and you know, people are driving in with
big engine stars,
and then you walk in.
Yeah.
But you know what? You believe in yourself. That's one thing I keep telling people. Believe in yourself first. I had this awesome confidence, and I believe in myself. Yeah. I walked in, had the exam, written, and the oral, because written and oral will form the cumulative result to gain you admission into the federal college. So at the last point, I just asked the guy I was right behind to spell tomorrow. Tomorrow.
The word tomorrow.
The word tomorrow, and that's why I treasure tomorrow so much. You know why? Tomorrow is pregnant. Wow. You don't know what's going to deliver. Yeah. So you got to look forward for tomorrow. Yeah. And I tell people, it's like what I tell people, the day of reckoning. There's always a day of reckoning in your life. Yeah. That day of reckoning, it will come one day. That day, you will not know. So it's like tomorrow. It's certain that tomorrow will come, right? But you don't know what tomorrow will bring. So this guy couldn't spell tomorrow. I'm good with English.
And this boy coming from Enugu State,
and this
school,
this guy, this young boy, not so much around him, had it all done, and I was so that plus my written exam gave me admission, but for the love my parents had for me, I got that admission, but my father wouldn't let me to stay.
Why?
Distance. It takes a drive. Then I think it will take you a drive of about 4, 5, 6 hours to get there in those days, right? Yeah. So the distance was for him. No, I mean I must be close to my son. Don't forget it.
Wow.
First male born, right? Treasure Island. Treasure Island.
To the throne.
Exactly. Heir to the throne, right? Yeah, exactly. So they decided that, okay, I had admission, but you're not going to go. I did a few months there. My father pulled me back and said, you got to come back home because you have to be close to us. I came home, took another common entrance, and then bingo, I landed another one in my state, where finally I attended Colliery Comprehensive Secondary School. Yeah. It's in a community called Ngwo, N-G-W-O, Ngwo. Right?
Yeah.
The school then was run by, that's why it's called Colliery. Colliery is formed from the coal corporation of these white men, these British people who came to Nigeria to explore coal.
Yeah.
So the school was like exclusive. Exclusive, right?
Yeah.
So, it was good. I got that admission to that school, and it was one of the premier schools there in Enugu State. Then, East Central State. Wow. There was no Enugu State. East Central State. Yeah. Right. Okay. Of course, my father drove me to do some clearance. We went to do the clearance.
To the school.
To the school.
Yeah.
I went to school. And of course, my father was working elsewhere, not in my state. He was working in another place.
Yeah.
So, a drive-through, we went to the school, did the clearance and everything, bingo. And he said, okay, I will go with him, so he'll drop me off somewhere.
Hold it right there, Emperor. We're going to go for a break. And when we come back from this break, Emperor will continue with his states, with his story of self-leadership, how the transformation happened, how, he became a man from a 12-year-old man to becoming a man, the turning point of the young man, the heir to the throne. The man was heavily protected. Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela. I'm talking to my elder brother from another mother and father in Nigeria, right here in Kampala, the capital city of Uganda. And for all of you guys who are following this from all across the world, please go like, share, far and wide. Make sure you get your cousins, your brothers and your sisters, your grandma as part of the CEO Bench to hear this story. It's a story worth listening to. Emperor Baywood, welcome back to the program.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you.
Before we went for a break, you were talking about that moment where you had to flip because the love from your parents were too much and they couldn't risk leaving you 4 or 5 hours of a drive in another school, and they brought you back, and there you've gone and visited the school. And we want to know how this boy who was heavily loved by his parents, how a baby was pampered. Most times in Africa, when a baby is over pampered or anywhere in the world, they don't turn out quite well. But you turn out to be quite different. And the story continues from the school. Pick it up from there, Emperor.
I don't know. Anyway, so we're done with the school. I drove with my dad in his car. And he dropped me off somewhere I have never been to. That's why I said it's like I walked through the valley of shadow of death.
So you're like David.
That is the right phrase. Yeah. I walked through the valley of shadow of death. And my father just said, okay, guy, I'll stop here and I'm driving to my place. I'm going, so I'll leave you here. You see this road? This road takes you to Isuawa. Because my mother was in the village.
Yeah.
And who are you? You know, not these days when our kids will look in your face and question you.
Yeah.
Say, Dad, why should I do that, for example? Who are you to challenge your father?
You will receive a smack.
Oh my God. He wasn't even there. And my father was just such a strong man. I wouldn't call him a terror. He wasn't a terror, but he dared not. He dared not. He dared not.
Yeah.
Anyway, he
the
just
signs
said,
will tell you what
correct,
the situation will be. Yeah.
You know, He said, just walk through this path. Bush path. My guy. I walked through that path. And the story, well, some stories were told in the folk tales, you know?
Yeah.
Tales by moonlight, you know?
Yeah.
So folk tales, when we're growing up, we will have a lot of folk tales. They will be telling stories of how such areas are infested with spirits, evil spirits.
Yes.
people when you die, like you commit something in the village and you die like that, they will just go and dump you there. They won't bury you. And so it's a evil, kind of an evil forest, an evil. So now I just remembered this could be this way. My God, I was struck with fear. But do I have a choice? What choice do I have, really? And my father drove off. Don't you understand?
So you have to trek this forest and actually get home.
I will have to walk through that path
and get home.
To get home.
Yeah.
That was the toughest moment in my life.
How old were you?
Maybe about 12 or 10, 12. That was the toughest moment in my life. A young boy, treasured boy, pampered boy. And this man left me
the one
here.
they would never allow sit down alone.
Exactly. I walked through this path. Walking through this forest was so calm, but for every little move, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
The
moment has come.
This moment has come.
Yeah.
They're going to devour me now.
Yeah.
I would just freeze.
Yeah.
I would just freeze and start tiptoeing like they shouldn't hear my footpath. The height of the moment was when I saw a man walking opposite direction.
Yeah.
And he was like,
wow.
Okay, now
yeah,
I'm going to be like a mincemeat. This man is going to make me a mincemeat. I wouldn't know whether it's a man or evil spirit or a ghost walking around.
Or just a normal human being.
Don't forget, or just a normal human being. Because don't forget that this area was described as a place where they just dump people who die some unnatural death.
Yeah.
Oh God, I said, okay, I'm going to be devoured today. And I was like, I started panting. I was panting until we crossed each other and I greeted, "Good morning, sir." He said, "Good morning." He didn't say anything. He just walked across. And I'm like, is this true? So when I walked a little bit, I turned back and he was still walking. He didn't disappear because to me, he would disappear.
Yeah.
You know, the ghost.
Yes.
The ghost would disappear.
And he didn't respond to you when you say good morning?
Just, good morning. Yeah. But that was like, so the moment I walked past him, I had to run. It took me, I would say it's a walk of about 2 hours.
Yeah.
So you know the distance.
Wow.
It's a walk of 2 hours until I got home. My dear brother, that was a turning point of making this guy who was like a lily gel to be, to start becoming a man. Yeah. And when I got home and I told my mother this story, my mother passed out and said it was murderous for my dad to have done that kind of, to have taken that kind of decision. But anyway.
And I know that in Nigeria that can be such a very, we watch in Nigerian movies and how they can express some of that moment.
Oh yeah, it was a moment, my mother couldn't just, I say she passed out in awe and shock, how my father could do that. I have never been anywhere on my own.
That was the first time.
And only for me to be left alone to do that work. Yeah. So, what's the book written by Nelson Mandela? He said it's Long Walk to Freedom.
The Long Walk to Freedom, yes. The
long Walk to Freedom.
So you felt that was the long walk to freedom for you?
Yeah. Long Walk to Freedom for me then.
Yeah.
I think I did it before Nelson Mandela.
This is a CEO Bench. We're talking to Emperor Baywood. He believes that he's a young man, in an old body or an aged mind. Yes. So Emperor Baywood, what a stunning story there of from child to manhood, so to speak. That's how you rediscovered yourself. That's how your father had to make sure. There was wisdom there, though. I want to take you straight, Emperor, to some really very interesting question about, life. And a lot of us see people like you, and sometimes we're wondering whether we really understand you or not. You are now, been through that school, done that, and after that school, where did you end up?
Well, after school, I had to move to Kaduna because my brother, although not the same mother, is my first cousin. But because of how we relate in the family, we have nothing like cousins. Yeah. It's brother, right? My brother, who has been in oil business, he's been in oil and gas. So they built Kaduna Refinery. Yeah. He was one of the major proponents of Kaduna Refinery with a group from Japan called Chiyoda. So, done with the school, of course, that's another kettle of fish. That school is another school that is a school that really prepared me for the challenge ahead.
How did it prepare you for the challenge?
Oh yeah, that school was like almost a congregation of retired, or I won't say retired, defeated soldiers of the Biafran War. We had this fratricidal war in Nigeria, Biafran-Nigerian war that was between 1960 to 1966, or thereabout. Yeah. So the war ended. Thereafter, then there came normalcy in Nigeria. So I didn't see the war. I was a very young boy. I was born during those periods. So I went to school, and getting to that school, the war had ended, and all those who left army after Nigeria had defeated Biafra, and a lot of our guys who were in the army then found themselves in that college. Dear brother.
Yeah. No problem now.
That was another working to develop share of that. Those Biafran soldiers.
Yes.
Some of them were having shell shock. You know what shell shock?
Yeah.
Because of bombardment of mortars and stuff and shells. You know what? They're already having issues with their hearing. They already had hearing issues. Right?
Yeah.
And they were military in the college. Soldiers in the college. And here comes this young boy at the school, amongst others. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yes. I think I went to a military school. Literally saying that the school was more like a military school.
Yeah.
So you were drilled, you were polished, you were living a regimented lifestyle, you had people or masters that you serve, and God bless your soul,
If you don't serve them well.
If you don't do well.
Yeah.
The punishment, the drill, a lot of us couldn't stand it. So for people like us who went through that school and stood up to them and passed through, I think it was a turning point, actually.
Yeah.
I tell you, it was one hell of school that toughened a lot of us. Smoking Indian hemp was just like drinking water. And this is when I know that I'll be a good boy, because I did it once, but I was walking in the air.
All the time.
No. When I tested it,
yes.
when they make you to smoke Indian hemp, right?
Yes.
So one time I did it, I was just floating. I was like somebody in the Mars.
Yeah.
You know, if you see the astronauts, how they float.
Yes.
This is where I saw myself floating.
Yeah.
And that told me that this is not a thing you can continue. That's one thing that I learned out of that. I had to cut. I couldn't proceed. Anyway, that school toughened me.
Yeah.
And it prepared us for the launch pad.
Yeah.
It was a launch pad for us, actually.
Yeah.
Those of us who went to the school.
Yeah.
A good number of us became useless. A good number of us, people didn't know they would turn out to be good people.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty happy that a good number of us are doing pretty well. And one of us today is the country director, head of UN in Rwanda, and many others. We have a lot of them in Army generals.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm happy that my father took that decision. If I'd gone to the other school that is meant for the bourgeois, children of bourgeois, perhaps I may not have turned out the way I turned out to be today. Wow. And again, hindsight, I thank God that my father took that decision.
Wow. Talking of that, Emperor, let's look at, out of that college, how did you end up in the oil and gas sector? Which university, how did you launch yourself into that? You could have gone back and, continue with the mining like your father was doing. Most times parents raise children to go back to what they're doing, but you turn out different. Can you just share that, your journey into becoming an entrepreneur and later on as an, philanthropist?
Yeah, so I left school and then I had to go to Kaduna to meet my brother, and then of course to apply for my US visa. Because I was heading to the US. Down the line, it wasn't coming pretty easy, so I had to set up. Because in school, we were involved in a lot of things. We did artisanal work, we did music, we did dancing, we did arts, we did construction. It's more like a technical college.
Yeah.
So we had all manner of things. So I learned a lot in that school. It's a technical college, so you had the opportunity to go to workshops.
Yeah.
That's again what I'm talking about, skill acquisition, right?
Yeah.
And once you acquire the first skill and passion, you never leave it. It becomes part of you. So I acquired a whole lot of skill while I was in school. So while waiting for this whole thing, I decided to set up something like a studio, a music studio. So I set up a music studio while waiting for my visa, and I became a DJ. Of course, in those days, we were doing LPs. LPs, long play. Okay, so not these days that you can just do MP3, download music, and online music and stream, blah, blah. It's LP, man. It's gramophone. You just put it and it's playing with a kind of makeshift, loudspeakers, built locally, So, and then I would go and be blasting my music, entertaining people. So I've been So I was a DJ, man. So it's a passion that has not left me, because music is part of me. If I'm not doing anything, I'm listening to music today.
Yeah.
So I did that for 1 year, and I tell you one interesting thing that happened. During that time, my brother, like I said, my brother is being an oil mogul amongst many others again from my community. So we always envy them, how they make money, how they spend money, the things they do. So when I was giving money to go for my visa, some guys approached me. I don't know how they knew that I got money. Oh God, that's another thing again. Some guys approached me. These guys, they call them money doublers. Do you know that? I don't know if you have anything like that.
Yeah, the money doublers, yes. We'll double your money. We call them your money gamblers.
From nowhere, these guys appeared to me and said, listen, don't worry. If you give us that money, we'll make you get richer than your brother. You don't know what your brother is doing. You think he's doing oil and gas? No, this things you do, but people making him rich. So you become richer than your brother. Wow. I said, really? Good at 10. I decided to use my money for the visa to go and double. So I can become richer than my brother. I was already, I was already planning how to buy a Mercedes. I'm going to teach my brother how to make money.
Yeah.
Because my brother was already driving Mercedes and cars at that time. Can't you believe?
Yeah,
I was already,
yeah.
okay, I'm going to teach my brother today how to make money, right?
Yeah.
He thinks he's rich. I'm going to tell him.
Yeah.
So I gave them the money. I think about 1,000 of our naira at that time.
Yeah.
Oh, the guys were so excited. I didn't see my money. My money was gone.
To this day.
And so on this day, this guy took me to a place and said, just sit here. We're going to prepare your market for you. They call it market.
Yeah.
We're going to prepare your market for you. Then I'm going to give you this money. But don't forget, at the first time, they gave me some little notes to go and change.
Yes.
Go and try this money so you'll be sure that the money we're giving you is real, it's not fake.
Yeah.
I went to the market to buy a few things. And of course, it was good money, supposedly.
Yeah.
It was good money, supposedly.
Yeah.
So I went with these guys at the last count to go and collect my market,
Yeah.
as it's called. My brother. The last I heard was somebody screaming and shouting that police has arrested him, bringing the market. Everybody should run away, that the police is coming to arrest everybody. The guys scampered, and then I scampered one side, and that was how they discharged me.
Wow.
I lost my money.
And did you go back to your father to ask
I
for
went to
more
my,
money?
I was devastated. I didn't know what to tell my brother. I didn't know what to say. So information got to my brother somehow, and my brother called my dad. My dad came. My dad came, a man of wisdom. He said to me, my friend, the only one word he said, you are stupid. Somebody said, give me 1 naira. Let me give you 2 naira. Don't you think? You should have told the person, why not make yourself rich? Why make me rich before you? Why don't you double the money and make the money yourself?
The life of a philanthropist, the life of an entrepreneur, the life of the man who is now the CEO of the Baywood Group that we now know in Nigeria. What a story. Emperor, proceed.
So...
Your father says you're stupid.
My father said, you're stupid. My friend, you're stupid. He didn't smack me. He didn't beat me. He didn't scold me as much. But my friend, you're stupid. You want to double money, right?
Yeah.
So the person loves you more than himself. Should have doubled the money and make the money himself. It's stuck here. And that's what I go to everywhere. Man, when you're making a business proposal to me, I'm looking at you. Till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Till tomorrow. It's like my sixth sense. I will always remember that word. You're stupid. So, anyway, so he became a guide, and he set the tone for who I am in business. Then I went to school eventually to Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia is, of course, Soviet Union and all this Republic of Russia.
Of all the places, you went to the US and you ended up in Yugoslavia.
I didn't go to the US eventually. I ended up in Yugoslavia.
Yeah.
Of course, before I worked a little bit with my uncle again, who had one of the biggest construction industries in my state. So I assisted his the quantity surveyor, who was then in charge of his company, you know, in charge of cost estimation, cost valuation, and cost evaluations. You know, so I gathered a bit of experience working with them as an intern, because that's one thing again you have to intern. I believe in intern a lot, because if you do intern, that will stimulate your appetite and your skill and interest in everything.
Yeah.
So doing that job as an intern, you know, sharpened my appetite and the skill to want to study it. So I eventually went to Yugoslavia to do to study quantity surveyor. I was there until the war broke out, you know. Anyway, so we lost it. I came back to Nigeria in 1987. Okay. And that's the beginning of Baywood Group.
Wow. Let's talk about Baywood Group after this break. We're going to take another break, and when we come back, Emperor Baywood is going to be telling us about the Baywood Group. What really happened? How did it start? You've already gotten some part of the story of it is not easy to make it in life, and he's made it. So the question is, are you ready? The CEO Bench brings you people who shares their story of where they have come from, where they are going. If they're on the top and they're coming down, what lesson do we pick from there? If they're down and going up, what lesson should we pick from them? What are the lessons that we can pick from there and we can use for ourselves? Stay right there, I'll be right back after this break. This is the CEO Bench.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
My name is Ronnie Abasa, and I'm here in the fix to fix 4 things about Uganda. Number 1. Talk like a Ugandan. This is Uganda. What does that really mean? If I'm in the parking lot and you are paid as a security guard to watch over my car, then I'm not going to have to pay you an extra to do your job. Do your job, let me do mine. Number 1. Number 2. Why do Ugandans use the word million in plural? The dig it before million is what makes it plural. So you don't say 2 million. 2 millions, 3 millions, 4 millions. It's million, okay? Million. 3. You have a nice fancy car, Mpenkoni, Mercedes Benz, whatever it is, and you are busy littering, opening your window and throwing garbage, sugarcane pills, maize cobs. Who sent you? Who bewitched you? Where do you come from? All right? And last but not least, these Ugandan proverbs. I hear, I'm expecting some money, I will pay you next week. The Bible says, let your yea be a yea and your nay be a nay. Full stop. These stories of, I'm expecting some money, I'm expecting a call which didn't come through, that needs to change. My name is Ronnie Abasa, and I just fixed you.
Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life. Socially, I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Because when you see me, you will imagine that, you will just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working, and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right. Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Welcome back to the program. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and my guest on the program today is a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, a social activist, is the man who speaks life to youth, Emperor Baywood. Welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
Let's talk about Baywood. You had gambled your school fees already, and yes, through gambling. So we know that every child almost across the African continent has fallen trap of that story of we'll make you rich, we'll make you make some more money, give us your school fees. Now we all fall in that. But let's move past that and then go to the straight of what is Baywood and how did you come up with Baywood? Let's pick it up from there.
Okay, so thank you very much, Eddie. I'm glad to be here again, and it's nice. I love what you're doing, and just keep it up.
Thank you.
First of all, my name is Chris Baywood. My middle name is Baywood. Yeah. Okay, the Baywood was derived from, again, my father, having worked in construction industry, worked with a couple of white guys, you know, as his colleagues, you know, from coal to construction. So he's a man with diverse view of everything. He did agro, you know, what he was doing, farming. From farming, he went coal mining, he returned back to construction industry. And he grew from there until he retired, and then, of course, lived his life, and we took over from where he stopped, right? So Baywood is a name he gave to me because of relationship he had with some of his colleagues, you know, those days in working with Michelletti and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I love the way the name resonates for me, you know what I'm saying? So when I decided to register a company, Baywood came very strong. And then the Continental, originally was Continental, Baywood Continental. Because my friend had a company called Gillis Continental. And I love the way it sounds. I like the vowel, Continental. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of guys register companies in Nigeria and say,
yeah.
so Nigerian Limited. You know, I'm a guy with different, I mean, I'm very stylish, you know, I do my thing.
Yeah.
People do so and
we can see it right now.
Yes,
yeah.
You know, a lot of companies will say, oh, so and Sons Nigerian Limited, so and Sons West African Limited. And I said, no, I don't want all these names. They sound very archaic and local.
Yeah.
So let me go international. So I said, Baywood Continental. Can't you understand?
Yeah, I don't understand.
And the service is something in a name.
Yeah.
This name, Baywood,
yeah,
just that name,
yeah,
gave me a lot of mileage and leverage in doing my business.
Wow.
Yeah, I can tell you, yes. So Baywood was born, and Baywood was born to do every business, regardless of what, you know. You just want to do business, right?
Yeah.
So we did trading to, from trading to supermarket. I remember we ran a supermarket. We did trading from Japan, from China, no, not China, Hong Kong then, Thailand, bringing air conditioners, you know, refrigerators. Me and my wife, you know, my wife is, she comes from a background of, you know, business-oriented family. And her community, her state now is called Anambra State. And they are predominantly business people, right? And I tell you one thing about Anambra State, sorry. Anambra in Nigeria, that they have the largest concentration of per individual wealth in Nigeria.
Wow.
Yes. The largest concentration in the whole country per individual wealth. Almost everybody, one family has a wealthy person. They are also educated. Don't take it away from them. The Ojukus of this world, the deeds of that world. You know, the Ojuku that led the Biafran War is from Anambra State. His father was one of the biggest moguls, pre-colonial. So, anyway, so a combination of myself and my wife, we did quite a lot, you know, very supportive woman, I can tell you. So, from there, from trading to, you know, let's get to corporate.
Yeah.
And the Baywood was now born with a formal office, because that time we're just importing items from, you know, from Hong Kong, Thailand, UK, anything I go. So we're just importing and selling, from baby products to air conditioning, to refrigerators, to cars, to what have you. We did quite a lot of things, you know, trying to survive. And then, of course, from there, somebody said to me, but your brothers are in this industry.
Oil and gas.
Oil and gas. Go to them. What do you mean? Go to them. Take a cue from what they're doing. So I went to one of my cousins, I know, who, big time, you know, big time. I'm telling you, big time. In those early days, they're already doing business of $30 million and above. Imagine, $30 million and above. At that time, my God. Just opposite today, it's well over maybe $300 million, $400 million. That's it is.
Just a moment. So when did you incorporate Baywood? When did it come? 1989. So correct. The $30 million we're talking about, your brothers, was 1989.
Pre-1989, they're already doing business of over $30 million.
Proceed.
You know what I'm saying? They were living large.
Yeah.
These guys were in charge.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I went to my cousin and I said, listen, this is what I want to do. And we just signed an MOU to use his facility. Because to be in this industry, you have to show that you have competence and you have the capacity, both financial and technical, you know. That's when we started inching into oil and gas. So, of course, I had an arrangement with my brother who runs a company called Funktai Limited. Funktai is a name borrowed from Korea, because he does a lot of business with Koreans and Chinese people. He had a major project that time that they partnered with Chinese guys and I think Korean guys. And when they were done, he adopted the name Funktai, you know, and it's still a very big name to reckon with today in Nigeria when you talk about construction and dredging and what have you. So we got into a quasi-partnership. Quasi in the sense that the equipment were available to me. He gave me an MOU that I could use any of the tools he wanted and I wanted to use, because that's what the IOCs want to see. It's not that, oh, I have them, because they're going to inspect what
so
you
the
have.
IOC being the International Oil Corporation.
International Oil Corporations.
Yes.
Yeah, oil companies. You know. So I started with that. The first I had was security contract to do installation for the then Minister of Petroleum. It was a big deal. It was a big deal, man. Getting into NNPC database, that is what it means. Because that time I was in NNPC database. Okay? So I was just trading and doing other things, but not in corporate world. Don't forget. So the day I was paid, the day Baywood was paid by NNPC, almost, I think I laminated the payment. I laminated the payment instruction.
Yes, it's back that one on the scene. Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh,
so that was your first payment.
That was the first payment.
Like
I can't remember what that payment was, like maybe about 50,000 or 500,000 to do installation. And I'm like, wow.
Dollars or naira?
Dollars. My man, I'm not dealing naira. I'm dealing. I suddenly realized I can make money in dollars. Don't you understand how sweet it sounds, right?
Yes.
Like I said, I laminated the payment instruction. Wow. That was the spore.
Wow.
Okay. So
and that's a turning point.
That was a turning point. I said, okay, so I can do this. So I started, I was virtually everywhere. Civil construction, ICT. Then the next one I had again was to do LAN, local area network. For the same NNPC. Like, wow. So things are turning around, right? Got into construction, did a lot of civil construction for NNPC again. NNPC stands for Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. So, for records. So just like you have Ugandan National Oil Company here. So Wow. And Baywood was becoming a name.
Baywood was becoming Baywood.
Yes, Baywood was
becoming Baywood.
And that's why I said there's always something in a name.
Yeah.
Make no mistakes about it.
Yeah.
First of all, each time Baywood presents the business card or whatever, first thing, it's an international company.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Not Ikechukwu and Sons, Nigeria Limited.
So the naming matters.
Oh my God. Better be careful with selecting names, right? Yeah. So, that name was a door opener to me, for me. And that continued until I met a guy, the same guy who said to me, babe, why don't you talk to your brothers? Come on, man, your brothers are in this business. Why don't? So the guy said to me one day, do you know a department called NAPIMS? NAPIMS is an acronym.
Yes.
It stands for National Petroleum Investment Management Services.
National Petroleum Investment Management Services.
That is a subsidiary of the NNPC.
Yes.
These are the guys that deal with the upstream oil and gas in Nigeria.
Well, we're talking about this now. We're talking about real money here.
We're talking
we're
about
talking about
real
serious
money.
now. We're talking about serious business.
We're talking about mega money. Mega money.
Yeah.
I said, no, I don't know. He said, okay, I'm going to direct you to that place. You see, one thing I can tell you, once you get started in something, from one, you learn to the other. From the other, you learn to the other. Referrals, discussions, and stuff like that. Provided always you keep track and get focused. Just remain there. Remain there.
Yeah.
So this guy said, do you know so? I said, no. He gave me a name to talk to when I get there. And I got there and I said to the guy, the guy said, no, okay. We are not in charge of this particular area you want to get into.
Yeah.
He gave me another name. When I got there, we introduced ourselves and we talked about our schools. Lo and behold, the guy is my alma mater. Same school, but we didn't meet ourselves. Okay.
The same military school.
The same military school.
Yes.
Quasi military, not quasi military. You know what I'm saying? So we bonded immediately.
Yeah.
He said, I'm going to give you all the support. I'm going to give you all the support. I'm going to give you all the support. Do you have this? Do you have that? Do you have to? So he gave me like what we call in Nigeria expo. Expo is a common parlance we use when you are being foretold of something ahead.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
I want you to say that in Nigeria.
Expo.
How you say it in Nigeria? In a Nigeria, how a typical Nigeria would say it?
I don't have a typical language for it. But expo, if you understand what the expo, I'm giving you expo. Expo means I'm giving you information that you shouldn't know.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that I can help
It has
you.
not come from me, but yes, you use this information.
Yeah,
right
you can't go and say, I got this expo from. No. Yeah. It's not supposed to be known.
Yeah.
Okay. But this is coming from some guy who wants to help you. My dear, when I saw the money, when I saw the contract, award $50 million, award $100 million, award $200 million, and I paused a little while and said, these guys, can I do this? I said, why not? They don't have two heads. They don't have two heads. So for me, it's another turning point. And the rest is history. And the Baywood began to grow from there, made so many, took bold steps, made successes out of them. And when we grew the Baywood Continental, Baywood began to, grow other branches, okay? Because we, as a company, we are focused on facilities. We call it from cradle to grave. From cradle to grave is anything in the oil industry we can construct. From building, from the moment you poured your oil, from your first oil, because we are not drillers. Yeah. The drillers are the guys that will go first, or they have the seismic guys. The seismic guys will go first and get do a data acquisition, and from data acquisition they have guys who will now go and begin to drill. From drill, the moment you get your oil, from there until you export, this is our business.
Wow.
Yes. So
this is Baywood.
This is Baywood
business.
Continental. This is our business.
Yeah.
We design, we build, and we procure everything that has to do from the point you get your oil to the point where you export your oil. In other words, we construct the pipeline, we design the pipelines, we design all facilities that will make the oil produce, and we take it to the terminals. And we build the terminals, we build everything, other appurtenances that have to be in the terminals to store the oil, to export the oil. Then of course we do every other thing that has to do with maintaining the facilities, because one thing that they do and do pretty well in the oil and gas industry is optimal maintenance, preventive, not reactive. They do preventive. So you can have a facility that will last you for 100 years because you continuously do preventive and planned maintenance.
Yeah.
This is our core area
Yeah.
for Baywood.
Yeah.
And then from there, of course, Baywood gave birth to better other companies. We have the aviation company called TAL Aviation. We operated in Nigeria, operated helicopters until pandemic. With pandemic, of course, most airlines and aviators suffered. Yeah. Okay, we have the engineering arm called High Tech. So the High Tech does all the engineering activities, both feed, pre-feed, and detailed engineering. And of course, we have the exploration arm called, then it used to be called Baywood Exploration and Production. But with the turnaround of things, the so-called talk about exit from fossil fuel to clean energy and doing the renewable energy. So we changed from Baywood Exploration and Production, so it doesn't look a bit restrictive, to Baywood Energy Development. So, and of course, energy is still, oil and gas is still part of energy, but we just don't want to make it look restricted that when you see our company, you think we're just doing exploration and production only.
We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Chris Baywood will be telling us a little bit more about what it's like to be the CEO and the president of the group. Obviously, we're talking about some large amount of money. He said the gallons and the gallons of money. That's what he says it. And we want to know, what does that mean to manage that kind of business, to manage a multinational business at that level, internationally in Nigeria. These guys are not playing games. These are big boys. Stay right there. We'll be right back after this break. It is a CEO Bench. Welcome back to the program where we get to discuss change management, leadership, and transformation. We're now going to that part of, transformation. We've talked about, leadership. You've had the story of leadership of, Emperor Chris Baywood, eBay. And we're going to that moment where we talked about change management, or we're going to talk about change management. We've been talking about it already. We're going to wind up that, and we'll get into, the transformation. How does Baywood as a company, change lives of people? And how is this whole thing of, being a social activist and being a youth empowerment person, what change? How is it that a person of his caliber is beginning to push down here, yet is supposed to be talking about big things, Stay right there, okay? We're going to bring back, Emperor Chris Baywood. Welcome back to the program. What a fascinating story and journey so far that you've had in your life. And you talked about this. I want to know, what is it like to be the president and the CEO of Baywood Continental, Baywood Group, and all these things going on? How do you manage?
First of all, is determination and purposefulness. I like to use the word purposefulness because you have to be very purposeful in life to succeed. Yeah. Another word for it is got to be deliberate, to succeed, no matter what. And being deliberate and purposeful means that you got to stay focused, and you have to have your eye on the ball. Yeah. Eye on the ball, always. So I'm one guy that has always had my eye on the ball, and what's that ball? To succeed. Make a success, not minding the challenges. Of course, Baywood Continental didn't just get to become Baywood Continental without challenges, or Baywood Group without challenges. We have had enormous challenges that, for the faint-hearted, would have chickened out. Yeah. Right? Making money is not for the lily-livered. Making money is it's not for the faint-hearted. You have to have a very strong will to weather the storm, because it comes with a lot of storm. Yeah. Right? It's not a walk in the park. If it's a walk in the park, it would have been like the normal proverb would say, if wishes were horses. If
wishes were horses, yes.
Beggars would do what? Would
Yeah.
ride.
Yeah.
So I can recall my very two experiences that, again, transformed Baywood. It couldn't have been without those things. Number one was my first project with Shell. Don't forget, I migrated from NNPC, right, as a service provider, to now I'm going to work for the IOCs. Different animal.
Different ball game.
Different ball game, man, because the IOCs, they take no prisoner, right? They take no prisoner, man. And in those early days, we were the guinea pigs, of course. In the oil and gas industry in Nigeria, there was no local content. Most countries never were practicing anything local content. It was exclusive of the multinationals. They come there, do their business, and of course, get in, get out, all right? No much of investment. So some of the local practitioners were one of the early callers in that industry. First, it comes with a very big price. Always a price you pay. And when you want to pay that price, it's very painful, right? Yeah. So I think one of our first project about 1993 with the IOC, if I'm correct, was about $5 million. Very excited, man. $5 million.
From 50 million to 100,000 to 5 million.
Yes, dollars.
From 50,000.
Dollars.
Yes, dollars to now
millions
to 5 million.
Before,
yes.
You know, we did quite a lot of projects with NNPC there, you know, maybe 30 million, you know, 10 million, but it's not compared to $5 million.
$5 million to $500 million.
$5 million, initial money, initial award, first award from IOC, $5 million in 1993, my brother. It's like David, what do you call it, what do you call this short guy that is a film producer? He said, money stinks, but he loves the smell.
Yeah.
Danny DeVito.
Yeah, Danny DeVito. Yeah, he said money stinks when it lost its smell. It means you
said money is the only thing that stinks, but he loves the smell. So for me, big money is what gives me a kick. When I hear big money, I'm like, huh? What can I do to make it?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So we got a project down the line, we lost the contract.
How did you lose the contract?
Euphoria of a young man getting into a big project and not doing planning very well in accordance with the expectations of your clients, which now happen to be IOCs. Okay, procedures, processes, quality, standard, specifications, and any little thing can cost you a project. More so, don't forget, there was no local content. So you're on your own. As a matter of fact, the first thing they do when you show up as a local company before these other companies, you say, no, they don't want you. So it's local content that has made it look like, oh, okay, we are in charge. Okay, but it's good for the country.
Yeah.
You know. So we lost the project, but that was another turning point. Several turning points. You know, you have to learn these things.
Yeah.
The turning point is that the IOC said, listen, guys. Well, of course, I went to the regulators of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria at the time, and I complained that this is what happened. I don't think it was right for them to have taken my project. As God may have it, God is kind, you know what I'm saying? So, and everything we do in life, God must take preeminence, and God first. So I had, in between, I had another project coming up from within the same client. But the client was so particular about this particular one, they cancelled.
Yeah.
I think they had an interest. Let me put it this way. I think that's an interest.
Yeah.
They needed that contract. And they didn't expect that when they went to tender, that the Nigerian company would win.
Okay.
So, coming from a nowhere.
To a somewhere.
To a somewhere.
Yeah.
Relatively unknown. I think I'd ruffle feathers. I'd ruffle feathers, right?
Wow.
So, a booby trap was set.
Yeah.
You know, these guys are more they're more systemic than us.
Yeah, systemic in nature and approach. Yeah,
and they're process driven. It set up a trap, and I fell into it. Point of no return. Okay, how do we negotiate out? The regulator said, okay, if you must take this one, you have to let these guys do this other one.
Yes.
But they were not ready to let us be in the system any longer.
Because you're becoming more and more
a threat.
Yes, yes.
So, first option is out of the system. But again, that's when you have strong regulators. They were very firm and said, no, this guy is not going to be out of the system. If you think they have done something and they have not done something right, put them right. Let them do it and do it well. So we're given the option to get restructured. And you know, as a young businessman,
restructure the contract.
They would.
Okay, restructure the company, not restructure the contract.
It must be a structured company.
Yeah.
Not just one, because they see Baywood then as one-man business. Which is what happens to a lot of us in Africa.
Yeah.
It's just about me, right?
Yeah.
And that's why we don't grow.
Yeah.
If you have to grow.
And that right there is a lesson, is what we're saying to us.
Say again?
Is that right there is a lesson you're trying to share with us?
A big one. So what the point here is, we have to let go from the company. We have to create a structure that separates us, me or you, from the company. So because at that time it was me. What do I mean by that? I was the general manager, I was the managing director, I was the CFO, I was the accountant, I was more or less the admin officer. So the check was in my pocket.
Yeah.
Before that time, okay? So I write check, I approve check, I get cash, I dispense of cash, and blah, blah, blah. That's not the way, so you never get anywhere. And that's how our fathers operated. Because it's just about them, so they never go beyond the limit, okay? If you can't, the only way for you to go from where you are is to bring more brains.
Yes.
If you bring more brains, then it will increase the capacity of what you have, all right? And you have to let go. So, okay, that was done. They suggested, well, they didn't suggest, they said we should identify business process companies.
Yeah.
They will come and audit. We did. We appointed one. They audited Baywood. One thing they said is, first of all, please, sir, Chris Baywood is an individual. One hand. Baywood Contender is a company, right? So you have to place yourself on the right salary. And appoint certain positions, created certain positions. That we did, and we began to run. So the company readmitted us back. The IOC readmitted us back by that singular action that we restructured. They came, before the readmission, they had to come and assess the work done so far by the company, by the independent company. And they found that, yes, we have put in processes in place, we have put structures in place, and they have to see the individuals. It's not just creating the boxes. And
filling the boxes without, yes.
So that we did. And then, of course, the next is history. And Baywood began to run based on those structures. And, every day, we had, that's what they call continuous improvement in your process. Process improvement, structure improvement. Of course, we grew to become ISO certified, and we grew to eventually from ISO certified, being local ISO certified company. Then it was SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, that certified us. From there, we moved to Bureau Veritas as an international certification body to certify Baywood. And ever since then, we've been running as a very well-run organization with different departments and different people manning it. So I can afford, just like that I've been here now going to 1 month, the company is running without me. All right, yes, I have my level of approval. When it gets to the point where I have to approve, information is filtered to me. When it's necessary to copy me in any communication, I am copied. Otherwise, people do their business based on work schedules and how the work breakdown structure, we call it, has been assigned to them. So, and they feed in. I have people who report to me, they have people who report to them. It's bottom down and top down, okay? Yeah, so whenever it's necessary, they report to you. Where it's not necessary, okay, so they run their bank, they run the financials, they run everything. I'm not here.
That said, Emperor Chris Baywood, we wanted to speak from there. You talked about the challenge And how did you outcome the challenge of the big loss that you made?
Saving grace I had at that time was, okay, I had another project that was coming up, and that project cushioned the losses for that one. But then again, another big challenge that I had again that strengthened Baywood was I had another project, and I think it's that same pipeline project that was coming up at the time I was losing this. Oh God, multiple chain reactions, yes. That project came up, I took that project, down the line, we were caught up in the crisis in the Niger Delta. Because Niger Delta region is where you have the major oil production activities, in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So our operations pretty much revolves around Niger Delta, right? Whether it's in Port Harcourt, in Cross River State, Akwa Ibom, or Delta State, as it's called, but they're all called the, Niger Delta. This is where you have the large concentration of oil activities in Nigeria. Yeah. So, but this particular incident happened in Warri. Warri is located in Delta State, all right? So we were in charge of the western region of certain IOCs doing the pipelines and stuff like that. But during this period, there was a whole lot of crisis within the region, between communal clashes, I would say. They engage in a lot of communal crises that engulf the state, and some of us were caught in the crossfire, because we were down in the creeks, doing those projects. We were caught in the crossfire, where we lost a lot of our equipment. They were burnt down, some were thrown overboard into the water, and we had borrowed a lot of money from the bank that time, a bank called Citizens Bank, then borrowed a lot of money to do that project. That's one hell of a challenge I had in my life, again, as a businessman, which I don't see in a lot of people here in Uganda. They want to make money, but I don't think they want to carry on when they have challenges. They chicken out, But Nigerians, we know how to shrug it off. We know how to manage our situation.
Yeah.
So I had borrowed money from that bank to do that project. I think about 100-something million at the time. Yeah. The 100-something million at the time was almost equivalent to $100 million.
That's 160 million naira.
100-something million at the time.
Yes.
Because it was almost 90.900 to $1, in those early days. So.
And what was the rate at which you borrowed the money per annum?
40%.
Wow.
Where in the world can you operate with 40%?
Only at Chris Baywood.
It's not about Chris Berry, it's about, that was the exchange, the interest rate regime and policy within the country at the time. Yeah. But what I mean is, my dear brother, it's, how do I call it? It's so draconian.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's a draconian law, kind of.
But that's the best they could offer. Yeah. And we call them the new generation banks that time. Those guys were sharks. Those guys don't care a huge about you. They were just living large.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how they got their money. They set up banks, small banks here and there, and they're ready to fleece you, And then exchange rate, interest rate in Nigeria at that time was were the mercy of the bankers. Yeah. So we had this thing upon the challenges that I had. So the interest rate ballooned the loan, and at the point I think it was almost $1 billion naira, my dear. At the time. $1 billion naira at the time in Nigeria at the time is almost like $900–800 million.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, of course, a lot of failed bank facilities.
Yeah.
Of course, where would it not fail?
Yeah.
40%.
40% is quite a huge.
Yeah. What business are you going to do with a 40% interest?
Yeah.
There were a lot of loan defaulters that the banks were going on as well, because when you don't pay your loan, and this one don't pay his loan, or that one don't pay their loan, of course the banks will not survive. Yeah. So I think Central Bank came up with a policy to recover the debts. And then, of course, one of such policies was to publish the names of debtors.
Lo and behold, the one and only Emperor Chris Baywood, eBay.
We had lost so much money. I think my loan position stood at about $1 billion naira at that time with that bank. And our name was published as one of the largest or the biggest debtors. I think either number 1 or number 2 at the time. My dear brother, I was not in the country when it happened.
Had you taken off, or you just gone?
No. I went out. I didn't know. One of these business trips. I think I was in India. I think I had a meeting with a partner. I was at the time prospecting to work with us in Nigeria. And our name, Baywood Continental, was listed among in Nigerian newspapers. My God, as one of the largest debtors of that bank, to that bank. You know, my office, my workers, they were dead before me. they were dead before me. You know,
I mean, it's all natural.
Yeah,
when
you
the
know,
news come like that. You don't know what
out
next,
of love,
yeah,
out of compassion and
Yeah.
everything, they didn't know what to do. So they called me and said, "Sir, this is what is going on in Nigeria. Please don't come back," because they had set EFCC against the loan defaulters. EFCC is Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, set up by federal government of Nigeria, not primarily to hunt down loan defaulters, but against economic saboteurs,
Yes,
right?
yes.
In any form or shape.
Yeah.
And of course, in this regard, we have been classified as economic saboteurs because we're owing banks, okay? But you know what?
Yeah.
It's just owing supposedly a superfluous money.
Yeah.
This is the way I describe it. It's superfluous because how do I mean superfluous? I didn't borrow 600 million naira. I didn't borrow 800 million naira.
I borrowed less than this.
I borrowed far less than this.
Yes, and
but
it is
because
your
of the interest
rate.
accumulation and
Yeah.
what they call compound rate, compound interest,
yeah.
default charges,
Yes,
blah
yes.
blah blah. Before you know it, it ballooned. Then I told my staff who called me, I said, "Why shouldn't I come back? I have not defrauded anybody. This is legitimate business. We are a corporate organization. We have not taken anybody's money illegally. So why should I not come back to Nigeria? And I don't think EFCC should arrest me because I've not defrauded anybody. Neither have I defrauded the federal government of Nigeria. Yeah. Okay? And so this we can discuss." I said, "Sir, please don't come back." I went against that.
And you went back to Nigeria.
I ruled against. I came back to Nigeria. Of course, I was not arrested. Lo and behold, this bank had appointed an attorney to go to court and start a process of wind up of the company, Baywood Continental.
Wow.
Yes. That means they're going to appoint receiver manager. Receiver manager means you are bankrupt, you are insolvent.
Yeah, so
Do you understand what I'm saying? You're going to receivership, right?
Yeah.
My God, that was the toughest moment. That's it. And I never wanted to lose my name, because if you go through such process, you never operate with that name any longer. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You can't do business again with Baywood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unless you do.
You find a way out.
You find a way out. So it was a major concern to me. And okay, on another thought, I said, okay, let me have a meeting with the bank before we go through that process. I went to the bank, had a meeting with the bank ED, and I told the ED, "Listen, guys, I mean, we need to do something about this. I didn't borrow this money, and I don't know why I have to be in this list. I think it's not very good. Something has to be done." And they said, "No, you have to pay down, or you have to pay some money before you go into any negotiation." I said, I don't have the money to pay. I was very determined. But one thing that occurred to me is that in the worst case scenario, actually, I was going to declare bankruptcy.
In which case they would not get their money.
In this case, I don't. So I looked at this guy and I said, "Excuse me, sir, are you aware that the so-called money I'm owing you, they're all paper money? I don't owe you this money. Technically, we don't owe this money. It's just paper money. So best thing for us would be to negotiate and let's find a way and make a win-win situation so that we find a way to pay the money."
This is between the bank and Baywood Continental.
Correct. It's between the bank and Baywood Continental. Finally, I think they saw the reasoning with me. The sense of reasoning came into them, and we discussed. And it was pruned down to about 600 million naira. We had a haircut down to 600, from almost 1 billion to 600 million.
Yes.
And with that, we were able to start making payments. So I entered into payment plan with the lawyer who they had appointed, who had gone to court to start that winding process. So we entered into negotiation with them. And of course, EFCC eventually invited me. We had a meeting with them in the bank, together with bankers, and they said, "Listen, I don't owe this money. This is how much I owe, and this is the way we plan to pay it."
Yeah.
and I was set free. I mean, I didn't go to go behind bars because of that, or detained by EFCC, because there was a clear understanding, a clear plan to how to make
Yeah. Emperor, we always don't hear this part, but when you're talking about this story, I can see you become more emotional. It takes you back to the day it happened. You know, as a CEO and president, I still see that a lot when you try to recount the story. Many of them don't make it alive. We have had such situation in Uganda here where they just die of stress, or they just go to sleep and they don't get up, and then something happened. You know, what are the lessons that we can pick from here? What can we learn from you right now? For all the CEOs who are watching this CEO program from all across the world, you've been caught in a situation like Emperor Baywood is talking about with your company. How do you pull out of it? You know, how do you get out of it? What are the things that you need to do to get out of it? You are a CEO up on the top, or you are a CEO going to the top? You know, how do you get out of this situation? What are the lessons that we can pick from here? We want you to write us comments. Kisses and disses are all welcome. And of course, we will have, April Bay would write back and, you know, some of those comment sections to give us, you know, a thing or two. And if you're young and you're building, this is quite a journey for you to pick. It's a journey of patience.
Yeah, truly a journey of patience. You know, you have to believe in yourself. That's number one. Number two, you have to be very confident. And you just have to have the spirit of can-do attitude. Again, let me put it this way. Yes, I know the banks are there. They want to collect as much money as they could. But you know what? They will always say, we're not in the business to sell your property.
Yeah.
We are not real estate owners or managers. We are interested in getting our money paid. Yeah. So you can, most times you enter you schedule your debt. Even countries with IMF, especially African countries, they always reschedule their debts, provided you are a going concern. If they kill you, your company, and kill Eddie's company, and kill another person's company, they are not in business anymore.
Yeah, they will never get
So
it.
it's not actually in their best interest to kill anybody's company, all right? But they have to see a willingness to for you to continue to be in business. You have to show that willingness and to pay. You have to have, again, there are two kinds of borrowers. People who really borrow to pay and those who borrow not to pay. Yeah. All right? And if you're amongst those who borrow not to pay, then it's a recipe for failure. Because sooner or later, your business will go into extinction. Yeah. Right? I set out not to allow my company to die because I look at other companies. I look at multinationals, you know, and I ask myself, international organizations, I say, why are we not able to replicate such organizations in Africa? Why do we have to grow and die and fizzle away? When you have companies, they say, established 200 years ago, established 100 years ago. Why can we not do it in Africa? Succession plan, sustainability plan, and the focus of the founder. Yeah. Okay, these things got to come into play. It's a mix, right? I like to see my company being there and outlive me, and outlive my children. It's a legacy. So I pride myself in trying to build a legacy. It's not about how big. It's not about how big. You must not forget, right? Legacy is not about how big, but how you're able to nurture it, to grow and maintain. Yes. So that actually sets you apart from any other one. Wow. So we have grown as a company for over 30 years, and we have maintained the name. We didn't change the name. We have not changed the name, and we don't intend to change the name because it's a brand that we're very proud of. Yeah. And I do not intend to lose my brand identity. Because my brand identity says it all. If I go to the capital market to raise money, my brand identity also is a lot of brings in a lot of equity.
Yeah, right? That is where your equity is calculated.
And that's where my equity comes. Okay, yeah. I'm a brand identity. If you can't go to Shell today and say Baywood, they say we don't know Baywood. Yeah. You can't go to Total Energy in Nigeria and say Baywood. They say before you talk to 1, 2, 3 departments, at least they know. NNPC, just anywhere we have service. So it's a brand identity. Not only in the corporate world. What about the individuals that know you? What about the people you have come in contact with? Baywood. So it's a brand identity. It's priceless. and I treasure it. And this is one thing that I must tell to those people who are willing to build businesses. You must build your business to maintain your brand identity, right? It's not all about money. Make money, yes, we're all in business to make money, but it must be in business to make money and maintain and sustain your brand identity, because it's one thing that you can't wish away. It's priceless.
Yeah.
It's a treasure.
Yeah.
And this to me, I don't know about others, but to me, it's a treasure. And that's what I tell my children. I say, you must grow to this company. You must treasure this company. Don't mess up with the name, because it's a name that is so dear to my heart, that I hold so dearly.
Wow. Talking of that, Emperor Chris Baywood, as we hasten to the evening of our interview today, I mean, we're talking right here, and I'm sure somebody was watching the show, a young person or a middle-aged person in a corporation or employed, or somebody on a CEO ladder climbing up, or somebody coming down. Obviously, you have a wealth of knowledge. Just shed a light for us on how big is Baywood Group, so that people just understand. You've been throwing figures and talking about 1989. We don't know what the magnitude. I just wanted to point us to the magnitude of the worth of the company and the lessons that we can pick from there, and how this company is transforming lives back in Nigeria and across the world, and where is it located?
I would like to say that in Nigeria oil and gas, in my core area of business, I think we should be among the top 5. All right, in capacity, in experience, and in project portfolio.
Yeah,
I would say we're amongst the top 5, amongst the top 10 indigenous companies. Our project portfolio is large, and in doing that, we try to develop skills in-house. I would say in my structure, I don't have international, except project-based. When it matters most, that I bring international experts. Other than that, we're a fully indigenous company. From top to bottom, we're fully indigenous, providing the services. We bring in international experts, on need basis. And that we have done a couple of times, but they finish their project and they go. In terms of portfolio size, we say that our portfolio is quite large. I just like to keep it that simple.
Can you give us a figure? I mean, it's just, if you don't mind.
We have done projects in hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay?
Hundreds of millions or billions of dollars?
Not billions, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
That I can tell you. Cumulatively, over the time, I think we would have done projects in excess of about $2-3 billion.
Okay.
Over time, cumulatively, either as a solo or joint venture.
Okay. And what's our asset base kind of looking like?
Our asset base is heavy, but these assets depreciate.
Yes.
Right? We have a large armada of assets. All right, construction asset that is really quite very impressive, very, very impressive.
In terms of its portfolio.
In terms of portfolio, don't forget we were in aviation. We had our helicopters.
Yeah.
We operated 4 fleets of helicopters.
Yeah.
AW139. AW is Augusta Westland. Augusta Westland helicopters. We operated pre-COVID, but of course, Nigeria has been hit so much, particularly in oil and gas. Our operation went down because the activities of exploration and production in Nigeria went down so much so that business activities declined. And one of the major hits is aviation, because this operation is done for the IOCs to move people back and forth. And when they reduce their footprint of operation, a lot of things didn't occur any longer, and it's still on, because even as of today, due to the challenges we have in the Niger Delta, due to a lot of what I call oil theft, our production capacity has dropped from about 1.8 million barrels, 1.4 to 1.2, and now it's about 800,000 barrels per day of oil. So most of our activities is more or less, then with the insecurity in Nigeria actually. Activities have tapered down a little bit in Nigeria, that I can say. So our assets are just idling out because we don't have a lot of equipment, we don't have a lot of jobs right now to deploy this asset. Hence, the depreciation, and our looking elsewhere, coming to Uganda, because we know that Uganda has a lot of opportunities today in the oil and gas industry, and they're yet to develop their local capacity. All right, and I'm very happy with the way the Ugandans are going. They're more focused towards partnering with Africans, African companies who have over the years, made their mark in the industry, rather than build their own capacity and train their people. So rather than partner with international organizations, they're rather more inclined to partnering with local companies, Nigerian African-oriented companies, like Baywood, and this is why I'm here, and we're hoping that all things being equal, we may be deploying those armada of idling equipment to Uganda to support the oil and gas activities.
Wow. I want to just bring this. I know you have not answered that, but I wanted to know, in terms of coming to Uganda, when you talk about, you've given out the portfolio in terms of the business, but in terms of the asset base, I know you talked about the depreciation, but just to give us an understanding. Sometime when you're talking, people will be thinking, and we're talking about mandazi, and we're talking about bananas and chips. We're not talking about this. We're talking these things that are different all level altogether. I want to give us that understanding of what the asset portfolio like, just rough.
You mean in terms of value?
Asset value, yeah.
Asset value? Yeah. Well, if you have to buy those assets today,
total as you have,
what we have, you'll be spending close to about $150 million to $200 million to acquire there. Without the helicopters, of course, one helicopter is about $30 million, $35 million. Yes. But of course, we don't own those helicopters anymore because we return them. The beautiful thing about that is that that's what they call wet and dry lease, okay? If you do a wet lease, they will come with all the full complement of crews. Yes. But because we have capacity in-house, Nigeria, so we didn't come with crews. We operated the equipment. But so with the downturn, we didn't have to, have so much idle asset that would be wasted. So we returned back to our lessor, and then that saved us a lot of cost. But initially, it was a lot of exposure to fund the aviation and run the aviation to the extent we did, because aviation is also very capital intensive. And it's one place you cannot cut corners.
All right. As my second to last question to you, as we wind up this interview, it goes to say, assuming you are now in Uganda today, will you help us develop the capacity? Will you help us develop the local talent? For some of this equipment, we're pretty much new into this oil and gas sector, into this oil and gas business. Uganda is a very young child that is coming up, that needs a lot of guidance, and that parents need to think through this whole process very well. But learning from those who have been before us, like you, Nigeria, will that be a possibility for local content, local people, local talent development? And also, how will that transform us, by the way?
Let me go back to what I said. I love the spirit of Ugandans and the government and the regulatory authorities. They're more focused towards Africa, African-oriented companies. Again, and they're looking towards more to Nigeria, because when you talk about oil and gas activity in Africa, Nigeria will come top. All right, we have developed our local capacity. We have developed not only technical, we have developed the financial muscles. We have developed even the skills from the smallest to the biggest. So we come to Uganda with a whole lot of giving back, so to speak.
Yeah.
All we need is simply the support from the authorities of Uganda to either relocate or build an extension of what we have developed in Nigeria here with some reasonability of assurance. What do I mean by reasonability of assurance? You know, every businessman wants to recoup his investment. It would be foolhardy for me to set up here, run my workshops, facilities, staff, people, you know, different cadres without project. Because our money also
not just projects, meaningful
projects.
Yeah.
And our monies don't come cheap, or like our international partner, the counterparts. Say, for example, if you have a UK company coming from UK now to establish in Uganda, he's running on an interest rate of 4%. Right? I'm coming from Nigeria to set up in Uganda. I'm running currently at interest of 22%. So, balance factor. I mean, how far can I sustain? So, the authorities in Uganda got to make conscious effort to want to, you know, make companies like us here to stay. Because in so doing, they will quickly jumpstart the capacity development of their own. Listen, I just have to say it here. Yes, that you want to support only Ugandan companies, supposedly in the true meaning to the letter. Ugandan companies means you have one Edi Okila who has a company, Edi Okila and Sons Limited, blah blah blah, but it doesn't have anybody to support him. He's just an Ugandan. It's okay, give Edi Okila a section of the pipeline to go and construct. It doesn't have the financial muscle. It doesn't have the technical knowledge. They might claim that they have the technical knowledge, but it doesn't have it because it has not. These things are not wishful thinking, all right? It's over the years. The way we are today is not the way we were 20 years ago. There are a lot of lessons learned, because one of the things we have learned again in the course of our business is what I call lessons learned. At the end of every project, you sit down with your client and have what they call lessons learned register. What can I do better? How can I do it better than if I have the opportunity tomorrow? What can I do better to make me a better company? So this has to go on for a long time before you can say, dear killer, yes, if I give him this project, I can go to bed and sleep. He can deliver. Yes, I mean, you want to support your local guys, but you know what? I think a lot of emphasis need to be made to work with, to give companies like us that are coming into Uganda. However, there must be demonstrable, what I can call demonstrable measures and ways of making sure that we transfer technology. And these guys learn, okay? And through, they got to learn, develop, not only technical, develop financial. Because the more you work with me, as either a subcontractor or as a partner, and you get your money and you plow back, that's another thing. You continue to, because if you make this money and do another business, you're not going to grow the business, right? So one of the things that we did as a company is that we grew Baywood for so long, not doing any other business except this, before we began to look elsewhere to diversify. Now we're in technology, okay? We're going into media, we're going into e-commerce, we're going into fintech, and all under one umbrella of what we call, the company called CBI Technology and CBI Digital Media Technology, all right? A combination of all these things is going to set Africa again on another level when it comes to entertainment, financial technology, e-commerce market, and digital media. You couldn't do it when we were just growing, when we didn't have the financial muscle. If you do it, because you need to build the flagship. That's why I call Baywood Content our flagship. All right. Most of these investments that we have made in other companies is coming from Baywood Content. That God may have it. We're not borrowing so much, so we are not really heavily leveraged as a company, right? Because one thing is for certain. Whatever you borrow, you must pay. All right? Whatever you borrow, man, be careful.
We already having that situation in Kampala, in Uganda.
If you don't pay, then you're gone. You're done. So I don't take money that I don't need. Okay? So this is a clear message.
That's a big lesson, eh?
Yeah.
You don't take money that you don't need.
I don't take money that I don't need. You have to be clear in your head that you're going to borrow 100 million naira or 1 billion shillings. What are you using the 1 billion shillings to do? Have you done your numbers? Have you crunched your numbers? Have you done your business case? A lot of people don't do their business case. They just, oh, AD is doing very well here. Let me go join AD. You don't know whether AD has something else that is supporting that one. Because you might think that that business is thriving. Unknown to you, that business is being supported by another business from somewhere. Just like when we were doing the helicopter business. We were not making money. It was supported by Baywood Continental because we didn't have a lot of operation. Okay, so because we were not able to land a big contract with the IOC. So what we started to doing was what we call sport charter. You know, people would come and take us for 1 day, 2 days, 1 week. That's how we were running. We were not making money. We were just waiting in anticipation to land the big project. But it was being supported by Baywood Continental. So, and that's one of the things, when Baywood Continental business began to decline, because of the decline in oil activities in Nigeria, the helicopter operation was affected.
Because it had not yet built to that level.
Because we have not built
to that level, it can stand alone.
Yeah, because, and we have done it for 8 years, waiting for, because these contracts it takes a while to come, all right? And this one service as well we can provide here, the helicopter service, because I see the distance in oil and gas, so I ask myself, who are the operators here? So these are the kind of things that Baywood Group can as well bring to Uganda, because we have had that experience over time in Nigeria.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, Emperor Baywood, you know, a man of many colors. And now we're talking about some really big things here on the CEO bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and before we break, Emperor, we want to go back to the moment you loved so much. When I interacted with you, keep talking about, I'm a social activist, I'm a youth, you know, empowerment driver, leader in Africa. Let's talk about that as we wind up.
Yes, I'm very passionate about that.
Why the youth?
They're the future. I don't care, but they're the future. It's not only in Nigeria, the youth are the future. It's like you have a family, you have children. They are going to take over you. If you insist that your children will remain children as they are, they will revolt. And they can even plan to kill you.
Yeah. And in some incidences, it has happened.
Oh, yes. Yes, in some instances.
We're seeing that in Europe.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. So, I grew up. That's one thing that I'm so passionate about, because one of the things that what drove me into that is, again, philanthropy comes with, there must be something must strike the chord. Something struck the chord for me. And that thing gave way to my philanthropic nature. And I began to preach it, I began to talk about it, I began to say, listen, unless these guys, we're in automation age, right? This time we're in automation age. And one of the studies I did is, why do we have our fathers and our grandfathers still as the dominant players in our political life? Our political lives. Why are they not allowing the young ones to come up? And the world is fast moving away from the old generation to the young generation, but the Africans are still holding it firmly to their chest. And I think it's time that we have to rise up. And I started championing it. I went around Africa. I've been everywhere with my Baywood Foundation, preaching about the youth. I don't call it anymore youth empowerment, investment.
Youth investment.
Yes, you have to invest in your youth. You have to make your youth to be employable, because today, most youths in Africa are not even employable because we believe so much in certificates, right?
Other than substance of skill.
Other than substance of skill.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, without downplaying education, without downplaying educational qualifications like going to universities and everything, but I think we have to, again, consider vocational training, skill training, you know, exposing them to the realities of life, not just stay in the classroom and theorize, okay, and they come out and they look like they are lost, okay, because most of our universities are not equipped to expose them to such realities of the world, okay? Even in the Western world, where you are exposed to a lot of, maybe you have a very well set up laboratories, you have maybe process facilities, but at the end of the day, it's modular. Yeah. It's not natural. Yeah. When you go out there to work, you see that it's a different kind of fish. Yeah. So I think that the way to go for me, one of the things I've been preaching is that we need to get these youths to understand that the future belongs to them, and begin to reorientate their mind. One of the things I try to do very well, is reorientating their mind, their mindset. Because who are their mentors? Who are the people? Who are the people they're looking up to? Politicians. And if you look at the lifestyle of our politicians, it's a bit deceitful. It's not real. It's imaginary. Everybody wants to be a politician. For example, in Nigeria today, if you ask a young kid what they want to be, it's only a politician. Why? Because you see them, the way they spend money, the way they live their lifestyle, the way they do things. But those things don't have base. They have no solid base. Take them out of that political scene, 1 year down the line, you won't like to see them again. So we need to lecture, we need to talk to them and let them understand that it's a reset, mindset reset. Let them understand that even that guy who is living large as a politician, they didn't start yesterday. Honestly, for you to succeed in life, regardless of whatever area you find yourself, time, it has to be, you must have spent a lot of time in doing that before you begin to reap the dividends. The dividends don't come overnight. But you see, because of the values, we have lost our values so much so in Africa. I don't know. I think we have lost our values. So the values today is we want to make money today. Okay, I told you the story of me and my brother.
Yeah.
If my father did not come to reset my value, I would have been gone. I want to be richer than my brother.
Yeah. You wanted to be richer than your brother, who was already rich and you are learning
who's been working, doing business all this time.
Yeah.
And I just came out from school.
Yeah.
And I want to be richer than my brother.
Yeah.
It's not bad to be, my uncle said, it's not bad to be a shoemaker. What is bad is making bad shoes. Do you hear that?
Yeah, yeah, right.
So it's not bad to be ambitious, but it's bad to be over ambitious.
Yes.
You just have to be ambitious for you to succeed in life.
So it's not bad to be a shoemaker?
It's not bad to be a shoemaker. What is bad is making bad shoes.
Bad shoes.
When you are a good shoemaker,
yeah,
you can become a designer shoemaker.
Yeah.
And everybody will come to you and flock to you, right?
Yes.
But when you're a bad shoemaker,
and Emperor Chris,
and everybody want to be like, and everybody will be envious of you.
Yeah, yeah.
But when you're a bad shoemaker, you know what people do? Ah, that man, leave him. He don't know anything what to do. Yeah. He doesn't know what he's doing. Forget him. But when you are now a good shoemaker, you begin to export. Yeah. You become everybody's darling, and people want to emulate you. Yeah. So, I tell you something. It's good to be ambitious, but it's not good to be over ambitious. Wow. Because when you're over ambitious, you might do that one that might land you in jail so quickly. Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
that will be the end of you.
Then that will be the end of you. So it's one step at a time. Johnny Walker. Yeah. Johnny Walker says, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step.
Yeah.
But you know what? That step does not guarantee you are going to reach to that destination.
Yeah.
Continuous working will ensure you get to that stage. So I think that as we grow older, we must encourage our young people, reorientate them, reorientate their values, reset their value set, their value systems.
Yes.
So that they see
the value belief system.
The value belief system, so that they begin to see that there's dignity in labor. A good number of us don't believe anymore in dignity in labor. All right, they just want to. Maybe people trying to, leave the country, either they're crossing one blue ocean or crossing one dry desert to get to the so-called promised land. Who says it's a promised land? So our leaders, again, need to make our environment very conducive for our young ones. Yeah. And then if you don't have any nation without a young people, it's a doomed nation. Yeah. And Africa is so proud to have this young burgeoning population. What do? You have to make conscious effort. Like I keep telling them, we wrote a book, Baywood Foundation. It's called Beyond Rhetoric. And we initiated something called Intern and Return. What do I mean by intern and return? When you train these young lads and give them opportunities to be interns in various locations, okay? And government sets aside what they call internship fund to pay them while they are doing the internship in all spheres of life. That is one sure way to stimulate their knowledge, stimulate their appetite, and begin to see things differently. So, and it's a policy. As a matter of fact, what we ask for in that book is a declaration, affirmative action. We ask for 35% affirmative action across all Africa on youths. And what do I mean by affirmative action on youths? In other words, Here in Uganda, for example, I've seen young women and young people in positions of authority. But so what we advocate for is that this affirmative action needs to be legislated and gazetted and endorsed. As a matter of fact, the African Union, when we met with them, endorsed it, and what they needed was to just meet with the various legislative assemblies across the 54 African nations and see how they can buy into this thing and adopt an internal return initiative. And Baywood Foundation, in partnership with African Union, have promised to put the initial seed money to do such initiatives and kickstart it. And one other way to stimulate the youth, I said, is to have an endowment fund or prize money or prize award for youths across Africa that have achieved in various spheres of life. Because these guys have achieved. Have you identified them? Because when you begin to reward these young ones and appreciate them and consider them as part of the main society, because what is happening today, like if you would see what is going on in Nigeria today, there's almost a youth revolution because they are tired, okay? Because they're not part of the system. They're not meant to be part of the system. These guys have emasculated them from the system. They are taking hold of everything. If you look at throughout the length and breadth of Africa, look at our presidents. They are all in their 80s, okay? Are they more smarter now? No. Are they in tune with the technology? No. Are they thinking about how to move the country, the nation forward or the continent forward? No. Can they be more radical? No. Because we need radicalism in a bit of things we do to change, to reset the continent, okay? I was listening to a program where some young lads in Europe were pushing for Macron to stop the ECOP project in Uganda. What did they know about Africa? So if we have a very united, formidable African Union that can come up with a very big voice and say, listen, can you even keep your money? We don't need your money. We make ourselves, we donate funds and have a pool of funds where we can tap into to develop our natural resources. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So Intern and Return Initiative for African youth is what Baywood Foundation is still advocating, because that's the only way we can put Africa and make them to be a continent to be sought after. We have the smart youth, we have very intelligent youth, we have youth tech savvy. If you come to Nigeria today, one of the things that is raving is tech startups. These tech startups are young ones. 20, 25, 30, coming out with different, genuine ideas. All they need is a little pep, and that's what do you call this little pep? Like what we did in the program with Coca-Cola. The first time that Baywood Foundation ever got grant was Coca-Cola giving us $100,000 to do a program we call Youth ICT and Skill Acquisition Project, YISAP. You can go to our website, Baywood Foundation, and find YISAP, YISAP. What we do was to gather youths from all parts of the state and train them in different skills. Okay? We have certain set skills we train them in those skills, and give them, and then on the final day, they exhibited their skills. They produced those things that they did, they created those things that they did, and it became and displayed their wares in the market, and people bought them, right? But in doing that, we gave them some seed funds.
Yes.
To start off.
Not just saying go and
start
this.
So out of 600 or 1,000 people that were trained in different skills, we selected 100 or 200 people that were given seed money. So this is what I'm saying. In every society, if you don't make such policies and drive those policies down, and it has to be driven by a youth, not when you set up a commission like that, you go and get some guy that's 80 years to manage. No, you got to be a youth of 30 who will drive the stage, because these guys, they're thinking differently from the way we're thinking today, and they're tech savvy. Listen, they can, when even you go agro-based, they can do a lot of things with agro, okay? Deploying technology, deploying skills. We're talking about large-scale farming. They can even do green farming, greenhouse farming. Yeah. And the greenhouse farming, you don't need even a large footprint to do a greenhouse, okay? But you produce as much, and even well-controlled environment. You produce as much healthy fruits and agro-based products than you would have done using massive agro-based. Of course, you need to do mechanized farming. But you know what? Get these guys to buy into the future, and it has to be driven by their own people. And what we're saying about intern and return is that even in National Assembly, wherever you have somebody like a 50-year-old guy, you need to bring someone like a 30-year-old guy to understudy him. Yes. And in understanding him, you're paying him from the internship fund. okay, that thereafter is either he continues with what he is doing as an intern or he goes out. By then he would have made he would have gained knowledge, he would have made contact, he would have had his own network group and all stuff like that. So this is what we're thinking, and this is the way to really, really develop the African youth. And this is what Beirut Foundation is all about, championing for over 17 years. You know, and it's born out of passion. It's born out of speaking, because I know that if you don't have a safe environment, you can be as rich as you are, but if your neighbor is not happy, is not hungry, you are unsafe. So create a safe environment by making sure that people around you, and that's why my role model was Nelson Mandela, and that's why I love his quote. He said, it's not about how long you lived on earth, but how much you have impacted on lives of people. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not about how successful you are. So for me, I think one of the things that I pride myself for is that you don't need to have billions to be a philanthropist, right? I did it, and I found the secret to success. It's giving. And it's not about how much you give. It's about how you're able to get people to have a reset and begin to think differently. So I'm a proponent of that we have to bring our youth forward, both in politics, in all spheres of life, in business, but you need to train them. You need to create funds in everything we do, and we don't carry these young guys along. Someday will come, and they will rise up and get stuff. And you know what? When we had NSAS in Nigeria, and it was in Lagos, I don't know if you read about NSAS.
Yes, yes.
By the special grace of God, I'm one of the bourgeois, right?
Yeah.
In Lagos and Nigeria.
Yeah.
I was so afraid of myself. I was so afraid of everything around me. Because when an eruption like that engulfs, they don't know who is speaking for them. They don't know. It's like you are one of the oppressors. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you can become a target that you shouldn't have been. So why don't we nip this situation on the board before it balloons, okay, and out of control? So there was a lot of destruction, and they were going after the rich people. These rich people. And who are these rich people? It could have been a Baywood who had worked all his life, trying to make money legitimately, not being involved in any scam, not being involved in anything that is illicit, okay? And then even giving back to the society. But my dear brother, when a situation like that occurs,
it's indiscriminatory.
It's indiscriminatory.
Because they're not thinking.
Yeah, they're not thinking. Yeah. Everybody's a target. And I don't want to be that, because I will regret it. So my position is, the earlier we nip the situation on board, the better for everybody. And together we can make Africa forward and move this nation, this continent, to where we expect it to be. We can't do it. We need these guys. But we need to reorientate their values. We need to reset their values, because the values is completely eroded right now. And in doing so, we need to reorientate ourselves again. Our value system is no more.
Ladies and gentlemen, Emperor Chris Bewood Ibe, thank you very much. This has been one of the most powerful interviews that we've done on the CEO bench. And as we depart from here, question, in a second, tell us a joke.
A joke.
A joke that has ever been given about your name, Emperor, and how you reacted to it, if at all. And give us one African proverb from Nigeria.
Well, I don't know. You see, people think that I just woke up and became emperor. That's okay, no problem. But it's a story for another day. But I always tell you, if you want to know about the emperors, that's a book you need to go and read. It's called God, Pope, and Emperor. So you know the origin of emperor. God, Pope, and Emperor. So, one thing about this, it connotes reality, and if you want to be an emperor, you have to live up to it, right? You have to live up to it. So, I think I'm living up to my title, emperor, and I make good to say that unless you visit me in Nigeria, you may not know that I'm a true emperor. And I'm a benevolent emperor, because emperors are known for draconian rules and the Gestapo style of doing things. I am not that one. I'm this benevolent emperor. Emperors don't talk about giving back. So I could better be described as a refined emperor who talks for the people, especially the downtrodden and the young people. So that's what I should be remembered. One of the things I want to be remembered for when I'm gone is how many lives have you touched? It's not how much money I have. No. It's not how much. Are you the biggest billionaire in the world? No. Yes, even if I'm the biggest billionaire, but how much lives have I touched? And that's my prayer, that as God continues to bless us in what we do, we have to leave our footsteps on the sands of times so that I'll be counted amongst those who have to alleviate poverty. I have to touch lives. And you know what it means to shake a young man who never thought that he could come close to you. That's mentorship, right? And they wouldn't touch you unless you get close to them, right? So you must break that barrier so that they come close to you, make yourself available, that they can come and talk to you. Something happened during the conference in Uganda where I participated. A lot of youths came to me, a lot of young ones, because of my contribution. I couldn't just carry on like Emperor Chris Baywood, but I was ready to mingle. I was ready to talk with them. I was ready to impart this knowledge and get them to be to be appreciated. And you know, they felt so happy that this guy, so he's accessible. Just a handshake. How are you? How you doing? What are you doing? Blah blah blah. You know, these things, they go a long way to helping and motivate people. So it's why I am a motivational speaker. Put me on the table there, and I'll teach the young lads how to turn things around.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO bench has come to an end. Edio Killer, Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe, all the way from Enugu State in Nigeria, the federal state of Nigeria. We want to say thank you very much. Until next time, we're saying bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emperor, for coming.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives. Embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community. Keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene. Fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond. Inspiring beautiful minds across the world. Literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Coming up on the show this week, I catch up with my long-term friend, Sylvester Kabombo, a man of great value to the hip-hop industry, the man who is turning around lives of young people and young girls and giving them a positive life and a life to live. And this man has been all over the place, trained so many young people, but also he's transformed his life from being a rapper to almost a philanthropist.
Kyokolanga biganye lemerako abakyagaliza basusse lemerako gumikiriza lemerako tuli balumungo wangudde lemerako kyokolanga byesibye nnyo lemerako n'abatesi beetawula nnyo lemerako gumikiriza lemerako tuli balumungo wangudde lemerako.
Who is Sylvester Kabombo?
Sylvester Kabombo is a rapper from the duo commonly known as Sylvester and Abrams. We've been kicking together for a very long time. As educator, entrepreneur, and so many other freelance, things that might come in. I am a performing artist. Amidst all other stuff I do, I still perform on stage. So wherever there is dime, I try to,
to dip your hand in.
Yeah. Because as you know, so you need more avenues of earning.
You have been in the music industry for a while now. And obviously you come out from the crop of artists who are trying to turn things in the industry around to try and give it meaning. What has the journey been like for you so far?
It hasn't been an easy one. Nothing is really easy. Music is like any other business. You have losses, you have gains, you persist. Of course there are successful stories. You wake up one day and you feel alive, then the next day you're like, I wish I didn't start this, so, those moments when power goes off on stage when you're performing, you're like, oh my God. Then the next day you get a gig, you paid a lot of money. So there are success stories and non-success.
Basically there are lows and highs.
Yeah, they are there. It has been a bumpy ride from way back to now. A lot has changed to support the arts. So many platforms, so many gigs now, so many connections. Then social media, which took over the sector. So many TV stations. So there's so many of everything now. So many artists. Yeah.
Okay. Which you guys didn't have when you were coming up.
Yeah, I mean I might not even take you way back. Just the early 2000s. There were a few stations, a few radio stations. Facebook wasn't there then. MySpace, because I got to know Facebook and MySpace around the mid-2000s. So you can see just close there. If you compare now and just early 2000s, there's a huge difference. Now so many things are done on phone. Your phone has everything, the email, the what.
Yes. It also has everyone.
Yeah, I rarely visit an internet cafe. So all that has changed. Like, the gadgets they have put, almost everything that, in our hands. At times you used to walk a distance, do something. Now you do it, within, your place of comfort. So there is so much that has changed. Of course, for the good and the bad. So yeah.
Okay. Music as a business. Can an artist run music as a business?
It is, because I mean there are many who are really getting paid. They have gigs every week, outside Uganda. Concerts sell. What you can say that is not selling right now, or just a few copies, are the physical CDs. Physical CDs, because people know they can get the music for free. Even if you lock it, people who create these websites are the same who create the apps. So, CDs, yes, you can sell a few copies, you can make copies. I mean, for record keeping, you cannot keep a flash, So you need something that you can put in a shelf at home that is a CD. So, some artists still make them, but there's not so much money you can really get, from physical copies. But downloads now, it's like anything now. Someone can download just one song, two songs, 3 songs. Concerts are still really doing well, even outside Uganda. For someone who buys a physical copy now, in this day and age, just know he really likes to support, and he likes to buy original content from the artist.
I am one of those people who really buy music from the artist.
From the artist. Yes. So anyone who buys a physical copy now in this day and age, just know he loves your music, he loves to support, he likes to buy original stuff.
I come from a background where content is quite key. Do we have content in our music in Uganda?
If you're doing an album, apart from just telling people to party, but trying to inspire them to make the best out of their lives. Yeah, so they are there because sometimes we hit by these situations, the life experiences, as I first said, or people around us, communities. So that music will always be there. There always be music that can make you laugh, can make you party, can make you drink more. Music that can make you spend more.
Yes.
And then that music that will make you spend more, but wisely. Yes. Put something at home. Buy something for your wife. Make her look good. You can have fun, but sometimes mindful of the responsibilities ahead of you. So there will always be everything, but it depends what you dig out. Okay. You as a listener, what do you want to listen to?
long ago echanda mukaka wali olandiro digo bayitanga seka yali mukwata mpola nyonga mukubanjeza enjuta kukaka yes nali mpankisa uwe waka ngomwezi gugwako nga tukyaseka eyo ewamuzeiseka nga tewetugambula okuba kubanja nze nenanca twacacyanca kanyama yake tulya ku kyenca lwali lumu omu kubapangisa yasiwuka empisa olw'engeri gye yeeyisa yaduka ne sente z'obupangisa emyezi 2 teyakwatibwa kisasibwa kisa lwe lwasemba landirodi waffe otukwatibwa ekisa wowe.
Sylvester, how did you cross from just being a rapper to becoming a serious, clothing line and
It started in 2012 actually. I didn't know the direction. I was just printing t-shirts to push my music further.
Yes.
I had a day job and a few performances as an artist. So I wasn't looking for money, but I was like, instead of complaining about airplay, I mean, I think I can do something. So I was like, okay, let me make a few t-shirts and get, song titles, print on them, post online and
promote my music.
Just that. Yes. I didn't start with a business idea and I never knew that it would really get this far. So even the first t-shirts I did were online. You take a picture, you post online, you give it to people. Then some people were like, oh wow, this is nice. How much? Some people bought, a few bought, So that really made me reconsider. I was like, okay, maybe if I produce more t-shirts, maybe it can be a business because already people are interested. And I was just using Facebook, post pictures. So that really, ringed, a bell, In my mind, I was like, I need to sit down and see how far I should take this. So I started getting serious, printed more t-shirts, partnered with the first partnership I did was at Equatorial Mall because I was moving all the time, doing workshops up country. And some people are like, you need to get a point where anytime, any day, people,
come and find it.
Yeah, find your stuff. Because I was on the road, always on the road. So I partnered with a friend of mine at the Equatorial Mall, started putting t-shirts there, started advertising on Facebook, shop, this number, you have to go there. People they got used to it, started buying items there. Then from there I went to Kamu, then from Kamu Plaza to Mavidi's complex where I am now. Yeah.
Wow, well, thank you so much for being a part of the show. And thank you too for being a part of the show. This is Double XL, of course, with Sylvester Kabombo.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, 4 perspectives, embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Mando ya Musa, twesala bukumba sibya Medusa. Tolina kalimu falo liluza, reconnaissance me. Beba producer, got chains on my neck and I'm looking like Kunta. Wanna close, boy I'm a shooter. I'm the boss with a dream like Luther. Namwongo boy, that's the hood I'm coming from and I thought you knew that. Thugs and drug dealers, body mukako, nah. Why do I rap? I rap because I want to talk about stuff that other people don't talk about. I want to inspire people. I want to be the voice to the voiceless. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs, no. Wafuka so mean. In fact, Osinga I mean. Chirabikori half man, half machine. Mununzira bakubuli street. Buri chimwe chicho cha gunpoint. My nigga, tell us the point. Power to the people, tebichakola kubanga nobulula abaniga babubba, ba good cop, baba kuba masasi, our only hope, ne baba kwata, ba MPs, baba kuba kalimo olufu na kalulu nebebaka. Kati temuji kwata ko. This is Leo Rich, rated fresh on XXL. Ruba. Yeah. Leo Rich. Oh yeah. This is Uganda. 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 Hey. Wake up, go look for paper. No money, no power, Mutesa. Talk more and get yourself tear gas. So all we do is look for the pesa. Uganda Zabu, rest in peace Zakayo. I'm from the 256, born with the heart of a lion. Don't talk about Alicia Keys, we got Irene and Desire. Yeah, I think Trump is shit. Yeah, should come see ours. And MPP's on the wall, pays 40K and free he goes. After 20 years of school, you still won't get a decent job. A rich man shoots, then a poor man gets locked up, but not for long. This is Uganda, brother. Ain't nobody gives a fuck. Uganda, 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 my country. Uganda, 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 my country. Oh dear God up in heaven, bless my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh yeah. This is Uganda. 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 Hey. I fell in love with the Rolex. I ain't talking about watches. You don't need a big bando. Only few coins get a mando. Yeah, back Kampala. Chino se chivuga chapafala. Smartphone yakabitu jitwala. Do for the 256 Uganda. Can't touch my flow like a crested train. Dropped out of school, got a different brain. The eyes tell them that my future's faint. You and your stupid as claims. This is Uganda, part of Africa. Do what you wanna. Go to school, read your books, or else smoke marijuana. I don't care what you do as long as wainayotofanya. This is Uganda, this is Uganda, light up your fire. This is Uganda. 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 Uganda, 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 my country. Uganda, 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 my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh yeah.
Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life, socially. I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Because when you see me, you will imagine that, you just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working, and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right. Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
The year 2022, and at exactly 25 minutes past the hour of 11 a.m., we stream to you live and broadcast you live the first ever coffee break show on House of Talent TV. How are you doing? My name is Amoni Muksa, and I welcome you to the coffee break show. Has been your year. I mean, 2020 has not been easy, but 2021, you know, I always try to add up 2020 and 2021 as 1 year. But how is your 2022 starting? My name is Amoni Muksa once again, and I welcome you to the first ever coffee break show on House of Talent TV. Of course, I'm not riding alone today. I'm with my colleague today, the one and only Emma. How are you, man?
I'm okay. How you doing?
Do you also try to confuse 2021 and 2020?
No,
2020 and 2021 as 1 year?
The only problem comes when you're supposed to sign a check and you put 2021. You go to the bank and it bounces.
You know, the year 2019, 2020, and 2021.
Yeah.
They've been like so close like this.
Yeah, just
and
ran
so
through.
fast.
Yeah, they just went really through.
But how are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm okay.
I see you pulled out the leather jacket today, looking good and everything.
African
fresh hair,
black. Black is everything. But how did you start your year, Emma?
My year was, it started okay. I was actually working till about 6 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, so I didn't even cross over to the new year properly. I went home at 6 and just slept.
Really?
Woke up in the afternoon.
So if they ask you what happened, like towards the entering of the new year,
I have
you totally
no
have no
idea.
idea. Anyway, today on this show, we're going to be recapping our events of last year. Like, how was the coffee break show last year? What were the best shows of our show on the coffee break? Me with Emma here, we shall be doing that. Emma, what was your best show on the coffee break last year?
My best show, I think, was the one with Swabra Banks.
Swabra Banks.
Because she was the first lady to come on the show. You know, it had been a situation of we're trying to get ladies, but every time you try to get one, they come up with an excuse on that day. So you have to look for a guy. But when we got into contact with her, she actually came, you know, and there was a lot we learned from that show. For me, it was the best show, actually.
Swabra Banks. By the way, Swabra Banks is watching. Hey, Swabra Banks, thanks for watching House of Talent TV. But to me, the best show that we had here was when we first hosted under Dollar Isaac.
Yeah.
That show was so epic. You know how Isaac can talk from morning up to night, non-stop? We fought with him like to stop him to talk. You know, guy can talk. But the good thing is he knows what he talks about.
Yeah, true.
And our viewers appreciated what he was presenting to them. So that was part of my best show last year. But what are the memorable events that you had during the show?
Which ones can I pick?
Especially Swabra Banks, because you said it was the best part of your show.
First of all, it was good to have a cute person in the studio. We're used to just guys, you know, coming in, but
so guys are not cute,
guys are hot. It changed the vibe. Even the guys on the camera that day, you know, were on their A game.
The guy on the camera was very happy.
He was more happy. But I think the highlights for me were having those guys who came from the UAE, guys who came from Kuwait, you know, because they brought a lot of perspective into our industry here. There's a different way that things are done in the UAE, in Kuwait, and there's a different way that things are done in Uganda. So for them having to bridge that gap of they have worked in Uganda, then they have worked in the UAE, they have a better foresight, okay, of what can actually happen in this industry, more than just the guys who have worked here. And of course, we have also had guys who have worked here and have a lot of foresight, which is good. And another good moment we had, but electricity kind of messed us up that day. We hosted a young lady. She's a farmer. She does agriculture. But I remember that day the power was on, and it was a beautiful show that actually never got aired, you know, because of the power problems.
But you spoke about the fact that we got in various people from the diaspora, UAE, Kuwait, where these guys brought a different experience here. You know, the fact that these guys go beyond Uganda and get to see that experience, get to do coffee that side, is something unique. And now when they come down here and they share that with us, our viewers are always happy to see that. And today on the show, we're going to be having the same person. Actually, Emma spoke about people from UAE. We're having another barista who's from UAE. He's going to be sharing with us his experience. You know, you guys, the good thing about the coffee break is that we give you information right there, no charge. And now this guy is going to bring all the details about the art of making coffee. We shall be having a topical discussion, which I will introduce to you later on the show. But the guy we're going to be having is called Saddam Muchibi, senior barista, former senior barista with Enduro Coffee, and now is working in Arabia with a certain coffee shop that I will be telling you later on the show. So this guy is going to be here and is going to be giving all the details about coffee. So look out for that segment. That's the guy over there on your screen. Look out for that segment where we shall be sharing his story, Saddam Muchibi. Emma, the Coffee Break Show is a show where people have had positive reviews. You know, I always speak to people about this show and they're like, man, whenever I want to make coffee and I don't know what to do, I go back on YouTube, I go back on Facebook and look for a certain show where I saw that they were making this type of coffee and I try to relate. How good do you feel when you get such feedback?
I'll just give you a background. Before I started doing this show, I'd never made a cup of coffee. It was new to me. So one day they tell me to make a French press, and I'd never really, what is a French press in the first place? I'd never heard of these things. Okay, but when we started the show and started interacting with guys who would actually come with their stuff on the show and make coffee on the show, you know, I started to understand, oh, this is actually what goes on behind the scenes. You know, when you go to a coffee shop, you sit, order your coffee, they bring it, you drink and go, but you never understand what actually happens behind the scenes. So these guys actually bring their behind the scenes onto the show. You know, it was kind of an amazing thing for me, and not only for me, like you said, there are people out there who go back to the show and say, now, what is a V60? How do I make coffee with a V60? You know, how do I use a French press? How do I make a latte? And we have gone through all those things on the show. And not only me, but I believe that even the guys out there, you guys have learned a lot from the knowledge that we've had here. You have the senior barista here.
Emma, like,
Messiah
you
himself.
like call me a Messiah by that name. You know, whenever I go, guys are like, you, the coffee Messiah. I'm like, you guys, what are you talking about? Emma has tried so much to bring me the coffee Messiah. But hey guys, you can let us know what was your best moment on the Coffee Break Show from the last year. But also, given the fact that this is the first Coffee Break Show this year of 2022, let us know what you feel like having the rest of the year, what you need to see on the show, who do you want to see on the show, what do you like about the show, what do you learn about the show. Well, so we are here with Emma and still going through the recap of last year. You see, Emma, the thing about the show that I also loved so much was the fact that it was the first ever, those words I'm repeating them, first ever coffee show in Uganda.
True.
That's record set. Not blowing our own trumpet, but the fact that House of Talent came up with a show whereby it's thinking about coffee, given the fact that coffee is the backbone of Uganda. For example, I was reading through the UCDA report last year, and these guys were like, you see, last year, Uganda exported over 5,240,960 kilo bags of coffee, which are valued at $71.09 million US. Wow. Can you imagine how big
that's big.
That is?
Really big.
Coffee exports for 12 months, which is like December, which in 2020 to November 2021, totaled to 6.65 million bags worth 681.49. I repeat this, 681.49 US dollars. Guys, this is money. I don't know where we're putting all this money. Compared to 5.40 million bags worth 514.37 US million bags, which we exported the previous year, the other year, 2019. So the previous year of December and November were very, very good. So with this information that we receive, it shows that the Coffee Break Show has had impact, a huge impact on coffee development and also coffee production, coffee awareness in Uganda. And our goal is to see that Africa and worldwide, we are the #1 show of the coffee.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. We're already there. So Emma, what do you think that these guys are doing with this kind of money? Because $618 million. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And now when I see, okay, I'm not trying to go political, but when I see Uganda that it's over like in a 61 loss, like, I mean, like the debt they're being demanded as a country, I wonder, why can't we utilize that money? This coffee is our backbone. And we get up there. So what do you think is being done with this money? Or what could be done with this kind of money?
There was a saying for 2021 that Kampala has refused. Yeah, but now if we're saying Kampala has refused and the figures you've just read there, that means there's actually a lot of money that, you know, is flowing in. And imagine that is just from one sector, that is coffee alone. Okay, and there are not that many people involved in coffee. That's the most amazing thing. I mean, you can count the number of baristas, you can count the number of farmers who are educated, leave alone the farmers who just grow it there and sell it not knowing, you know, what happens in the process. There is a lot of CEOs who own businesses. I believe your boss also. And with all that money flowing around, like you asked, where is this money going?
It's money going, yeah?
It's just that I think that people have not yet found a way to tap into that money. All right, so the money is just, it's swimming there, just waiting for people to tap into it. I mean, if I decided to start a coffee business today, or start a farm, or start a coffee shop or something like that, I believe that I would have tapped into that. Now, how much do I get out of it becomes the only question. Yeah, so you have to get into that door to tap into all that money, and it's there.
Yeah, it's there. Money is there.
Yeah.
The fact that we have all this money circulating is just tapping into the right vessel, so that can, you know, be helpful. Well, guys, I think we've given you our best show or moments of the Coffee Break show. Go down on our social media platforms and let us know what is or what was your best show throughout the year 2020 and so far. 2022, what's the best thing you've seen so far? Well, our social media platforms on Twitter, it's HTV1 Uganda. You can go up there and follow us on Twitter, but also YouTube. We're streaming live on YouTube. That's House of Talent UG. You can also go there and subscribe. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel so that you can always get our content everywhere on YouTube. The word or that name is House of Talent Uganda. But also we're streaming live on Facebook as House of Talent UG. Go there and follow our Facebook page so that you can get to watch our videos whenever you miss them when we're live. So guys, we're going to go into a short commercial break. Don't you go away.
What are some of those things that we can do, all right, to make sure that Uganda becomes a nation that actually consumes its own coffee? Because we have, you know, the Bubu by Uganda, okay? So how do we get ourselves into that state where we actually, before thinking of exporting our coffee, actually get to consume our own coffee? How do we get there?
First of all, we need to train our people.
Yeah.
So we need more training, more sensitization about coffee.
Yeah.
You know, those guys that came first before us, they have that, like, that negative side of coffee. Like telling someone, like, coffee will, like, you will lose sleep when you take coffee. You can't. It just keeps your body awake, not only the mind. Me have to take water every morning. Yeah? So if I take water every morning, I can take like 5, 6, 7 cups of coffee and I sleep properly. Yeah. So we need to sensitize our people. Yeah. And we need to give them an example that is true. Yeah. Ethiopia is a good exporter, but quality coffee in Ethiopia comes from Migachafe. That quality coffee is consumed within the country.
Yeah.
So you first appreciate what you're growing before you take it outside. Yeah. So you need to train so much from the farm level. Like 80% of our farmers, they just grow, sell, but they have even never tasted the coffee. Like a much percentage, a good percentage of our farmers. So from the farm level to the general level, we need to train. That is that's what we need to do.
Yeah.
Even though we put each coffee at a lesser price, like the consumption will not go high.
Yeah.
So we need to first train. Then other things will be coming up.
Yeah. Okay.
But training is the key to everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we need to sensitize our our Ugandans good about coffee. Like after taking coffee, you feel this, you get this. Like we appreciate what you are growing.
Yeah.
So you see Ugandans taking more of the matoke. Like they appreciate more than sending it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So training is the key to everything.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. You're still watching House of Talent TV, and the show is known as the Coffee Break Show with me, Amon Mukisa, right here with the one and only Emma.
Amon, what's up?
I'm just here, man. You know, the vibe of being around coffee is something that's epic. Given the fact that you get to, smell those scents, get to read about certain information about coffee, is something that I like about being in coffee. What do you like
really
about
amazing.
being around coffee?
Coffee itself is a community. Yeah.
Like actually the word coffee is people.
Yeah.
The phrase. Yeah.
So it's like a community, especially in Uganda. There's a particular community of people who actually take coffee. It's not yet, coffee hasn't really seeped its way through, our Ugandan culture. So there's just a group of people who take it. Even when you go to the cafes, there's a particular group of people who take it. So with every community, it has its own nuances. There are relationships that are formed. Like I would never have met you, if it wasn't for coffee. That was the initial thing that allowed us to meet. And met guys like Isaac of Brew Plus, met many amazing guys. So the starting point was coffee. Then it has all these branches of creating relationships, creating different kind of business ideas, different kind of content. What we are doing right now is because of coffee. So coffee is not only a drink, it's not only an export, it's an amazing product that can actually birth a lot of things. And we can see the results even, right here, right now. Yeah.
Well, what would you say, like you've hosted various shows about coffee, over 20 shows about coffee.
Yeah.
What would you say that we are lacking in the coffee industry in Uganda? You as a person, like according to the experience you've had and also the interactions you've had with various people, what would you say that it's that one thing that we are lacking to get up there?
I think the thing we're lacking is unity. Because I realized with most of the guys who actually came on the show, you have a certain set of baristas, then you have a set of roasters, then you have the farmers.
But sorry to interject in there. But you see, in coffee, it's okay. It's the same general thing. But there are segments. Like you find a barista is very, very good at being a barista. But you find a roaster is very, very good at being a roaster. For example, the guest we are going to have, Saddam Muchibe, is very good at being a barista. But it doesn't stop him from getting just an idea about roasting or about farming. But you remember the show you had with Abdul? Abdul is a good roaster. Very, very good. But when you bring him to the barista part of view, he'll be sketchy, But when you bring him to roasting, he'll just murder you. He has all that knowledge over there. So the thing is, the unit you're talking about is hard to achieve because everyone is like concentrating. Of course, it's a chain, but everyone is trying to concentrate in their department so that they bring out the best thing. So I don't know why you say that we are lacking that unity part.
So I like how you said it. They actually call it a chain. So if there is just one breakage in the chain, it divides both sides. You get that? Okay. So I don't know. I don't remember who it was. He came and said that even with the UCDA and other organizations that deal with coffee, okay, you have a situation whereby, let's say, the UCDA does not really recognize baristas. Yeah, you can go and ask any barrister if they have been to the UCDA office and had a discussion with them about, you know, what their profession. And I know 5 out of 10 they'll tell you, I've never been to UCDA. Okay, so that's the unity that I'm talking about. If the roasters and the UCDA and the farmers can actually come together. I know there are different cooperatives here and there, but you know the thing with cooperatives also, there's a cooperative of this side. It's like having a circle of this side, then having a circle of that side. They never really get together. I believe that with the chain, it has to stay interlinked in a way that everyone feeds everyone, if you get it. The farmer has to feed the roaster, who will feed the baristas, who will feed the export. But if me, the roaster, I wake up one day and say, I have beef for this one, baristas. You see, it causes a problem, right? If the farmer says, you know what, I'm going to give these guys bad product, okay? Good product doesn't come. At the end of it, the person who's consuming the coffee will say, man, this is trashy coffee, actually. You get that, yeah? So there should actually be a forum, which we're trying to do with the Coffee Break Show. We're trying to make a forum whereby everyone is seen as equal and everyone plays their part so that the end result is a very good one. Yeah, so unity in that way.
This question was for Saddam, who's going to be on the show, but I will also pose it to you. I was reading an article where the #1 barista champion in the world, in Africa, not worldwide, in Africa, Martin Shabaya, was here in Uganda recently, and I was reading his interview with a certain outlet. And he said, Ugandan coffee is the best that I've used all the times I've competed. And he thinks that we can do better. So why are we not getting to that point whereby we Ugandans use our coffee? This is Kenyan. Okay, it's Africa, we're brothers, but this is a Kenyan guy who's using our coffee to be up there. Why are we not having Ugandans, we Ugandans, use our coffee to get to that international stage?
I attended a branding seminar some time back, and the lady who was hosting it said something that really struck me. She said that in Uganda, each country, each ethnicity, different people have different traits. And she said that in Uganda we are mediocre.
Mediocres?
Totally mediocre.
That's a big word. Eh?
I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. All of us say, as long as I have my kamane to eat today, I've paid my rent, I'm set. As long as I can get my kamane to buy a piece of land, put a house on it, get married, I'm set. Okay? Mediocrity. As long as I can do this, I'm set. So as long as we can export coffee, as long as we can sell it here and there and make some small money here and there, we are okay. You see that kind of mediocrity? Yet you have countries like Ethiopia, you have countries like Brazil and other South American countries who have taken this whole thing to a whole new level. And the funny thing about it is that people take Ugandan coffee, then rebrand it and say this is Kenyan coffee, this is Brazilian coffee. Then they do something better with our product that we could have done. But what did we get out of it? We got some kamane, you know, and as we are cool with it. We are cool with our money. Yes, yet we can actually explore more on our product and make more money from it, create more opportunities from it. So for me, I would say we have a mediocrity mindset.
Well, guys, I'll pose this question to you. How do we get out of this mediocrity kind of relationship or kind of working style, whereby everything that we try to do is just a joke? You know, that's maybe the right word. For example, I was having a conversation with one guy. This guy is a tech guy. So what he decided to do was, during the lockdown, he was seated over there. You know, everyone now was in their homes. So he came up with an idea of like creating up a small machine for farmers, which can detect like the alkalinity of the soil, how much fertility is in the soil, so that you can anticipate how much yield are you going to get at the end of the season. For example, if you have like maybe 1 acre of coffee and you use this machine, you just plant it into the soil and it does what it does, and at the end of it all, it will show you that your soil needs this much of fertile soils or fertile fertilizers. It needs much of this water, you can irrigate it, so that at the end of it all, it also calculates for you that you're going to get 60 tons or 60 bags of coffee. Such innovations why can't the government come through to sponsor, at least give a hand to these guys? Because this guy has used his equipment, has used his values and resources, but he has managed to do all this. So just imagine we had a government come in, sponsor or give a hand to these guys, and we know that if we have over like maybe 60 acres of land of coffee, and this farmer is anticipating maybe like over 150 kilos, 60 kilos of bags of coffee at the end of the season, and we increase our export of coffee, but also increase our domestic use of coffee, because we're having plenty of coffee coming through on the market, and through the coffee break show we can also make awareness of coffee to the people. So what can be done to help, or what do you think the government or anyone else there, because it doesn't necessarily be the government, can do to help such guys who come up with such innovations?
Yeah, I mean, let's take the setup of Uganda's education. Yeah, we go to school, we study, we're expected to come out and look for jobs. Okay, we have been put in that mindset of we have to look for a job.
Look for a job.
Yes, you have to look for it. Okay, then you have this group of guys who actually sit down and invent something. Okay, and like let's say the guys of Safe Border, you know, during the lockdown, guys came up with very many good ideas, some which were actually used. So there's that group of guys who actually come up with all these ideas, but the limiting factor for them is maybe the resources, the financial resources, the manpower and all this. But remember, we have been taught to do what? Look for jobs. We have not been taught that you can create and you know, put it out in the market and actually be a what? Let's say be an employer. Okay, so for such a guy, you find that there are people at the top there who will look at his invention and ask themselves, okay, what can I get from this guy? Okay, how much money? What can I rip off from this guy down there? And the guy down there is not willing to give them anything because it's his idea. He should rip off from it. So the guys up there will just sit on that idea and be like, you know, it's a good idea, but it doesn't make sense for us because it won't make money for us. Okay, they don't see the bigger picture. They don't see that a farmer somewhere out there in Kasese or wherever is the one who's actually going to prosper. And that causes a chain effect of when that farmer prospers, the next guy in the chain will also prosper, and Uganda as a whole. So this guy is just looking at how can I put money into my pocket. So they will sit on all, I believe in every campus, especially the guys doing engineering, agriculture engineering and all these things, guys have ideas, but people are sitting on them.
Well, guys, take the conversation on our social media platforms. That's Twitter as HTV Uganda and Facebook, House of Talent UG, plus YouTube, but use the hashtag The Coffee Break on House of Talent TV. Let us know how can we engage these people who have ideas so that we have a bigger picture. We come as a union or a unison together so that we have a bigger picture of something that we are doing great here in Uganda, especially for coffee. Well, coming up is Saddam Muchiri. He's going to be letting us know how best can we brew coffee, and we shall be also talking about how best can we have women in the coffee industry as Uganda. Well, don't you go away. We're going in for a short commercial break and we'll see you soon.
Get how much amount you need. In coffee industry, there's no like barista should get this amount of money. No, it depends on your knowledge. What you know is what you get. You cannot be like having junior experience and asking for experienced one. No. You can join now. Good thing, everything is simple. It's easy. Don't sit there and say, oh no, I'm scared to join this. No, it's very simple. You can make. Yeah, it's very simple. It's not so difficult. Simple, very simple, very enjoyable. You can do everything when you're enjoying. You can do your coffee, you can serve your customers. Coffee create friendship. Coffee gives you a job. Even if you are not working in a cafe, maybe you can go in different field, but still in coffee industry. Yes.
The camera.
coffee.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, brew ratio is I
very
think
important.
the most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of
Water.
the coffee powder to water, and
yes.
the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I
water
exactly?
do I need to add?
So if you don't master the brew ratio,
Yeah.
oh, everything is going to turn out a mess.
Yeah.
You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
Yeah.
Give credit to Double XL for bringing out what's reality.
Even watching football is not enough. When is season 2 coming out?
Finally, Uganda got something new on TV.
Double XL has opened up the wounds.
My highlights for the show was when you guys took the cameras to Bokoto Street, where you shot the potholes.
If XXL came to me and wanted sponsorship, and I could afford it, it would be the show that I'd sponsor. It's a show that everybody watches.
XXL is a pioneer. Bush Baby has shown this Edio Killer.
You should bring on more challenging people.
They take you to different places.
You hosted Nobad Mao, and that was great.
XXL doing? Who told you? Who's on? No.
You have very many guests on XXL.
The message for the sponsors that please bring it back.
Definitely, you guys have made it real big.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. You're still watching House of Talent Television. This is the Coffee Break Show with me, Amon Mukisa. And without further delay, let me introduce to you the one and only barista Sadam. Sadam, welcome to the show.
Thank you, thank you.
How have you been?
I'm doing good.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Does it still apply? Happy New Year?
Of course, we are still in January. Yeah, so it's still new.
Are you Ugandan?
Of course I am.
Ah man, the hair looks,
Forget about the hair.
So in
you can
English,
just put something
Bazungu
small.
Zungu,
Yeah.
Where have you been, Sadam?
Good. So I came back for a vacation. Yeah. So I've been working from UAE.
Okay.
So after a period of time, I decided to come back and chill.
Well, guys, like I
And
told
enjoy
you
it.
guys, Saddam is a former senior barista at Enduro Coffee, and also right now a head barista in a certain coffee shop that will tell us more about it. And Saddam,
Yeah.
how long did you work with Enduro Coffee?
Almost, I think, 4 years. Yeah, I joined the Angelo Coffee after school. That was in 2015, December. So, and in the first I joined it as a cleaner. Yeah, but there was this guy called Calvin Chiinji. Now he's working in Dubai. Big up Calvin. So he introduced me to the coffee industry.
Okay.
I used to see him the way he's doing things. So one day I told him, I think I can do whatever you're doing. It's very easy. Like, really? Can you come and challenge me? Like, yeah. The first day, so he told me to tamp. In the first place, I didn't know what stamping is. So I just, with a lot of energy.
Well, a good thing for guys on the coffee break now,
Yeah.
they know what tramping is because we've
Of
taught
course.
all of
They do?
them. Yeah.
Oh, mashallah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with time, he started to train me, and here I am. I'm a great barista. I
You're a
believe
great
in
barista.
myself. Yeah.
You know what's funny? All the baristas we've had on this show,
Yeah.
the story is quite similar. Like, no barista joined the coffee industry without like having an inspiration from someone, but they just go direct from somewhere. What I'm trying to say is that no one has come on the show and said, I went to the coffee industry or to be a barista
Like
because I
normal
wanted it.
Yeah.
So even your story is the same, like you started as a cleaner,
Alright,
then Calvin was here, and then he told you, can you compete me or can you outgrow me?
Yeah,
And
in
you're
fact,
like,
he said, I think you'll be a good barista.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he decided to pave me in the same direction. And he's the man actually behind my story.
Speaking about a man behind your story, you know, when I'm here with Saddam, you guys don't know the story behind me becoming a barista.
Okay.
Guys, I love to introduce to you the guy who trained me. He's a mentor, he's everything. Has trained me how to become a better barista, because when I joined the coffee industry, these are the guys who trained me. So here we're chilling with the big boys, okay? So when I'm with Saddam, it's always a vibe, it's always a conversation, no pressure. So today, Saddam, we're going to brew, or you're going to give us a tutorial about a V60.
Sure.
And give us information, like literally the art of brewing that cup of coffee or using that equipment to brew coffee. But before we do that, let's first speak about the art of brewing coffee or making coffee using an espresso machine. Most times we have baristas come on the show and they're talking about things, but when you go deep down, you realize that they're just gambling. Can you give us like, what does it take to have a good cup of coffee using an espresso machine?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So literally, it's all about extraction. That's the drama. It starts from there. Extraction. So you need a set of few things, because in brewing or in coffee extraction, you have to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
So you need a scale to measure the amount of coffee you're putting in. That's dosing, yeah?
Yeah, dosing.
Yeah, then you need also a timer. You have to calculate. You
And
have
this
to know
is
the
on a
time.
professional part of...
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, let me first go back years before. Here in Uganda, we don't have these sets. You just wake up in the morning, start the machine, grinder, pull coffee, ta. You don't know what you're doing. You tamp, then you go. Now, the challenge came my first day in UAE. It was a challenge.
We're getting to that. Your
I'm
experience
skipping
in
the part.
UAE.
All right, then let's go first back to the topic.
Yeah.
So you need the scale, as I told you. You need the timer. Then you're good to go.
Scale, timer.
Yeah.
And you're good to go.
Yeah. Of course, with even a cup. Yeah, and then the whole setup. But these two things are very important.
What does it take like to have, because we've gotten all those sets, timer, the grinder, the cup, and the scale. So what does it take for me to use these things to get a good cup of coffee?
It just needs your presence.
Man, I can be present and things that I'm making You know?
No.
Vague.
Coffee is all about time and what you put in. So when I talk about your presence, it means you have to be there and you have to look at every step. You mean I think you get me.
Yeah, I get it. Like literally, you're saying, me being physically present is not only enough.
Yeah.
I have to be there mentally and physically.
Exactly.
So that I know maybe if I do this, the repercussion is this, right?
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, Saddam, you know, what I admire about you is that whenever you're trying to make anything like a beverage, you give it 100%. Yeah? So, briefly take us through espresso worlds, like to have, because espresso is the mother beverage of all these
it's
beverages.
about foundation.
Since we're talking about the espresso machine.
Yeah.
So, how do I get that good espresso cup?
All right. After having those what I've told you, then you have to grind your coffee. You put on the scale, you tear. But you need to start with some amount of coffee you're dosing. Remember, we are dealing with specialty. So you need at least to start from a higher dose of 20. It's not very high, but it's normal. 20, you dose with 20. Then you have to know the energy you're putting on there. Because before you extract, you need to lock some parameters. So if you say you're using a dose of 20, it should be 20. And before you change it to maybe 18 or 19 grams of coffee you're putting in the basket, you need to first note. You need to first note whatever you're doing. So if it was 20 in the first place, you have to note down it's 20. What I've skipped, you need also a pen and a paper. If not, a notebook.
What? Pen and paper on station?
Pen and paper on station.
Give it to me.
It's called consistency. You have to.
You just started
pen
getting
and
amazing,
paper. Yeah.
Pen and paper on station.
Yeah.
Consistency.
Yeah, remember we are dealing with mind, so you might forget.
And I note down everything.
Yeah, so it's better you note down. So if it was 20, I'll start with 20.
Okay.
Then you dose it, you extract, you test your coffee. If you find it not that much good, so you have to change something.
Okay.
But you have to first check on your recordings, where did I go wrong?
Where you noted.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it will be, actually it will be even very easier for you to know where you went wrong and you fix it within a matter of time. Sometimes the grind setting, it could be right, but the pressure you have used, maybe it's hard. So you have to reduce it to a lighter one or a medium energy.
And you have a good cup of espresso.
Of course.
Well, I told you guys we're having the art of making coffee right here, and Saddam is here giving us the nits and gritties of making a good cup of coffee. Saddam, let's talk about baristas in Uganda. What do you think that Ugandan baristas are lacking? Because I'm sure you've gone through various stations, especially in Uganda. What do you think that they're lacking to be good baristas?
I think they are not lacking, but the industry is not supporting them.
Have they done what's enough to have an effect on the industry, or to have pressure from the industry to support them?
That question goes back to you now. You're on the ground.
I'm on the ground, but
you're on the
ground.
But in my own terms, I would say the industry. Yeah. First of all, a barista is a person who works for a company.
Yeah.
Right? And most companies, they don't have the required instruments. You understand? So if a company can support, it can provide the necessary instruments, a barista will be on this standard.
But Saddam, have you heard about a saying, a bad workman blames his tools?
Yeah, but not in Uganda.
Okay, I may have instruments, equipments that are not that good, but am I using these instruments to at least say, okay, Ngombe Gamat agezezako, he has tried.
Yeah.
Are we there? Are Ugandan baristas there? Or they're just, okay, I know how to make this, but am I making it right? To your experience, you're not sure?
I'm not sure, but Anyway, I haven't yet visited most of the coffee shops around. Yeah, I've been in the villages.
The villages,
and
since
some
it's your
coffee farms,
holiday.
Yeah. So maybe
Yeah.
I'll give them a tour around.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you're a barista and you don't use the tools around you to make a good coffee, we should blame you, right?
Then you're a bad barista.
Yeah, bad barista.
Yeah.
In fact, you're a coffee maker, not a barista. We call them coffee
Wait,
makers.
What's the difference between a barista and a coffee maker?
A barista is someone who is professionally, how can I say, he's professional in doing whatever he's doing. So he will love a cup of coffee, so he'll give it 100% of his shot.
Yeah.
But a coffee maker, just get coffee, drink.
And serve it.
He doesn't care. So a coffee maker doesn't have that caring part. But a barista, you have the passion. So I think you have the point now.
Well, guys, I think you get to know now what's the difference between a barista and a coffee maker. So let us know on the show you've watched, all the episodes of the Coffee Break, who's been the coffee maker and who is a barista. Use the hashtag the Coffee Break Show. Sadam, let's talk about your experience in UAE. How was it like to transition from Uganda to UAE?
You mean the journey or the
no, like the experience
the
to
experience.
adjust, yeah.
It wasn't that much hard because before I joined the UAE, I used to work with Calvin.
Your mentor?
Actually, I first used to work with Calvin, then yes, my mentor, then a barista, Saint Alvin. That guy is nice.
Big up, Saint Alvin.
Big up guy. So when we used to work together, we used to read different articles concerning coffee. I remember you remember?
Yeah, I do remember. You know, we're family here, so whatever he's talking about is like I'm envisioning it here and I'm seeing it how it was.
Yeah.
But for you guys, for the benefit of you guys, at least we are storytelling this so that you get to know the experience that Sadam has gone through and what has been his best moments in transitioning from Uganda to this. So after this short commercial break, we are going to be starting from right there to get to know how Sadam transitioned from Uganda and what was his experience in UAE. But also in this segment that's coming right up, we're going to be brewing our coffee and Sadam will be giving us all the details on how best we can brew this coffee. So don't you go away, we shall be right back.
Coffee industry is very wide, it's very big, it's very full of opportunities. Don't sit there and say, I have nothing to do. You can join the industry. You can get whatever you want. If you give it time, invest in it. By giving it time, don't look for money, don't look for big salary at first. First learn. After learning, you'll get how much amount you need. Yeah. In coffee industry, there's no like, barista should get this amount of money. No, it depends on your knowledge. Yeah. What you know is what you get. You cannot be like having junior experience and asking for experienced one. No. You can join now. Good thing, everything is simple. Yeah. It's easy. Don't sit there and say, oh no, I'm scared to join this. No, it's very simple. You can make. Yeah, it's very simple. It's not so difficult. Simple, very simple. Very enjoyable. You can do everything when you're enjoying. You can do your coffee. You can serve your customers. Coffee create friendship. Yeah. Coffee gives you a job. Even if you are not working in a cafe, maybe you can go in different field, but still in coffee industry. Yeah. Yes.
Let's put up the camera.
You're still watching the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent TV, and welcome back from that short commercial break. My name is Amon Mukisa, right here on the Coffee Break Show. Well, I need to remind you guys that you need to go on our social media platforms. That's Twitter as HTV1UG, and follow us. You get to see the good content, good videos, good episodes that we put up for you out there. And also Facebook, you can go down there, and YouTube as House of Talent Uganda. You know, this show is watched by a quite number of people, and just read through your comments. I have Mbonye Bright Richards is saying, please Saddam, give us all the best that we can, because we're anticipating for the best brewing tutorial. That's Mbonye Bright Richards. But also Rosie Jones is here saying, go my brother, I can't wait to see your tutorial. And Adola Isaac says, nice show my brother Saddam, I can't wait to see also the tutorial. And there is what's his name, this is a funny name, Maureen K. Okay, it's not funny. There is I can read it. Monica says, I don't know Saddam from where he started to brew coffee and where is he right now. So basically, she wants the profile. Saddam, we had skipped that.
Okay.
Where did you start from, like, to grow coffee before? I mean, to join the coffee industry, like before you joined Enduro Coffee.
All right.
Like, where did you go to school, or you just came out of the blue and you were inspired by Calvin?
No. Of course, I went to school.
Which school was that?
My primary.
The primary side of it, and then the coffee school part of it.
Anyway, I started in Entebbe, but I'm a born of Mbale.
Mbale.
Yeah, so.
Bulai.
They say Mulembe. Mulembe, Makoa, Malai.
Okay.
But I'm not a Mugeso.
Okay.
So I'm in Uganda by birth. Bampita Saddam era muje bali mwenna abatulaba. Yeah, so I grew up in Entebbe. Yeah, I was raised by a single mother, and at the age of around 10 I crossed to Mbali, and I used to stay with my grandmother after the death of our father. So the two parents, I know two actually, my mother and then my grandfather. Sorry, my grandmother. They're the one who raised me. So I joined there, my senior one, in there is a school, it's called Manafa High. It's in the middle of the city. So, yeah.
In the middle of the city of Mbale?
The middle of, yeah.
So you're the pioneer, the celeb in Mbale? Because it's in the city?
No, I'm a quiet guy. I wasn't a celeb, but I had my little profile around, yeah. So, I didn't go, I didn't do higher education, so I ended in senior 4. I tried to go to senior 5, but you know, school fees issues. So I had to branch somewhere.
Let's talk about you going to Mbale at the age of 10. Were they growing coffee, like your grandma and mother? Were they growing coffee? Because Mbale is known also for growing coffee that side.
No, actually, no, we didn't. Yeah.
So at the age of 10, 15, you never knew about coffee?
No, I knew about coffee, that's coffee, but I didn't care what's coffee. For me, before I was a tea drinker.
Okay.
Every day, even if there is no sugar in the tea, I'll take tea because I love tea. Okay. Understand? So at the age of 20.
After senior 4?
Yes, after senior 4. I started to look around what I can do.
Yeah.
So in my vacation of senior 4, I first went to, there is a place there in Kampala. They do furnitures, you know. It's called, it's in Wise actually. So I started to gamble around for 3 months, but I knew there was no future here.
You didn't feel that thing?
I didn't feel the vibe. So not cheetah, you understand? Not cheetah. So I went back to Mbale. I was stuck somewhere, you know. I was in the middle. I didn't know what to do. Yeah, I slept from morning until evening, waking up, looking for what to do. Nothing. Then there was this lady. She's a friend of Madame Gloria. She's called, I forgot 10. Maggie.
Maggie.
Yeah, Mrs. Maggie.
Maggie is Gloria is the CEO of Endiro, so they are friends. Eh?
Yeah, they are friends. Maggie, she's working with Jenga projects in Mbale. She's the vice president there. So she was my neighbor. So one day she came to me like, Saddam, the year is ending. We have to plan for the next year. What's your plan? So like, what are you talking about? Do I have to have a plan for the next year? I asked her. So she told me, yes, you're a man, you have to think ahead. So I told him, but I don't have a job. Like, do you want to work? Like, yes, anything. Do for me a CV. So here was another drama. I didn't know how to do a CV. I'm being honest. So she told me, you have to, I will not help you. Like, okay, so I went to Google. I did some little research. I did one, I gave her.
You wrote a CV?
Yes. So the following morning, she told me, are you ready for the interview? Like, do I have one? Like, yes. So I asked her in the interview, what they ask? Like, you go and figure it out, you're a man. Like, okay. So, yeah, At that moment, I knew we were musajja. No, it was another topic of life, you know. So I went, Madame Gloria, she invited me over, so she sat me down.
How do you get, okay, Maggie knew Gloria, but how do you, okay, when you wrote the CV, you sent it to Gloria?
No, to Madame Maggie.
To Aggie?
Maggie. Yeah, so she gave it to Madame Gloria. So they called me over for the interview. By then there were three people, let me say, Madame Gloria. Then there was this white lady. By then she was a manager in Endiro Mbale. Then there was also another lady. She was called Madame Penina. All of these two, I think they left. The white lady, then Madame Penina. So yeah.
What was the reaction when you got a call? Because you had suffered from going to the furniture store, and then went back to the ginger growing in Mbale, and now you get a call, you're coming in the city. What was the feeling like to know that you're coming back in the city and you have a good job you're going to get?
Actually, I didn't know that I was coming in the city.
You thought you're going to work from that side? Eh?
Yeah, and I did for some few months. So I was given a chance to work as a cleaner. They asked me, are you willing to work? To start immediately or tomorrow? Like, I can start now. I was so eager. Yes, I wanted to work, you know. Yeah, so my first day they showed me around, so I started to clean. Then Calvin saw me and he liked me. I think that was the chance also to get
to the coffee section.
Yes, so he liked me. So I started to do my fully paid job as a cleaner, but I could spare some time to learn. So he started to teach me slowly by slowly. I remember he had exams, so this was my chance to prove the company that I can do. So they wanted to bring a guy from the city to take over his position, since he had some exams. Yeah, but I told him, no, I can handle.
Confidence.
Yes, I had the confidence. I was a good teacher.
That's like after how long of you training? Like
3 months.
3 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Underground training. Underground training.
But 3 months is quite a good time for you, like, to train hands-on. It was a good time for you, I think, to adjust. To come out and say, I'm confident I can do this, right?
Yeah.
So after you giving you the mantle to do coffee, because you said there are coffee makers and baristas, for you to become a barista, how did you feel? How did you receive that?
The first day on the duty, I was so nervous. I could shake. That.
What was your experience like? What unique moment do you remember? What you did, like, and you're like, whenever you remember about it, you laugh. Did I do this?
Yeah, I remember. They asked for a mocha. I gave them I gave them a latte. Then there was this lady. She was called, who I've forgotten. She came shouting, "Sit down, sit down."
She was the manager?
No. She was a waiter.
A waiter.
Yeah, she was a waiter. Like, Emoka, like, no. So she started to teach me. But I knew, but it's just, I was nervous, you know? I was nervous since it was my first time to take over a station. Yeah. Now like, okay, teach me. Like, okay, you put this after putting the chocolate, you should extract the espresso, mix it together, then steam the milk and pour the latte. Like, just like that. I knew what to do, but I wasn't thinking.
Because you were nervous.
Yes.
So guys, that's one thing, by the way. If you become successful, especially as a youth in this world, one thing you have to do is be confident of yourself. Because the moment you're not confident, everything will bypass you. But also, like, not undermine things. Because you see how Saddam came as a cleaner. He didn't mind about cleaning, but he knew what he wanted. He wanted to work. He had that zeal. So he ended up like going to the coffee section from being a cleaner. Now he's the big guy here doing coffee.
Exactly.
Quite a story, man.
Yeah. So it's all about the confidence and being humble.
Being humble.
Yeah. These two things pushed me. Yeah.
Okay. Let's first speak. You have become a barrister now, and how long did you do it before you decided to go to UAE? In Uganda.
I went in UAE in...
No, like, how long did you be a barrister in Uganda?
For 2 years and 8 months, let me say.
2 years and 8 months?
Yeah.
And you have all this knowledge. I've had guys come here.
Before I went to UAE, this is the experience I had in Uganda. So now I'm having experience of 5 to 6 years.
5 to 6 years
in the industry.
You have all this information, you're confident.
Yeah.
We've had guys be in coffee like for 10 years, but they literally can't even explain what a coffee bean is. What are you doing that's unique for you to know all these things?
Of course, every day you have to do some little articles. You know, coffee is growing, so there is new ideas. So if you don't do any research and sit and relax, of course you stay there. So you have to look for it. Yeah. People pay a lot of money to have this information. I have a friend of mine is a trainer in Dubai. Yeah, he's having a
training school?
Yes, a training school. So he told me he invested himself approximately to 60 Ugandan million. He had to put in himself.
In Dubai?
Yeah.
To train? 60 million?
Yeah, 60 million.
That's quite expensive, man.
That's what he told me. And I believe, because one day I wanted to upgrade. So roughly I used 3.5. Yes, a course of let me say 6 hours. It costed me 3
point something million.
Yeah.
So guys, if you want to join the coffee industry, you say what you need to like invest. It's not just a matter of like coming out and you become a coffee maker. You need to invest so that you can become a barista, right, Sadam?
Yes, a professional barista.
A professional barista.
Actually, no, those are all stages. In the first place, coffee. Coffee maker.
Coffee maker.
Yeah, but because of passion, pushing harder, then you become a barista, you know. So from being a barista, there is also a pro
barista.
Yeah, professional barista. So you have to, invest in yourself more, then you upgrade.
Well, you spoke about farms in Uganda, because I was asking you about like what experience have you had in coffee bars that you've visited, but you've been so much in farms. How do you find the farming practices deep down in our farms? Are they giving us good coffee, or they're doing bad practicing methods for farming?
No, they are doing amazing job.
Amazing job.
Yeah. Before I went to UAE, I visited some farms. So in the first place, what I saw, I wasn't happy. But when I went back the second time, I was really happy. The way they take care of their crops, the processing ways, the way they put in on the African beds, you know.
Raised beds.
Yeah. Back then they just used to sweep on the ground to make sure the ground is clean. Just remove the leaves, little sticks, cow's shit, you know.
Yeah.
Then they pour the coffee. This time around, I was so happy. They made their beds, so they put coffee on top. Under some hours, then they take it off. For example, they know what they are doing, you know. But back then, Charlie knew. Yeah, one day I got a goat lying in coffee beans. I was like, what? You never get to tour. This is not good. But now there is a lot of changes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what were you looking for in the farms as you went to deep down to the farms?
I have a friend now, he's a producer. It's called Semakula Derek. Yeah, he's working with Chanzo Farm, washing station. So I went to CP Falls.
Okay.
Yeah, so they are doing their production that side.
So you had literally gone to see what's happening deep down there?
Yes, what's happening.
Okay.
So we went, we did the harvest together. And I was so happy with the team which I worked with. They knew what they were doing. So they could look only for the ripe cherry. Ripe, they could select the ripe one. In case they pick the green one, they have somewhere where they used to go and sort it from.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was part of it, interacting with the children. And what surprised me, I got a six-year-old kid. He's not in school. He's selecting beans, but he does know what he's doing. Was picking only the red one. If he sees a leaf, he could pick it out and throw. He knows that it's bad. So that information really made me happy.
Wow.
Which means whatever they are doing, it's on point. Yeah.
Maybe before we go for a break, I want to tap your idea on who is the most important person in the coffee chain. Is it the farmer? Actually, among these two people, is it the farmer or the barista?
That's a tricky one. But in my own words, I would say all of us.
No,
boss, all of us. I'll tell you, all of us.
Hey.
I speak for the coffee, not the farmer. Okay? But if a farmer does a shit job, I cannot represent it.
But if a farmer does bad coffee and he brings it on my station, I can do whatever it takes at least to have good coffee out of it. No, it can't. But if a farmer produces good coffee and I make it bad, it will be bad coffee.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go for
no.
We shall continue this conversation later.
Boss. We are all accountable. So for me, I'll stick on my 2 points.
We're all important.
Important, yes.
Well, guys, who is the most important person in the coffee chain? Go dive down on our social media platforms, Twitter at HTV1UG, and tell us who is most important in the coffee chain. The coffee break, we'll be right back.
Okay.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, brew ratio is the most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of the coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I exactly? So if you don't master the brew ratio, oh, everything is going to turn out a mess. You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. You're still watching House of Talent Television, and this is the coffee break with me, Amon Mukisa. And my guest today is Saddam Muchibi, a former senior barrister with Enduro Coffee, and now a head barrister with
Algawa Arabia.
Algawa Arabia. That one was confusing.
Algawa. You should feel it here.
I should feel it here. Algawa.
Yes.
Is that right?
Gawa means coffee, actually. Means coffee.
It means coffee in Arabic.
In Arabic, yeah. In Arabic side.
Gawa.
Gahawa.
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 You know how to speak Arabic, huh?
Nah. No. It's not any easy language, bro. Yeah. But so, of course I know little words, yeah.
So before we went to break, we were talking about like who is the most important person in the coffee chain. And behind the camera, of the camera, we were having a conversation of the fact that we talking about the chain, and now we are bringing out only 2 people, which means no longer chain. Okay, so now Saddam, who is the most important person in the coffee chain with all the people involved in the chain? So that's now a complete chain.
Aye, boss. Everyone is important. I will not say these people they do they put less effort. No, everyone in the chain puts 100%. Yeah, so still I'll stick on my answer, everyone.
Okay.
Everyone is important.
Everyone is important.
I cannot have coffee without a farmer. I cannot have a coffee without a roaster. I cannot have a coffee without a producer. So they are all important, and we appreciate their work.
They are all important. So Saddam, let's go into our tutorial for today's show. What are we going to do today? I see very nice equipment here.
Yeah. So we are going to have a V60. Yeah, a V60. Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So a V60, what's it made of? Like, how was it, or how does it work?
A V60, it's a filter coffee. Yeah. It's a filter coffee. You do it manually. It's not like an espresso whereby it's a machine. You know, you craft it.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are going to craft 1 cup for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 cups for us, you know.
2 cups?
Hey.
All right.
Okay.
No problem.
So
then.
The floor is yours. Give us the tutorial.
See, I'll do one. Then you also do one.
I also do one.
Yeah.
Okay. We have all the time.
You have the time? Cool.
Yeah.
So I'll show you the way we do it. See how I'm folding the folder. Sorry, the paper filter. It should be like this. You lock it down at the tip. Good.
Wow.
Good to go. But before you start the brew, you have to make sure that it's wet. And you should put enough water. So I use approximately 100 to 200 ml of water.
Is our kettle of water. I think you can add in some little water.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Just help me. We decided to keep our water here just to keep the temperature.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I like the way you folded the paper filter and threw it over there. I wish we had it in a slow motion. It would really look nice, eh? As you can see the paper filter, and I love the color. Like when you see the color of our paper bag, the cover.
Yeah.
When you see the color of our paper bag and the color of the filter, something that looks nice when you're making coffee.
Yeah.
Those are the coffee colors. Eh?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to wet our paper filter.
So here I start.
Okay. There you go. I don't know if you guys can hear the sound of the dripping water into the decanter. Oh God. So why is it that you have to like wet it fully like this instead of like just pouring water and the moment you see that it's wet, I pour out the water? I see you've taken over like 30 seconds when wetting the paper filter.
I should wash it, you know. These papers, they trap dust, and it has its own smell. That peppery taste, you have to kick it out. Yeah. So, can I use it here?
Sure, no worries. Can use. We have all the equipment on the coffee break
I
show.
see.
Yeah.
Even the decanter, you have to
wash it fully. Yeah. Nice.
Good to go.
So this process took like 1 minute.
Yeah, you have to take your time. Time is everything, my brother.
Sibi akupapa.
Sibi akupapa.
Okay.
Coffee wampapira. Oba tugenda munyumira.
So you have your coffee ready.
Yeah.
Which grain size do we have to use specifically?
Medium coarse.
Medium coarse.
Yeah, medium coarse.
Okay.
Let me just keep it here. Medium coarse.
For the V60. Let me ask, does the V60 use the same grain size as the Quimula Pulver, the Clever Dripper, Chemix? Those are 3 equipment so far.
Yeah.
And the AeroPress. Do they use the same grain size?
No. For the Clever Drip, V60 Clever Dripper, then you said which one else?
Chemix.
Chemix? No. So V60 Clever Dripper, you can use the same grain size.
Okay.
Yeah, but for the Chemix, you need something more coarser.
More coarser.
Yeah.
All right.
So you go like 2 clips. Yeah. If you use maybe like a 20 clip, then for the Chemix, you should use maybe 23 to 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because it has tiny walls.
Okay. So what next?
So I'm going to dose the coffee, and I'm going to use 20, and I'll use a ratio of 1 to 15.
1 to 15.
Yeah.
How do you guys count ratios?
I wish I can do it with you here. I can show you. So
that's the good thing about the coffee break, because everything is practical right here. So our cameraman will zoom in this as Saddam is doing it, so that he shows you how you count ratios, especially when you're like at home. You need to use you need to use this method to show that, or to get ratios of how you can get a good cup of coffee. So Saddam, how do you count ratios?
Okay, so since we are going to use a ratio of, as I told you, it will be 1 to 15, right? So, and the dose is 20.
Why did you put a 0 point something?
0, it represents a number.
Okay.
It cannot show 1, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it cannot show 1. If you say point, how did I say? Anyway, let's first keep it.
Okay.
So, as I told you, we are using 20 grams of coffee. So, a 20 grams of coffee, it will be represented by 300 ml of water.
Is it a standard?
It's the standard.
20 grams have to represent 300 ml of water?
No, it's not like that. But we use ratios.
Okay.
So the first ratio we start with is 15.
Okay.
There is 15, 1 to 15. There is 1 to 16, 1 to 17. These all ratios, they will produce different tests. Tests.
So I can't use a ratio of 2 to 15?
No.
It's not there in coffee?
It's not there.
Wow. Okay.
Not there.
Show us how we can count.
If you use 12, you will extract something which is underdeveloped. It will be bitter. It will be harsh.
It won't taste good, literally.
Yeah. You will not enjoy your coffee.
Okay.
So in order for you to enjoy the coffee, you need these standards. You need 15 and above.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see how we can get our ratios right here.
So you put the 300 as I told you. 20 to go into the 300. So you divide it by 20.
As you can
it
see,
will give 15. This 15 represents 1 gram of water, 1 gram of coffee, which means if you put 1 gram of coffee inside the chamber, you should put 15 grams of coffee. 15 grams of water. Yeah. So in coffee, we shouldn't use ml. we're going into grams because there is some particles and solubles. It's a mixture. That's why I use grams. 15 grams, not ml. So you divide the 15, as I told that 15 represent 1 gram. So you can divide the 15 by 20. Sorry, it's 15 by 20, giving you 15. The same thing if you brew this ratio and you find it very strong for you, you can use maybe 16.5, 17, up to you.
All right.
Yeah, so I will just do the 16 by 20.
Gives you 320. Hope you guys saw how it is done right on TV.
Yeah.
So in case you're at home, please do this and you get the ratios on how you want your coffee to taste. So let's go sit down and make the coffee.
So I'll dose it.
Coffee has to be fresh, yeah?
Yeah, it has to be fresh, always fresh.
Yeah.
Not fresh of one day, no. Should be a fresh of at least 2 weeks. That's 14 days, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is 23, but we said you should use 20.
20 grams.
20 grams, yeah. One thing about coffee, it will teach you how to be consistent in life.
That's what you talked about at the beginning of the show. You have to be with a notebook and pen, so that you note down these things for consistency.
And after removing the amount of coffee you want, you should make sure you tighten so that it will keep the freshness.
Hope you guys know how to tighten these bags, because whenever you buy these bags in supermarkets, coffee shops, you need to know how to seal it again the moment you open it up again. Okay. I like the aroma and scent that's coming out of the coffee.
Yeah.
So why stirring it like that? To create a hole?
Not a hole, but since it's a cone, I should do this.
Yeah.
Since it's a cone, the amount of coffee in the middle is more than the one which is on the side.
Okay.
Yeah, so you should make a little
so
bit
basically
of
it has to be like in the shape of the equipment.
Exactly.
So if my cameraman could zoom in here and see that cone, it's not flat. There is a cone like the way how this equipment or the way this V60 is made. So that's why there is this shape right here. Okay.
So let me first add more water.
Nice. So there is no, there's nothing like, okay, it has to be flat so that I can get a flat bed.
Yeah. Anyway, you can keep it flat if you wish, but I prefer it this way.
This way?
Yeah.
Well, guys, this is Free Knowledge live on TV, and this is what the coffee break does for you to understand how to brew coffee. Okay?
Yeah.
I like the way you handle everything gently. I think this is the way how this cup of coffee is going to come out, like in terms of taste.
Of course.
Yeah. So there you're tearing?
Yeah. I have to put it on 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have to measure the amount of water. Yeah, in case if I forgot to tear it, it will give me different results. I may end up putting less water or more water.
Okay.
So it's always good to put it at 0, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so I'm going to start. Before you start, you have to start that time. So you should start at the same time. So I'll first put 50 ml of water. Sorry.
My colleague Emma always says whenever they are pouring it like that, he asks himself every time whenever he sees a barista doing that, why do baristas like pour in a swirling or rotational mode?
Yeah.
Why?
The V60 cone, it's made of some narrow, how can I say it? There is some design
the ridges.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it pulls the water in a certain direction. So if I say to pour in a different way, it may affect my cup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So this is the second pour.
So there are times you pour like You need to pour 4 times, 3 times, 2 times.
Yeah, but all it will depend on what you are looking at.
So that crema, that dark brown crema that's coming on top,
Yeah.
does it represent that coffee is really, really fresh, or it's just because the way you're pouring it?
Sometimes, yeah, it does.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that coffee is fresh.
Yeah, no. Yeah, actually, it doesn't mean that the coffee is fresh, but it represents a good coffee also.
So I had a conversation with some guys some time back, and we were arguing about that. Like the moment you have your coffee brewing, you don't have to stir. You just have to let it coffee drip into the cup or the decanter. Why did you stir for the coffee in a P60?
Now, in coffee extraction, there is a lot of things which we should all understand. What you're looking at, that will be one of your main reasons why you're doing it. So for me, I'm doing it to increase my extraction levels. Yeah. Secondly, to make sure that every ground it will be hit by water, it will hit the water.
Every ground will be hit by the water. During the blooming process, the first pour, if you bring in this ground to be mixed with water at this point where you start in, won't it affect the cup of the taste of the cup of coffee, because it didn't mix with water at first and didn't maybe take away the astringent flavors at first? Won't it affect the cup of coffee, because now when you stir it, it's going to mix with the other beans or with the other grounds that have been immersed or infused with coffee?
No, it will not affect.
It won't?
Yeah, it won't.
So you mean one particle of coffee doesn't affect a cup of coffee?
It does. Yeah, it does. But in extraction, in brewing,
it doesn't.
It doesn't. Yeah.
So, and we're done?
Yeah, we are done. Very simple.
Guys, look at how the coffee
So our
looks
extraction
like in a glass.
our time is 3 minutes.
3 minutes
of extraction,
and you're done with your nice cup of coffee.
Of course,
I like the lighter bit of it. It's not something that looks like it's strong.
Yeah.
And something that you can drink over and over and over and over again. So we get our cups right here. You guys, I can't wait. Very nice. I can't wait to have this cup of coffee right here on a coffee break made by barista Saddam Muchivi, who is a former barista at Enduro Coffee, but also is head barista of Ali Kahawa. It's something he got me to.
I'll teach you how to say it.
Let me have my dose and nice. That's enough for me.
All right.
The rest is yours. So I'm gonna have my cup of coffee right here, and I'll be the judge from this cup of coffee.
Let me first wait for you.
Wow. Wow.
How is it?
This is a very well balanced cup of coffee. In terms of taste, in terms of smoothness, in terms of acidity, everything is balanced. And the aftertaste is too sweet. Very, very sweet. Well guys, this is a tutorial of the V60 that you could make at home. If you want these equipments right here, go on our social media platforms in the comment section. Let us know the equipment you want, and the House of Talent will help you connect you to the people or will get you these equipments. So this is the coffee break, and Saddam, as we finalize the show, or get towards the end of the show, let's talk about women in coffee. Just briefly, how can we get a number of women in the coffee industry?
Basing on where I've been working from. Now, the ladies are in more the industry. If you look at the, excuse me, if you look at the competition which held in Dubai, the top players are all ladies, the judges, the winners. Even the barista champion, she's a lady.
She's a lady.
Yeah, maybe here in Uganda we need to to educate them.
In terms of coffee brewing or educate them in
Everything.
school?
No, in coffee, in the industry, we should show them the way. We should encourage them. We should actually teaching them. Once you teach someone, I think you will end up loving it. You teach, you follow up, and results, it's love in the coffee. Yeah.
It's love in the coffee. Why aren't we having barista champions from Uganda? You spoke about the barista champions who are in Dubai are ladies, most of them. So why aren't we having? It's because maybe we're not educating them?
No.
Or it's because we're not initiative enough to be competitive?
We are educating them, but as you know, some ladies, if you take coffee, it will affect your...
Yeah, the mean.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's scaring them off. But on the other side, the ladies are on top.
They don't care about this.
My former barista, she's a lady.
Your head barista?
My former head barista. Yeah, before I took, she was the one in charge. So I was second in command of her. Imagine. Not her only. There is another company, 3 or 4. The head baristas, they are ladies. You know this company called Espresso Lab. The former head barista, she's a lady. Yeah.
But would you say that also like the pay in Uganda in terms of salary is affecting the ladies' involvement in the coffee industry? You know, men as like, if you're not getting enough on the job, at least people in Uganda call it kuiriba. You know, they will do that. But ladies, when they ladies will be in a specific job full time, and what they get is what they get. Do you think that's also affecting like ladies getting involved in the coffee industry?
About payments in Uganda, I'm not so sure, but it could be. It could be. It could be. So maybe they should do something about it.
Who should do something about it?
UCDA.
UCDA.
They should put standards on baristas. Yeah. What I know that here in Uganda, baristas are being cheated. Honestly, are being cheated. So, Madam, she's called Madam.
Say her name.
Madam. I've even forgotten. But
she's which Madam are you trying to? In UCDA?
The lady in UCDA.
You're talking about Claire?
Claire, Madam Claire should do something. They should sit down. They should put standards on baristas. One day, I have a friend. He's working in Mbale. He told me they pay him only 300.
300.
But he's a barista.
For man.
Yeah, it's not enough even to pay for the rent. So maybe they should do something.
This message is coming, please. This message is coming direct from Saddam to Madame Claire on UCDA, to UCDA.
Yeah, to the board.
To the board.
To the board. UCDA, please do something. Do something, yeah. Our baristas are being cheated. That's why most of the baristas are running outside.
Yeah.
They here in Dubai, they are paying at least good salary. I should go to Dubai.
Okay.
But if they pay us well, I think we should bring all this energy to our industry and we make it on the map.
Well, as House of Talent TV, we're definitely cutting out this segment and we're sending it to Madame Claire and the board at UCDA. Saddam says, please do something on the standard wage of baristas so that we can have the top cream, the cream in Uganda. So that maybe at a certain point we shall have a champion, world champion barista from Uganda.
Sure.
Because at the beginning of the show, I talked about the fact that Martin Shabaya said that he uses Ugandan coffee to compete in all the competitions that he has been in.
I knew.
He's been using Ugandan coffee.
I knew it.
You did?
Yeah, I knew it. I went to CP. I got some motorcycles from Kenya. I asked the guy, why are you taking this coffee? Like, I'm taking it to Kenya. But it's in CP.
And then they will brand
CP, it's Uganda. They will be branding it as the Kenyan
coffee.
Yeah.
Wow. So guys, we're heading towards the end of the show, and Saddam, what last words do you have for the viewers out there and Coffee Break viewers out there, plus the world at large?
I'll conclude by saying to Uganda baristas, guys, you should do enough research and don't give up. Don't give up in anything you're doing in terms of coffee, even the personal lives. Dream higher, you get whatever you need. Then still on our board, UCDA, please, on the other point which Mr. Amon said, please think about it. Yeah, think about it and continue supporting our industry. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Saddam, for those nice words. Well, guys, I would like to make a shout out to the guys who have been watching the show. Gad Rogers from Twitter has been watching the show. Eddie Pages on Twitter has been watching the show. And Pinky has also been grilled on the show. So, guys, we're just at the early stages of the start of the year 2022. What I need to tell you is find something that you can do best and concentrate on that. If it's coffee, go deep down in coffee. Give it all your life. Give it all the passion that you're supposed to put into the coffee industry. Because you see this cup right here, it can bring you things that you can never even imagine that you'll get in a short period of time. I'm not saying that it's something that you're going to do and right away in 2 days or 3 days you get something out of it in terms of money, in terms of skill, in terms of value. You need to invest time. Anything worth investing time, please, you should go for it. And for this time round, as a coffee break show, we're telling you, please invest time in coffee. Because coffee is well paying. Coffee is a skill that you won't get away. You train grandchildren and daughters and sons, nephews, and you'll be training them to make a good cup of coffee. It will only help you also to make coffee that will bring in money into your pocket, but also to help you to make a good cup of coffee for your own benefit in terms of health, in terms of physical and mentally. Okay, so guys, invest your time in coffee. As the coffee break show, from me, Diallo on the camera, the producer of the show, that's Emma, and as House of Talent at large, we say have a beautiful 2022.
Let's talk about yourself. self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life, socially. I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Because when you see me, you will imagine that you will just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right? Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
Der Tag, mein Gott, ist nun vergangen. The day thou gavest, Lord, is ended. The darkness falls at thy behest, and us by us sweet lips are making thy wondrous doings heard on high.
Bino, bonjour, sabah al khair, and all the other languages which are around the borders, which are close to us here. You're most welcome to Noya district in northern Uganda. My name is Peter Nyeko. I am the director at Mandulis Energy. So this weekend has been very special for us at Mandulis and for me in particular, because I've just come back from France alongside a few of my colleagues who are here with me today.
My name is Paul Charles Rukundo. I'm an aerospace engineer just like Peter is, and we've been friends for quite a while. And we usually joke about being one of the only aerospace engineers in Uganda. But yeah, I'm CEO of Smart Business Intelligence, and I'm also CEO of Kisubi Associated Writers Agency, which is an edutech company. It was my first time coming over to the north, to Noya, and it was quite an experience. I love the place. I'll definitely be back. The people are so welcoming. We love the food there. We managed to plant bamboo, which is nice. I saw all the renewable energy projects that are there. Quite a sustainable ecosystem that has been built there. And it's lovely. It's really lovely to see the people and the projects that are there. And I loved it.
So my name is Divine Navawesi, and I am the CEO and founder of Divine Bamboo. Divine Bamboo is an innovative forestry and energy company in Uganda. Our mission is to stop deforestation through the promotion of bamboo as an alternative to traditional hardwoods. So we promote the growing of bamboo in Uganda. So our experience on our way to the Mandulis Energy Farm in Nyoa was very interesting. We had the opportunity to come with Peter a day before as the advance team. So we came with Peter, we drove in our Divine Bamboo truck. It was very interesting. We stopped at Karuma for some nyama choma, and then we came here to prepare for the team. So it was a very nice experience. Our experience on the Mandulis Energy Farm after being taken through the site was very exciting, because again, prior to that, we had the chance to visit one of the farms where Peter is going to grow bamboo. So we woke up early in the morning, we went to see the farm. It's a 108-acre farm. And then after that, we continued to Guot Apoyo, which had so many projects, the maize milling plants, the fish farm. So it was very exciting, and it's really nice to finally see on the ground what Peter has been doing for all this time.
I am Daniel Treyer, an engineer from Germany, and I came here to Uganda to found my company Sembo, introducing electric mobility. And within this environment of environmental impact businesses is how I met Peter, and he got me on this trip this weekend. My experience was very nice. I know the plans of Peter now since 6 or 7 years, and it was very nice to see it now in brick and mortar and see how the project he's doing up here is progressing. My experience there was very nice because we got to meet the local community and see how much they appreciate the impact what this project's gonna have on their lives, on their daily lives in terms of cooking, but also or lighting, but also in terms of an economic development where they can sell their waste product what they couldn't use before, and now they're able to sell it and generate their own electricity out of it.
Hi, my name's Josie. I'm Program Manager for an organisation called Peripheral Vision International. We focus on media for social change within Uganda, East Africa and beyond. It's been a really positive experience this weekend, and I feel very honoured to have been included. There's two things I found really impressive about the project. The first is how it's using so many different products that you would maybe see as waste, and repurposing them either for fuel, or the work that they're doing around the rice and turning it into milk, or all the different things they're doing with what we might see as waste products. The second thing was the ownership that the community has of the project, so really feeling like it's their project, it belongs to them. They feel very proud of having the project in their area, so I felt that the community involvement was really impressive. Yeah, it was a really amazing experience, and like I said, I felt very privileged to be invited and to be kind of welcomed into the community. It was just, although there was a language barrier, it didn't matter. I think it was a very nice atmosphere yesterday. The food was delicious, and I really enjoyed the acholi, the dancing and the music, especially the song that they wrote for Peter. I thought was very touching. So yeah, it felt really special to be included as part of the event yesterday.
I'm Mohamed Kanouté. I'm project manager, solar project manager for Sagemcom. Sagemcom is a French company. My experience in the Middle East farm is one of the more exciting experiences I have. I live in Uganda since I came, so that changed my view to Uganda. I saw another reality, another kind of interacting with people. So that experience will be for me Amson, very nice experience I ever have since I come in Uganda.
So I'm Marjorie Motion. I'm a French teacher in Uganda. I've been teaching here for about 2 years, for a couple of years, different international schools. So I'm from France. I've been teaching for about 15 years in different countries around the world. So the villagers welcomed us very warmly yesterday when we arrived, first with their royal dance. They came to us, so we feel really touched and welcome, as we never experienced that anywhere else. That's really exceptional and very warm. The food was amazing. We have been treated as princes, actually, and princesses. Well, that was really magical and warm, yeah. And those people, it was nice to meet them. I have a very warm image in my mind also of this. One of the dancers is still a breastfeeding mother, and so when she was not dancing, she was breastfeeding her child, or 1-year-old girl. That was really, really cute.
It takes a village to bring up a child, and it takes an ecosystem to lift up a village.
Yeah, I am Bobby Ogwang.
and I am the CEO of Mara Agribusiness Limited. For me, one thing that stood out is the community cohesion. You know, the togetherness that the community has with the project. You know, it's kind of difficult to distinguish if it is a project for Mandulis or it's a project owned by the community. You get what I mean? Yeah. So that I think is a very strong one.
I think renewable energy is the way to go. It's from his ecosystem that he has created. He has managed to help the community. He's managed to help everyone from the grandmothers to the kids and to the other people that have been dealing in agriculture. And the fact that he uses the waste in order to make electricity and he pays them for that, it's quite amazing. And I love that ecosystem that he has created.
So I think given that our organisation works on producing media and reaching as many people as we can in Uganda and across Africa, I think we'd love to partner with Mandulis, particularly with the science show for kids, is to maybe show some of the techniques that Mandulis is using and to promote that within the show.
Our organisation, Divine Bamboo, would partner with Mandulis Energy, especially when it comes to sustainability for the farmers. We are starting bamboo projects. We are going to work with 7,500 farmers, and we are going to plant, I guess, over 8,000 acres of bamboo. And the purpose of bamboo will be to give the farmers fuel wood, so they can use the bamboo for firewood, they can use it for charcoal, they can sell it for poles, they can make furniture, crafts. So we look forward to increasing the incomes of the farmers here.
We're already in talks with Peter to see how to become the tech partner in terms of building databases where we'll link up all the inputs that are being given to the farmers.
Actually, I'm already in discussions with Peter because I'm in the coffee sector and we are processing coffee through the wet method. We call it wet processing, and the byproduct of that processing can actually be turned into energy through biogas, so renewable energy. So we're already in discussions to see how we can turn that organic waste into energy for the smallholder farmers. So yes, there's very good potential that we can partner.
And what we're doing here is we generate electricity in the villages using waste such as rice husks, maize cobs, groundnut shells. That electricity goes to the community to help them light their homes, charge their phones, but more importantly, help them pump water, help them process their crops into high value products such as maize flour, such as cornstarch and so on, so that they can sell those products at a higher price to big buyers in Kampala, for example, such as the breweries, such as the beverage industries and so on. And that allows them to triple their income. By doing drying and cleaning, they also double their income. So it's really interesting. Their lives get better, they earn more money, they're able to do more for their families. And that's what we do here, and it's quite exciting for us. Things such as cooking is also supported by what we do here, because we use some of the waste to actually produce what we call briquettes and pellets, which are basically what they can use for cooking, but made from rice husk, maize cobs, and groundnut shells. It looks like wood, burns like wood, but it's actually made from husks. And it can also be converted into something that looks like charcoal and burns like charcoal, but is made from the husks as well. So in the end, when they have clean cooking fuel, which is affordable, when they have clean drinking water, which is affordable, but more importantly, when they have electricity in the village at a lower price than what they would get it from diesel, for example, and they're able to get the same prices they're getting in Kampala, which is really, really exciting.
kede chat we London no bino ka konyo wa kede chat we Europe no dugu ka konyo wa kede chat we Sudan no bino ka konyo wa peta kede chat we Nairobi no dugu ka konyo wa peta kele ma I wadang wul ku I wadang kele pi I wadang tuju pi o dang wana po lubani wana lege luban piri tan lege luban kan gina wajo mabore pare gina lege luban yo konyi wana lege luban yo konyi kore min ma mini tuan min ma mini wa lege luban tuan min ma mini wa lege luban.
Coffee industry is very wide, it's very big, it's very full of opportunities. Don't sit there and say, I have nothing to do. You can join the industry. You can get whatever you want. If you give it time, invest in it. By giving it time, don't look for money, don't look for big salary at first. First learn. After learning, you'll get how much amount you need. Yeah. In coffee industry, there's no like, barista should get this amount of money. No, it depends on your knowledge. Yeah. What you know is what you get. You cannot be like having junior experience and asking for experienced one. No. You can join now. Good thing, everything is simple. Yeah. It's easy. Don't sit there and say, oh no, I'm scared to join this. No, it's very simple. You can make. Yeah, it's very simple. It's not so difficult. Simple, very simple. Very enjoyable. You can do everything when you're enjoying. You can do your coffee. You can serve your customers. Coffee create friendship. Yeah. Coffee gives you job. Even if you are not working in a cafe, maybe you can go in different field, but still in coffee industry. Yeah. Yes.
Let's put up the camera.
My first advice to my students, the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people. But our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you like will be making some money somewhere. And where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there is that gap. There's that gap of supply. There's that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee. How we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket or to save on the account.
It's another good day to have coffee. Welcome to House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. This is the Coffee Break Show. Remember, you can catch us live. The show is live right now on our YouTube channel at House of Talent Uganda live stream. Or you can head down to our Twitter handle, that is at HTV1. Or if you're on Facebook, you can also catch us at House of Talent Uganda. That is on Facebook. Make sure to share the show. Far and wide, send us your comments. If you have questions, if you have any remarks, let us know. On today's show, the Messiah is back. And I'm not talking about the second coming of Jesus. I'm talking about the coming back of the Coffee Messiah, the original guy on the show. He's back with us here today. And for those who are wondering who the Messiah is, none other than Mr. Amon Mukisa.
Hey, man.
Welcome back to the show.
Thank you, man.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while, but we've been in touch.
Yeah, we've been in touch.
Yeah.
I think you were out, getting converts and, getting more disciples to come to your side.
It's a good thing that we've gotten many.
Yeah,
and can be seen on the show here. We have very many faces that have come up, very many new people that are in coffee. It's a good thing. Good thing that at least now the visibility of coffee and people are getting to know coffee, So it's a good thing that we've seen very many new faces come through. And it's very, very massive when you look out there. People are joining the coffee industry. Like someone tells you, okay, I watched this show, I heard about this, I read about this in coffee, and I decided to come and study coffee. That's a good thing.
So we're doing a good job.
Yeah, we're doing a good job. Well done, the Coffee Break.
Well, apart from that, what have you been up to? I've seen on your social media, you're still doing your GNN. For those of you who don't know, Amon has his page, Gather Now Network on YouTube. You should head over there. Some very good content. You should actually follow him and, you know, let another person know, support Amon. You know, he has good stuff. Just go ahead and check it out. I also saw some of your posts, some coffee stuff. I think you're running some trainings and all this. You know, what have you been up to basically?
Well, it's been a roller coaster because, you know, as Uganda went on, like, yes, we haven't fully opened up, but people have started like moving.
Yeah.
So back to our businesses, like the coffee shops, different businesses of coffee, people are starting to crowd it.
Yeah.
The queue is so much. So we tend to get together as different parties in the coffee industry, so that we can bring back the egg game in the coffee industry, because you know how you sit down and relax because, okay, you've not been busy, people you've been receiving like 10 a day, 20 a day, you know, but now people have started coming back, which means you have to be prepared for Jan come 2022 when the guy said it's going to open up. So hopefully. We've been in preparations, we've been in preparations to open up, so doing trainings, doing coffee awarenesses, you know, like putting everything in touch, like it's supposed to be here, let it be here. Give it a direction, the right direction where it's supposed to be, we give it that direction. So that's what we've been up to. But besides that, normal stuff, chilling, work, you know, something like that.
Well, it's good that you guys have really been running all these programs, and that is what we want to focus, you know, our show on today. You know, but before we get there, you know, we're still getting to know. You've been doing awareness. The economy is getting back to the place where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to open up January, hopefully, you know, but with this new variant coming in, you also really can't be sure, you know, if the economy will really open. So with the people coming back, in the event that we don't open in January, okay, and maybe we go to another lockdown, okay, are there some strategies that you guys have come up with to make sure that, you know, you don't go back into a pitfall like it was before?
Man, it's going to be hard not to open up. It's really, really going to be. You know, a country sitting or being locked for 2 years, what it means to the economy. So that's why even the president of Uganda, when he was addressing a couple of weeks ago, he said, come what may, we're opening up in Jan. But in an event where something goes wrong and we don't open up, you know, like before, how companies have coped up. You know, like through the use of food companies, through the use of the internet, you know, to distribute their products, besides the beverages, but the products. Coffee has different products, as you know. But companies have adopted to that. You know, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine and I told him, do you know there are various guys who are not going to let spaces come next year? They won't rent. Because they will realize, okay, I've been paying over 10 million a month for this space, but I've been making over maybe 15 million or 20 million. And now you're telling me to rent a space whereby in a lockdown, at least I've achieved my 11 million. Okay, so they will weigh the two options and they're like, okay, why not? So it's going to be hard to see people grumble for spaces, grumble for what. So they will adopt to this internet because they have really mastered how it's being done. Actually, when you asked me at the beginning what we've been up to, like, we've been trying to see what new options can we have to market our different products of coffee. How can we use the internet very well? Because you can never understand the internet like fully. Even those who are like leads on the internet, they still go back and research, you know. So we've also been trying to do different researches, you know, getting curious about how best can we do this, how best can we market our coffee products, how best can we reach different audiences in the coffee industry. That's why, okay, a company I work with is Enduro Coffee. That's why you're seeing, besides the lockdown, Enduro Coffee is opening up various branches. You find yourself in Kapchora, there is a branch. In Buama, there is a branch. Around town, there are like over 3 branches that have opened up, and more are coming. So that's the kind of work that we've been like trying to do. So if we don't open up, it will be easy for us because at least now we are next to our customers. You know, if you're around, maybe let me say Naria, if I have a branch around maybe Chiwatle, I can easily walk over there.
Yeah,
okay,
true.
my bike, you know. So instead of like coming from Cementi, going to Nalia, that distance, even the coffee will get cold, or whatever product I'm transferring will get cold or bad, because coffee is a perishable good, you know that. So it's easy for us like to connect. The distance is not long. That's one way. But also, like I said, the use of the internet.
Yeah.
The use of the internet. So we need to adopt to that, because people have realized that the internet can do more good than harm.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was seeing in town, and just even here, just outside the studio, the user guys have decided to make, you know, mobile shops for coffee. Okay, so does Endiro have any plans of the same, or you guys are just sticking to, you know, permanent structures?
Yes. Okay, now the spokesperson of Enduro right here. Yes, Enduro, you know, Enduro's vision is end child vulnerability globally through coffee and other related products by partnering with others. So Enduro Coffee, it doesn't have those stores or those juicers or those small bikes, no. But for it, what it did was, okay, how can we get through the community deep down by not going there as a bicycle or with a car or with a van, but we need to be in the community with them, physically with them, live with them, give them jobs, you know. So besides the Enduro Coffee Limited company, what they decided to do was, okay, I think I used the wrong word over there. What we decided to do, what we decided to do was, let's go to the community, and we started up the project called the Enduro Community Project. So this Enduro Community Project is all about like going down to the people, giving them jobs, but they have stalls in these communities. You find a stall in Kamocha, you find a stall in downtown Chisenyi, you find a stall in like those small communities. This is because not everyone can afford a cup of coffee at 10K or 12K. But this cup of coffee by Enduro Coffee Community Project, you find a cup of coffee at 1,500, but a good cup of coffee, you know, like the one they will take at 10K. So this is one of reaching out compared to, okay, I'm not trying to diminish this whole van projects. They are good because they improve or they increase coffee consumption in Uganda. But for us, we decided to do it that way because coffee is people. Instead of coming and go away, okay, I'm going to come and park here today, and you find me here with my van with an espresso machine doing coffee, and then tomorrow you find me in Chireka. No, first we're like, let's stay here, we live in people, given the fact that coffee is people.
Interesting. It's actually good to see that we're using coffee to, you know, reach some people in the community. Do you have any examples or any stories of, you know, certain lives that have been changed? I know that you're always up and down in Kapchora here and there. So I know that you must have met some people or heard of some stories where people's lives were changed because of the work you guys are doing. Could you just share that with us?
You know, I do trainings of different baristas that we get into. I don't do like outside trainings, but I do trainings of in-house. So when I'm called certain times to go and train or orient these people, the smile I see on their faces, the reactions I see when I'm interacting with them is so touching. Because they realize that, okay, we've been knowing coffee, but we didn't know that coffee is as good as this when we've added value on it. You know, there is a lady called Mariam. She's doing. She's in these Enduro community projects. Mariam, she lives in. She left Mubende here to Kampala, but she didn't have a job. Okay, she got. You know how you can leave the village and you come to town. Like you stay with your auntie or uncle, and you're expecting your uncle or aunt to get you a job, and things don't work out.
Kampala refuses.
Kampala refuses, you know. So Mariam stays there, not until she heard about this project. And because there's a team that runs it. So she registers for this project. And Enduro Community calls her. So when she reaches, they tell her what she's going to do and everything. They give her the orientation. Of course, now that's me giving her the orientation. She's like, Amon, did you know that we grow coffee at home, but I didn't know all these things? So you see how coffee is changing the life of this person. She's getting to realize, okay, I would have utilized this opportunity way back but I didn't know about it. You know, so the ignorance in around people at least is going to shift a little bit, so that they can get awareness about coffee. And that's how it's going to change the lives of people. Because now, just imagine someone is having a stall of coffee, a Kata Sovendio community, and now is making maybe 10 cups of coffee, literally, like averagely. Okay, the boda guy, maybe a certain Musa over there has come. Oh, Mariam, because it's now to be their usual, you know? So you're giving this person a culture of taking coffee. You're changing his life. So that's the impact of coffee through this lady called Mariam.
Interesting story. You know, would love to see more of those stories actually happening. And I know they are there, just that, you know, sometimes we're really not exposed to them. But I believe that coffee is actually changing lives.
Yeah, people are being changed by coffee. Especially the fact that now Uganda, what it's doing is a very, very good thing. Like, at least has made sure that coffee products are enriched within the people. How much they don't know them so much, but if someone is passing somewhere and they see a coffee, maybe flyer, maybe a coffee shop somewhere, maybe a coffee message somewhere on TV, okay, they'll be like, you see, what would they? But at least they have seen it. Then next time when they see it, they react to it. That's a good thing.
It's not like back in the times when we had only Kawa coffee. That's the only
Coffee,
thing
Kawa and
Now we know a bit more about coffee. Well, if you've just tuned into the show, this is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. The Messiah is back. He's here with us in the studio. He has been out getting converts, and you've seen some of the converts on the show. We've been having really very good discussions, and today we're going to discuss some more stuff with Amon in the studio. But we'll take a break right now, but remember, we are live on our Facebook, our YouTube, and our Twitter. Make sure to tune in. If there's someone who needs to be watching the show, just let them know we're on. We're going to take a break right now. Don't go anywhere. Grab a cup of coffee. We'll be right back after this.
I think most female feel like being a barista is more of a male job, or being a farmer is a male thing, or being a quality controller. Yet they don't know that there are other perfect people that we are looking at. So we want to bring this gender equality into the coffee business. I would thank this the International Women Coffee Alliance. It has really done a very good job to encourage women into the coffee business. When you look at coffee farmers or coffee processors, most of them are women. When you look at the quality controllers, they say that women are the best coffee testers. Why? Because they're very subjected to spices when they're cooking. They get a lot of flowers from us. So they test a lot of things, ice cream, yogurt, sweets, what. So they are good cup testers. Yes.
So most of them should actually, you know, take opportunity.
I would actually encourage all the female to participate in the coffee business, whether owning a coffee shop, whether analyzing coffee, barista, farming. We really need them.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. Remember, we are live on our Twitter at HTV1, that's House of Talent Uganda, on our Facebook at House of Talent Uganda, and on our YouTube at House of Talent Uganda. Live stream, make sure to catch the show. And if you can't catch it right now, you can always catch it later. There will be a replay. But in the house with me today is Amon Mukisa, aka the Coffee Messiah, back from going out there and just spreading the coffee gospel. He's been doing really great things out there with different programs with Endiro, training different baristas. You know, it's always amazing to meet a barista and, you know, you tell him, I know this guy called Amon, and he starts saying, but I know Amon is the one who taught me A, B, C, D.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling, eh?
Yeah, it's always a nice feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Today's topic, I think the last show we had Katawazi Gerald inside here, and
it was a nice show.
Yeah, you watched the show. So he was talking. We were talking about how Uganda is actually the second highest when it comes to coffee production, after Ethiopia in Africa. Okay, and I think the goal of UCDA is to either match Ethiopia or even be greater than that. But we came to the realization that from the past, okay, if we go back to SST in primary school. There was something that we called cash crops. Okay, so we had coffee, and then we had cotton. Okay, so basically what the missionaries or the white people did back in the day, they gave us this thought of when you grow coffee, you want to make money out of coffee, and I think the same thing has stuck till today. If you go like the example you gave us with that lady that is working with, you know, the Endiro community program, she says they grow coffee at home, but she had no idea that coffee could actually do all these things. Okay, because in their minds, when you grow the coffee, sell the berries, your work is done. They don't realize that we can actually also consume the same coffee. Okay, so our topic for today is how the different stakeholders, okay, have to play their part in this coffee industry to make it better. And perhaps we'll start with the farmers themselves, because that is where everything starts. Okay, we have a situation whereby a farmer has never taken coffee in his life, but he has acres of coffee. Okay, so how can these farmers, okay, play their part in the coffee industry of Uganda to make it get better, to help us become #1 in Africa, but also to make sure that coffee itself in Uganda is really put above, you know, other things like tea and all this stuff?
Well, Emma, to be honest to you, gone are the days when we had farmers who are illiterate growing different crops, growing coffee, growing cotton. These days we have literate farmers who have gone to school, who have graduated in farming practices, agriculture, you know. Last time Ibra was here saying that he studied biochemistry, by something like that, but it was also related to crops or farming. So these days we have literate farmers. So it makes me wonder, why don't we have good practicing methods, farming methods, deep down in our farms that cannot bring us to a point whereby we're going to reach a certain time and we are falling into a ditch? Okay, if it was like maybe farmers are illiterate these days, they would say, okay, we need trainings for these farmers. But when you look at the farmers these days, they're illiterate. So I would say farmers need to be trained. Yes, not all are trained, but why don't we utilize these people who have gone to school, who have graduated in this industry to do these things, at least to train these farmers? But also UCDA, the Uganda Coffee Development Authority, yes, it has tried its level best to at least ensure that farmers know what they do. At least they have done that by at least knowing each farmer in Uganda. Okay, you cannot know each and specific farmer, but like an association that runs them. That's why I've recently called up, like, if you want to start growing coffee in Uganda, you have to register. So this is like a plan, or this is like a strategy to plan for these farmers. Okay, if we have 5,000 farmers in a village, how are you going to plan for them? How are we going to have them grow the best coffee in the village, so that when it's exported or brought to a national level, it competes, you know? So instead of like having a farmer grow coffee anywhere, they harvest it. Okay, that's the Chiboko coffee. They harvest it and then dry it and then sell it off. And you realize that the coffee exports, like in Europe, over 80% of their coffee is exported. Where does it come from? Africa, and maybe more other countries. But those other countries, maybe like Brazil, you find that if they're producing maybe 50 million bags of coffee a year, you find that maybe 50% of their coffee is consumed by the natives. So maybe they're exporting 50%. But for us, we're exporting 80 or 85%.
Yeah.
And without added value on that coffee. So these are the things that farmers need to know. Okay, when I'm growing coffee, how can I improve its quality? How can I add a value on it?
Yeah.
How can I get the best quality in these coffee cherries that I'm going to harvest?
Yeah.
How can I space the coffee tree from the other not to be affected? For example, I was watching the news yesterday. It's so bad. In Uganda, there is a pest, a crop pest that has attacked coffee trees. It starts from the root.
Yeah.
So there's no way how you can see it on top that, okay, kana kamuli over this flower is being affected by this pest.
Yeah.
But for it starts from the root. So you just see the plant dying.
Yeah.
So it's so bad that it's happening. But if farmers know how to deal with this, at least maybe if I know that my coffee plant is maybe 8 meters or 12 meters away from the other coffee plant, if this pest attacks this coffee plant, the other one, at least it will take long when I realize it early now.
Yeah.
So instead of like putting here a coffee tree and then you put the coffee tree next to each other. So such things, farmers need to know them so that when they're doing this and it's exported or it's harvested and then brought to the consumption part of it, we don't have a bad quality cup of coffee or we don't have a bad quality type of coffee that's coming on market.
Yeah.
Because at the end of it all, it will affect the overall consumption of coffee or the overall coffee market in Uganda.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the mistake done by the farmer will affect the end result of the coffee consumption or the coffee chain. But the good thing done by the farmer, it will represent the good things. Like at the end.
Yeah. Two questions before we move on to the next category. One, do you think it would be a good idea for us to put a cap on how much coffee we actually export? Because if we're exporting 80% and we're consuming 20%, okay, wouldn't it be a wise thing to say, okay, you know what, 50% goes out, 50% stays here, so we force people here to actually consume the coffee. You know, what are your thoughts about that?
You see, one thing I love about being a barista is that you get conversations around various people.
Yeah.
So last week, as I was on station, sometimes I get back on station and work, you know, because it's a good thing to interact, have that skill going.
Yeah.
So this lady works with Uber, the other side in Europe, London.
Yeah.
So she comes at my station. She asks for an espresso. She asked me, how much is it? I tell her it's 6K. She's like, what? Your coffee is too expensive here. And yet you sell coffee, you grow coffee here.
Yeah.
And I asked her, how much would this amount cost a cup of coffee in London? She told me 6K here. The way you sell your coffee here, in London, 6K can buy 3 cups of coffee.
Yeah.
Then I realized that's why in London or UK or US, in those countries, even this person we see that Abelak Street lives on a street can be able to buy a cup of coffee. Compared to us in Uganda. So to answer your question, I think it's a point of UCDA or policymakers, which is the government, coming up with various ways on how to reduce the expensive what are you going to use, like the commodity that you're selling on market. How are you going to value it so that you as a government can benefit, so that you can run the country also, but me as a person who's also buying it, I benefit, like not buying it so much compared to other countries. So policymakers have to do this for us, not us, people who are taking coffee. Because when I jam not taking coffee, the government won't benefit. Because I pay tax on that cup of coffee. I also benefit by maybe getting the healthy part of it and maybe, enjoying coffee. But to help us arrive to this point of like having coffee be reduced in terms of pricing, it's the government that has to do that. Me as a person, I don't have authority. I even don't have a minute authority on that.
Yeah, you see, we're discussing with Katawazi last week, and like today we're discussing, what are the roles of different people, and each stakeholder has their part, and each stakeholder should have their voice. Okay, so we came across topics like, do we even have a barista association? or a barista forum? Do we have a farmers forum that has a voice? You know, so it's like the coffee industry has so many detachments.
Yeah, Emma, you see, thing is, these things are there. There's a farmers association. There are baristas associations.
Yeah.
But the arm that's taking the, I'm not trying to criticize the UCDA here, but the arm that's taking the coffee industry in Uganda is paying so much attention to less important things compared to things that are more important. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Of recent, there was a Dubai Expo. So whereby you go there and you exhibit your things as a country. Rwanda took that whole virtual thing of tourism. Uganda, you know what we took, part of it. But my point is, when we take people out there to expose or to exhibit our coffee, you know the people we took? The people on top, where on station, like exhibiting our coffee. Why don't you get a Uganda barista champion who's there right now, Michael, for example, to go and be on this station? Before you be on this planning level, why don't you take the baristas? Why don't you take the farmers to at least get in touch with these people out there? Because when this person is talking to this farmer, they will feel that, you know, their intuition, like they will feel like they will be connected with them. Okay, you're the person who grows this coffee. How is it like? You're the person who brews this cup of coffee. What challenges do you go through? How can we help? But if you're this person who plans for the coffee industry on top, why would you come back on station? And yet you have various capable people who can do that. So your point of like having different associations and different roles played by different people in different categories of coffee, it's good, but the people responsible to align them is not doing that job.
Okay, perhaps before we go for a break, you know, you touched on something important there. You say that at the expo, okay, they took people from up there, okay, which means that there are people down, you know, on this spectrum that are really not being taken care of. And the role of UCDA and all these other coffee or agricultural associations is to basically see that even the last man, even the person who produces the least amount of coffee, okay, has to be heard, has to be given a voice, okay? So why do we find ourselves in a situation whereby it's only the big people? Is it that the government, okay, is not doing its part in regulating UCDA, or UCDA itself, okay, is not doing its part in trying to control what happens down here?
I would say it's UCDA itself, because in most cases the government will come up to put into action what the UCDA requests to do. Not the government coming to UCDA and like, okay, UCDA, what can we do for you? Why don't UCDA go to the government and say like, you know, government, we have this plan A and B, we need to execute it like this. Please help us, give us funds, give us this and this and this, so that we can execute it. So it's not the government, it's the authority or the department. Because the government put up this department to help this person, to help the coffee industry go back to, you know, when we had the coffee hype back in the 1990s, it was a good thing, everyone was feeling good. But since then, we've never had a coffee hype the way we had it in 1990s. So when the government came up and put up the UCDA authority, or the UCDA arm, it was like, okay, let's use this arm, or let's use this department to at least keep our coffee on top globally. Because Uganda, as you all know it, it has the best coffee in the world. Just because maybe we don't have the right strategies, the right marketing strategies, the right production strategies to make sure that we've exposed our coffee as the best in the world. So UCDA has to do that. Not the government, not me, not the farmer, because the UCDA has to put impact on the farmer, they put impact on the barista who's brewing coffee, they put impact on the person who's buying coffee to sell it. That's how it's going to help us. Yeah.
Well, if you're just tuning into the show, this is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. Amon is giving us his views on why Ugandan coffee is actually not getting to where it's supposed to be, and we'll be getting into solutions. How do we get there, with all these issues that we are facing? We're going to take a break right now, but remember, you can always send us your comments. Be a part of the show. Be a part of the change that is supposed to happen in the coffee industry. We can't change it alone. We have to work with you out there. You're a barista, you're a farmer, you're a roaster. You're just a consumer. You just go, to the coffee shop to take coffee. You have a voice. Let us know down in the comment section. We'll probably be reading that, after this break. But let's get into a break right now. This is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. Grab yourself a cup of coffee. We'll be right back after this.
My first advice to my students, the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people. But our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So, in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you will be making some money somewhere. And where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there is that gap. There's that gap of supply. There's that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer, graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee, how we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket or to save on the account.
Welcome back to the show. We're having a very great discussion with Amon Mukisa about, the situation that is facing Ugandan coffee. Why has it stagnated and how can we get it to the place where it's supposed to be? He was giving an example of the Dubai Expo where we really didn't do that good, but also I believe that, it's a point of learning. We always have to learn from all these things that happen. Just that, it doesn't have to be repetitive, because if we have an opportunity like that and, we repeat the same thing, then we say, we're totally not learning. We had a barista who came to the show some time back, and he was saying, he also bags his own coffee, and he was saying that when you go to the supermarkets and you give them your coffee, okay, package it really well, and you make sure that it's really appealing to the eye, okay. They'll get that coffee and put it in the last stalls or down somewhere there and hide it. And the coffee that is put up is basically coffee from outside, okay. And you also have processed coffee, you have stuff like Nescafe that is there, and basically coffee from other countries, okay. So why is it that our coffee is shelved away, down there, and by the time people buy it, it's actually stale? So people have a very bad experience, okay, and they think, Ugandan coffee doesn't taste good, but because they bought a stale one, okay. How do we get those people's coffee to come up to the top of the shelves and push the others, not way down, but put ours up there? What part do those people play? The coffee, the supermarket guys, the suppliers and all this.
You see, Emma, I've never really been a fan of buying coffee from the supermarket or even supporting coffee to be sold in supermarkets.
Yeah.
You know why?
Why?
Coffee is a perishable good. You never find those guys in the supermarkets giving attention to coffee just like the way they give attention to maybe apples, maybe flowers. Never. Sometime back, Maurice, do you know Maurice Kia?
Yeah.
He's also a business guy, besides being a musician, and he's in coffee. So he was asking me about that whole idea of taking his sound cup coffee into supermarkets. I'm like, Maurice, you've been in this industry for quite a while.
Yeah.
When you go to buy coffee in the supermarket, what's your experience? Compared to buying coffee, maybe from a coffee shop or a coffee brand that you're buying that coffee from. So that when something goes wrong, you can trace it. Okay, that whole part of it is a speciality in the other side of coffee.
Yeah.
But in this type of business, when something goes wrong, it's like buying a product from Cafe Java's. Maybe you've bought a cake, and then you find some part of it is not well prepared, but you're just outside. You have a right to go back to Cafe Java's and say, guys, look, see what happened. But now you've bought a product of Cafe Java's in a supermarket, and you found the same challenge. Where will you go? When you go to the supermarket, guys, and you're like, you know what, guys? Look at your cake.
It will be a long process.
Yeah, it will be a long process. And that's time consuming. But the thing is, I would suggest that having coffee in supermarkets, okay, it's not a bad idea because it's helping us expose or improve coffee awareness. Because people, as they're going around the store, they will see coffee. Okay, kanokachi, it's a coffee bag. What's inside? Let me buy it, maybe. But in terms of quality, no, I give it a 0 over there. Because when you have coffee in a supermarket, you're not monitoring it. You don't know how those guys are handling coffee. They even maybe don't know anything about coffee, compared to having a coffee product or a coffee bag in a certain coffee premise or a coffee shop or a coffee company, and they know that, okay, you know what? This is our coffee. We roasted it on Monday, which means by Monday next week, it has to be done. Those are the methods that such companies have to use. Compared to taking your coffee in a supermarket, and it's going to be put down in a shelf, and I come, maybe I'm buying Anodi's coffee, it's like, okay, Anodi's coffee is good, I've tested it, I've had good reviews on it, let me go and try it. On reaching home, trying it, you're just running down, Yeah, so it's not a good thing to have coffee in the supermarkets. If it's possible for you to have your coffee sold in your premises, please do that. That's one thing actually I would advise people to do. Like, if you're a coffee producing company, the fact that you have funds of roasting coffee, packaging it, branding it, basically you've gone through all the chains of coffee, like for it to be as a final product. Why don't you get a space? Why don't you get an online platform? Because that's what we're adopting these days. Have a cameraman. Have nice shots taken. Have a website. Okay, that's expensive, but you can start with Instagram, you can start with Facebook, you can start with Twitter. Have good visuals. put the price tag, put the contacts where they can call you. Market it well.
Yeah.
See whether you not sell that coffee and people like your product. Compared to taking it in a supermarket, and it's going to take 3 months without buying that cup of coffee. And when they buy it, they will say, "I know this coffee is bad." Yet in actual sense, your coffee is good. Yeah. So just utilize those spaces. Utilize the information that you get here on the coffee break, at least to make better decisions when you're dealing with coffee.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Amon, you're a barista and you've been doing this for a while. You're also a trainer.
Yeah.
And one of the issues we've had, actually, some guys have talked about it on the show, is that most baristas have, I like to say, half knowledge. Okay, they only know their part as far as comes to the station. I can make a cappuccino, I can make a latte, I can make an espresso, I can talk to, you know, have a good relationship with my customers and my boss, and that is mostly where their knowledge stops. Okay, that brings into question, okay, what are we doing in these coffee schools? Because for someone to totally understand what coffee is, all right, they have to get a complete understanding. And to understand what coffee is in Uganda, you have to understand coffee from the past, okay, what has been happening, what are the different developments, what are the different organizations doing, okay, what kind of research. We had a guy called Owen who was on the show, said that he was doing a lot of research in coffee, okay, but you find that baristas actually don't know this information, okay. So you as a barista, okay, what can we do to make sure that baristas don't have only on-station knowledge, but have a wholesome kind of knowledge when it comes to coffee, especially in Uganda?
Now, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Just a brief one.
Yeah.
Did you, when you went to school, to a journalism school, did they tell you how to interact with me, to say the exact words you're saying to me right now?
No, they didn't tell us the exact words, but there was a structure.
Okay. So my point is, in coffee schools, they're going to give you basics. They're going to show you how something is done. Then it's your initiative to go down the road of research, curiosity, and get to know these things. Because the 3 months or the 2 months you're at that coffee school, you're not going to exhaust everything. Never. Never. You just have to be so much self-oriented that you're going to make research, read about things, ask questions, and learn. That's how you're going to know this information. Because in coffee schools, like you said, they teach them how to be, okay, like you said that baristas know how to make a cappuccino, just interact with maybe a certain dealer has come on station, they interact with him, and that's all. And then they go back home. But they have forgotten that they have to read about, okay, why am I using this cup of coffee, or 250 mils of cup of coffee, or 180 mils of cup of coffee? You know, why is it that I have to hold coffee a certain way? Why is it that when a customer comes to me, I have to leave what I'm doing somehow and I first give them attention? You know, then we can go back to it if at all, you know, they want to stay for longer as we interact. Such things. So when you rely on only the information that you got from schools, mu Uganda bagamba nkusasidde. Yeah, so that's it. You just have to make more research on your own so that you get to learn more things. Then compare and contrast them. How do you do that? Ask questions for people who taught you or people who are above you. Because even me, there's a certain lady called Millie. I tend to ask her, she's a coffee genius, she's a lady. I tend to ask her a lot of questions. I bug her with questions. And sometimes she's like, but Amon, I can't believe you didn't know this. But there's the fact, I didn't. I just wanted to know. So she just assumes that I knew, but I didn't know. So that's one way. You just don't have to assume that you know everything. No. You don't know everything. You just have to ask. For example, if you went to a certain school, the teacher or the tutor who taught you has a lot of information. But the way of disseminating this information to your small head of yours, because it's a lot of information, they can't put it into your head at one day or in 2 days or 3 months. No. So as you work on stations or in the company or you're in, get time, visit this guy. Say, okay, you know what? Diallo, I learned about this. How is it like? How best can I do it? They say here that you have to put maybe 70 mils to get this amount of coffee as a result or yield. Is it true? Then this guy can give you his perception. Then you can go back and read. Then if you find something that backs his perception, take that. That's how you get to increase on the information.
Interesting.
As a barista.
Someone said that, you know, there is what we call YouTube University.
As a way, that YouTube University is only used by the people who understand it. Because when you go to your YouTube University, there is a lot of information there. I can wake up one day, I go on YouTube, I bring my camera here, I look into that camera, I start saying whatever I want. I don't care whether it's true or false. So that's why I'm like, only wise ones go to YouTube University.
Well, if you've just tuned into the show, we're talking to Amon about, you know, the different part that the different stakeholders play when it comes to this coffee game, the coffee value chain. We've talked about the baristas, we've also talked about the farmers, we've talked about the supermarkets, which tend to push our coffee down in the shelves, and by the time we have an experience with it, it's really not that good. We have talked about how to promote, how to market the coffee using our different social media websites. If you can start your own website, that's a really good thing, to be a good plus for you. But if you're looking for ideas, you're looking for, you know, different perspectives on what to do with your business, if you want to get into the coffee business, this is the best show for you. We're coming towards the end of the show, but before we get there, just a couple of more things. We've talked about the baristas, okay? I think one of the areas we really never touch about are the CEOs, okay? These people who open up the coffee shops. Some actually.
I remember we touched about them.
Yeah, we touched about that. And knowing that now they have been in a hard spot. They haven't been making money. But now you get the good news that, you know what, we're opening in January. Okay? And your mind starts running to, I need to make money from my coffee shop. Okay? It's good that some of these guys are actually baristas or roasters, but some are just businessmen. Okay? For them, they know, I'm going to put a coffee shop, I'm going to make money. Okay? So what part do they play? Because if I'm just concerned about making money, I won't really care about, you know, what happens in the shop. I'll leave it to the head barista. I don't really care what happens, you know, with the farmer. All I know is that my coffee needs to get here at a certain time. Okay? So what's the part that the CEOs play, especially those who know nothing about coffee?
Well, the part that CEOs play is the same part. When you literally bring it down, it's the same part that UCDA has to play, generally in the coffee industry. So CEOs have to be able to provide what the specialists are saying. For example, if you have a company of coffee, or coffee, you're in a coffee business, do you have a structure of advisors? People who advise you on how best you're supposed to do things. For you, yes, you're there to make final decisions, giving money and make money. But do you have people who know what you want and can be able to put it into action? That's the one thing. So if you don't have that, it's going to be really, really hard for you next year. Because you find yourself, you're struggling to make ends meet, but you're not. That's why, by the way, you saw various coffee shops that opened up 2019, closed 2021. 2021 they're closing. Because they didn't have structures. And those that had structures are still studying. Take an example. Enduro Coffee. It has structures, it's still studying. Cafe Pub, it has structures, it's still standing. Cafe Javas, okay, some people say it's not a cafe, it's a restaurant. Yes, but it has structures, it is still standing. Okay? New Cafe, it has structures, it's still standing. All those coffee shops, all coffee businesses that existed, created structures that helped them in states like these ones. So for CEOs, what I have to advise you is, one, please get structures that will help you in sometimes that difficult decisions have to be taken, because you won't make a certain decision without consulting this person who's in the farms, down in the farms with farmers. How is coffee that side? Because now I was getting certain information that coffee in Elgon region is becoming scarce these days. And I quite believe or suspect that in the coming years, like 2 or 3 years, coffee is going to be more expensive. Because now, the fact that now it's becoming scarce, you know, Elgon region is one of the areas that give us most of the coffee, then Rwenzori, then Central. So that's Western or Rwenzori. So when we have different people in different departments who are seniors, specialists, they know what to do. For you just here, CEO, of course, for a certain company, you're seated somewhere in your office. You're just waiting for a certain DLO to come, Emma to come with different ideas and different suggestions, and then in your wise mind you see, okay, this is a good suggestion, I can go with this. That's how you're going to survive. But otherwise, instead of you coming to maybe a coffee shop and you see paper all over your coffee shop, you're like, okay, business is booming, business is booming. At the end of it all, after 3 months of opening up or 5 months, people will be nowhere. Maybe because coffee is bad, maybe because the surface is bad, maybe because the infrastructure is bad. So all such things have to be put into consideration.
Well, our time is fast spent. I know that we can talk, you know, we can talk, you know, forever about coffee. But thank you for coming onto the show. And just before we leave, okay, what are your next plans when you get out of here? I know it's a weekend, you know. Are you going back to the coffee shop?
No.
Probably you have a date we don't know about. See you looking all fresh, you know.
No, I'm just going to have a GNN shoots because I have someone to host. 2 p.m. So yeah, I'll be hosting him, shoot an interview with him. Then that I'll go and watch a football match. Man United,
a Man U supporter.
Man U supporter. Now these days we have the best coach around.
Well, we'll end that show right here.
But it's good. It's good that I'm back on the show. I've been missing these conversations. I know we've been trying to get in touch and have this conversation, but it's good that we've had it. And it's good.
Well, I'd like to say welcome back.
Thank you.
It's good to have you back. For those of you who have been thinking of where the Messiah is, well, he's back. And it's a good thing that he has come back to the show. Maybe next weekend he'll be the one, you know, hosting the show with whoever we'll be having in the studio. But thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for staying with us on the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. I know you must have heard Amon saying the statement, a certain Diallo. Well, that certain Diallo is the one who makes us look good on the cameras. He's the one who does everything in the studio. And we'd like to say thank you to him. Thank you to Isma, who's there also on the switcher, you know, making sure that, you know, he shows you one side and the other side also. And basically, they're the guys who make things work here. And to the whole crew, basically, we just want to say thank you to you guys. Remember, you can always comment. We are live on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitter, HTV1. Make sure to comment, like, let us know if you have any questions. But until next time, have a great day. Grab a cup of Ugandan coffee. Not other coffee, Ugandan coffee. We'll see you next time.
My first advice to my students, the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people. But our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you like will be making some money somewhere. And where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there is that gap. There's that gap of supply. There's that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee. How we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can like at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket, or to save on the account.
Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first. If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life, socially. I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so. Because when you see me, you will imagine that, you will just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. But if you see me in my office where I'm working, and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. All right. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
Mado ya Musa, twesala bukumba sivya Medusa. Tolina kalimu falo liluza, Riconesami, Beba producer, got chains on my neck and I'm looking like Kunta. Wanna close, boy I'm a shooter. I'm the boss with a dream like Luther. Namuongo boy, that's the hood I'm coming from and I thought you knew that. Thugs and drug dealers, body mukako na.
Why do I rap? I rap because I want to talk about stuff that other people don't talk about. I want to inspire people. I want to be the voice to the voiceless. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs, no.
Wafuka so mean. In fact, Osinga I mean. Chirabikoli half man, half machine. Mununzira bakubuli street. Buli chimwe chicho cha gunpoint. My nigga, tell us the point. Power to the people, tebicha kola kubanga nobulula baniga babubba, ba good cop, baba kuba masasi, our only hope, ne baba kwata, ba MPs, baba kuba kalimo rufu na kalulu nebebaka. Katite muji kwata ko. This is Leo Rich, rated fresh on XXL.
Yeah, Leo Rich. Oh yeah, this is Uganda. 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 Hey, wake up, go look for paper. No money, no power, Mutesa. Talk more and get yourself tear gas. So all we do is look for the pesa. Uganda Zabu, rest in peace Zakayo. I'm from the 256, born with the heart of a lion. Don't talk about Alicia Keys, we got Irene and Desire. Yeah, I think Trump is shit. Yeah, should come see ours. An MPP's on the wall, pays 40K and free he goes. After 20 years of school, you still won't get a decent job. A rich man shoots, then a poor man gets locked up, but not for long. This is Uganda, brother. Ain't nobody gives a fuck. Uganda, 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 my country. Uganda, 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 my country. Oh dear God up in heaven, bless my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh yeah, this is Uganda. 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 Hey, I fell in love with the Rolex. I ain't talking about watches. You don't need a big bando. Only few coins get a mando. Yeah, back Kampala. Chino Sichivuga Chapafala. Smartphone yakabitu jitwala. Do for the 256. Uganda. Can't touch my flow like a crested train. Dropped out of school, got a different brain. The eyes tell them that my future's faint. You and your stupidest claim. This is Uganda, part of Africa. Do what you wanna. Go to school, read your books, or else smoke marijuana. I don't care what you do as long as you're fanya. This is Uganda, this is Uganda, light up your fire. This is Uganda. 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 This is Uganda.
Uganda, 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 my country. Uganda, 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 my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh, yeah.
you think you're ready to engage people once again after 2 years or 2.5 years of no activity brought about by COVID-19?
I think the advantage of the lockdown and the past 2 years has been like most of the creatives, whether they are independent or not, have been engaged in a process of creating content, and I'm curious to see what's going to come out of this now that we are free to start working. I'm sure everyone is going to be ready to prepare to present something that they've been working on. So I'm not really worried about if there is content. I think I'm very worried about who is going to present it, because most people have actually, not maybe actually, have really moved on.
Yes.
I mean, they realized that they were chasing a dead horse, you know, and they were like, you know, we are not going to survive. 2 years of not working, even trying to mitigate the, you know, life. Now that they are, you know, they have started some jobs. You know, if you have a job that is 9 to 5, you're not going to start, you know, going for rehearsals or going to dance in a studio. And what are you going to eat if you go there? So I think my biggest worry is about who is going to be presenting the content, whether it's dance, whether it's theater, whether it's music, whether it's film. Okay, film is different, but I think there are certain art forms that are independent and they really need an effort for someone to be able to present it. And I think opening up without any support structure to help these people get back into the market, it's going to be really, really difficult. So for me, I think that's going to be the biggest challenge.
Okay, so when you say there are certain art form that needs really, really support and there's some that needs to, what are those, you know, can you highlight some of them that needs to?
Yes, I mean, when we are talking about like the independent art scene, we are talking about some of the independent artists I know, and they are the most challenged one are the contemporary dancers. The contemporary dancers, first of all, contemporary dance is very, very new to the industry, to the market here. And even when they have been working over the years, you know, dancers like, you know, Jonas, like Julius, like Oscar, have been really working hard to really cultivate their audiences. And they have been not really managing to get them, you know, to fill up the auditoriums. And now that they are back, they need a lot of time. They need at least 6 to 8 months to prepare a production, and which means that now that they don't have money and they're opened up to start, they needed someone to, you know, or they needed some kind of like a support fund to get them to start so that they can be able to prepare their work to present it to the audiences.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what kind of support are we looking at here?
Money, of course. I mean, it's money. I don't think, you know, there's anything else. Maybe also space. Space is also an important thing because some of them need space. They might have time and they might have money to survive on where to stay, but they definitely need space to rehearse on.
I wish everyone in the music scene success, but they are not going to move for as long as the people in the government does not respect art and look at art as a form of competition to them. We're wasting time. Also, the structures are put in place. People like Balaam and a few other people who just come in. I'm reading it. It says people like Balaam who come in, says who have you know, proximity to the powers that be. Instead, they who even hand from music and promote music. Sometimes when these challenges come, they are supposed to be able to tell the people in authority that, look, this is where I also earn my money from and support. But instead, sometimes they also manipulate the system. I respect them, but they earn from the system, the music industry, but they're also the same people who don't support the music industry. I'm being honest. I hope you can read my comment on the show because I've sent comments before on TV and it's never read.
Okay, I think, no, honest, I understand personally. I really understand the frustrations of all the people. I am some of us are more and always frustrated, but we try to keep a smiley face. And everyone has a lot. If you start inviting people to talk about the challenges they face with the investments they make here, you will be overwhelmed. So it's really true, and I really think, as they say, they need to be considered. There's a need to really find out how do we all take part in this shared responsibility. How can we all have a shared vision for our country? I'm not talking about politics. Now, in the arts, in the creative industry, how can we grow it together? How can we share the pie or the cake that is there, so that we don't grab everything to oneself? When I see people mentioning names and saying this one takes the thing, I have no problem with those people. But I think also, if other people are there in the market, then they should be given an opportunity, or even thoughtful. We can't always keep things in one side, on one side.
Welcome to the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela. This week in the studio, we have the man who has been in audio-visual artistry for the longest of time. The people who have stood the test of time of COVID-19. We want to know from them if they are ready. Come 24th of January 2024, Uganda will be opening up for events after 2.5 years of no activity at all. It was believed that the audio-visual sound industry was closing down in Uganda. And as a matter of fact, many people actually closed down, changed career, went into something else. Others, the bank loan swallowed them. But those who remained are yet to take us back to the moments where if there is no entertainment, then there is no creativity, then there is no productivity in the country. We're glad that Uganda is opening up, and joining me on the program today is the one and only Jude Sempewa, coming from Legacy Production Limited, a company based in Uganda. Jude, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Eddie.
We are bongering and spreading love here. We have to do this. You have to and spread love to people because COVID-19 has been there. In the words of Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe. But welcome to the program. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Doctor.
And
I'm doing fine, Eddie.
Yes. Yes, some call me doctor because of the health and fitness, so it's understandable.
Sure.
But first, Jude, we want to know from you. How have you been? How have COVID-19 treated you? 2019, we have not seen you. Things have been just up and down, lockdown here and there. Let's talk about Jude in the 2019.
Jude 2019 was a very beautiful, sunny, fair weather year.
Yeah.
We had the best of what you could call an eventful year.
Yeah.
So many events, so much happening, so much entertainment, so much infotainment. Then came in 2020.
Yeah.
Out of the blue, things changed. The script was flipped.
Yes.
Thereafter.
Wow.
Yeah.
And if we go back to the ancestry, we want to know, are you Ugandan? Yes. What does the name Sempebwa mean? What does the name Jude mean? Are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan? We want to know the ancestry, the background of Jude.
My names are Jude Sempewa. I'm a Muganda by tribe. I'm above 40. And I'm a person who has grown with my passion.
Yeah.
Passion has brought me to where I am.
Yeah.
I did school, through college, through university, and after campus, I decided to follow my passion, which passion was entertainment. But entertainment to us was born into our family from when we were kids.
Yeah.
So even after school, when I came into this whole entertainment thing, it was something that had been born in me, and it had become a culture.
Wow.
Yeah, become a culture, and then I took on this culture to turn it into an art, so as to be able to earn from it and ensure that it puts food on my table till the current date.
Wow.
I entered the entertainment and art industry in about 2003 when I started DJing at Stakeout. That doesn't cut out the bit of the story that I even used to DJ as one of my small part-time jobs at campus.
Yeah.
That was about 1998 to 2001.
Yeah.
But actively, I started DJing in 2003 at Stakeout. Got out of Stakeout in 2005, where I started Legacy Entertainment, which was a sole proprietor.
Yeah.
Entered into playing music for private individuals as well as the corporate world.
Yeah.
Drifted all through that into coming up to about 2010. That's when we got to the decision that we really now need to serve mainly the corporate world. We chose the corporate world because it assured us of more business.
Yeah.
In terms of utilizing our time better,
Yeah.
having worked from Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Unlike other industries in entertainment, usually go into the night crawling kind of schedules.
Yeah.
And also the corporate world assured us of repeat business.
Yeah.
They're more stable to work with.
Yeah.
They'll respect the work that you've done, and they'll give you much more referrals.
Wow.
All these referrals trickle down back into a penny in your pocket.
Yeah.
But this also comes with a toll on its other side.
Yeah.
Your mind has to be running. You have to keep thinking for them if you're going to serve the corporate world.
Yeah.
Unlike the other dancing
yes.
and entertainment industry whereby anything goes, and by the time that it comes to the morning time, they don't even remember what you did for them.
Yeah.
So that is what has gotten Jude to where he is right about now.
Wow.
I'm the head of business at Legacy Productions
Yeah.
Limited, which is an audiovisual equipment hire as well as events management company.
Yes.
Legacy Productions came into being in the year 2014.
Okay.
And for the past about 8 years, we've been rolling with it.
Okay.
It's been a very good ride.
Yeah. We can see the results of it on the screen there, and
surely.
of course, and some of the things they've been doing. Jude, that talking about it, you studied something else.
Yes.
And you ended up doing your passion.
Yes.
I want to know, how did your parents, first of all, what did you study? And how did you flip from what your parents want you to do to doing your passion? Because I am very certain there is a young man out there, a young lady out there who is wondering how to do this. They have the passion to do something, but they are being told you have to be a doctor or an engineer. And yet it is very clear that whatever they want them to study, they are not going to make money out of it, or they are not going to practice, and they don't love it. How were you able to flip the coin to get into art and actually continue with your artistry part of you as opposed to what you went to school to study?
Thank you, Eddie. I'll start with the end, what I would have put as the end statement.
Yes.
Believe in people.
Yeah.
That's it. Believe in your child. At the age of 5, when I was 5 years old, I happened to be introduced to music, to be formally introduced to music. Put aside being born into it, but being introduced into music. Whereby an auntie of mine brought a cassette home from a disco called Sejiko. The first time I had Red Wine from UB40. So, and it happened that afterwards, I knew where all the music was at home. I was the custodian of all my dad's cassettes. I even knew the order in which the songs used to play. Coming to my P3, that's about 1987, he gave me a Walkman. If you remember Walkman back in the days, it was an old school cassette player about this size, using 4 batteries. And I don't know, I think my elder brother is called Tony.
I was a master of those things.
Tony used to love music so much.
I opened those things and messed it up, and I was bitten several times.
Yes, now Tony used to love music so much, and actually I picked very many, not just a leaf, but very many leaves from him. So Tony, I think, took the Walkman. He was in Namilengo College then. He took it to go out and be a big boy. Back in the days, you know, Walkman, so I'm a big boy. But after that, I went to, as in Kampala parents for my primary school, from P1 to P7. And then I went to Namilengo College from S1 to S6. Then from there I went to Makerere University. Through high school, my friends, my hobbies who I was with can attest to you that Jude was a music person. I used to have a small radio, earphones, headphones on my ears. I used to know all the good songs all around there and things like that.
You were the go-to guy in high school.
Yeah, I was the go-to guy when it came to music. You know, I get to know all the new hits on the blog. I knew all of them. Came into campus. I wanted actually to be a lawyer. Macquarie University.
That's what I know.
I wanted to be a lawyer. But what happened was that I missed law by 2 points on government. So I then qualified for BIFA, which is fine art. When I went into fine art, I was in those lessons for only 2 weeks. I applied for a change of course. BIFA, fine art.
Fine art.
I ran away from something
which you all later on you came back
eventually I was going to fall back into, but from another perspective, from a more interesting perspective, from a naturally inspired perspective. When I finished after fine art, I did social sciences, where I did a major in social administration and a minor in economics.
Wow.
Little did I know that the economics had done and the social admin had done were going to get me to professionalize an industry which was seen as the common man's or the industry for the failures, for those who hadn't gone to school and that kind of thing. Yeah. When I entered music after campus, I had some critics from a number of individuals. Why are you doing this? How can you're a graduate, how can you be doing bidongo business, sound system business, moving on pickups and what? Only one person believed in me. That was my mother.
That's shocking.
Yes, she
and
believed
your dad
in me.
must have been saying this is a failure. I've had a wrong course.
Rest in peace, Daddy. He wasn't alive then to see the dream come true. He actually passed on when I was about like 10 years old. Yeah, so I wasn't around to see the dream. But I'm proud that I've gotten his dream alive up to this point. My mother didn't judge me for what I'd chosen to do, for the path that I'd chosen to take. She just encouraged me. She was like, just do things the right way. They'll always pay you back. Don't be greedy. Be truthful. Have those qualities, integrity. And don't forget that you've been to school. Carry forward whatever you've studied into what you intend to do. Trust me, it won't fail. A few years down the road, a number of colleagues who didn't believe in the dream which I had then saw this baby start to flourish. So then they fall back. Have you been doing this? How did you do this? Where's someone to start a mobile disco? Where's someone to do such and such and such kind of thing? So it's just been a very interesting journey all the way through. As I mentioned in the very start, we had to choose what is our niche. You're doing entertainment. You've decided to do this art, but what is your niche? Where are you pointing your gun? Look out at the market. Where are the opportunities? Where should you point your gun? Don't take the big wide road which everyone is walking through. There's this narrow road with bumps. It's the better road because at the end of it is the bigger picture. This big road has been trodden and spoiled and done all things, all that kind of thing. So came in a bit of the research and development. Sit on your side and think, I've chosen to do this. This is my vocation. How am I going to do it? How am I going to ensure that I keep it alive? In that at the end of the day, there's a legacy left behind. That is legacy productions.
Wow, well, you're hearing that refreshing back to love. This is the Creative Industry Talk. We're talking to Jude Sempebwa, who is head of business development at Legacy Productions Limited. Jude, of course, you've had a beautiful story right there, coming from a young child, you know, young as 9 and 10, looking after his father's records, and later on becoming a DJ, and from law to social sciences to, you know, to fine art at university, and jumping out of it and coming back to the creative industry. You see, creativity runs in the blood of every human being brought on earth. Even you too who is watching the show, you are actually creative. So we want you to share your love with Jude. Send us your kisses and disses coming. We're We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to be diving to the questions of our discussion today. If I will put the topic up there for you to actually see what we're talking about today. We're talking about the challenges of 2022 for the independent creative arts in event supply chain, and of course, you know, readiness as the events open up on January 24th in the, year 2022. After Uganda being off the scene for 2 years, we want to know if the Judes, who are actually the supply chain, as you've talked about, the audiovisual that powers the event industry, that powers the creative industry, is actually ready to go back. Stay right there. We'll be right back after this break. This is the Creative Industry Talk.
Onassis on the beat, Sylvester Kabombo. Yeah. Amalala gakube chigwo, amalala gakube chigwo, enume ye chigwo. Yeah. Volume nyongere, oba owamala. Yeah. Awamala. Volume nyongere muko, oba owamala. Neda, yongera mu. Volume nyongere, oba owamala. Yeah, awamala. Volume nyongere muko, oba owamala. Neda, yongera mu. Tula, kalira ulize mbozi bula muto walira byenkubulira passport nga chali wange walakira. Ebyo byolepuka, bijja kulakira. Kotandisa akabozi kwaba basibekira. Okoze kene nnyo enzijjo kuzibikira. Oja kunakuwala kubalaba kumatikira. Babadde basibekira kati nga bakulembera. Nakazindaalo nga batuyimbira. Vava kumalala temuli bibala bona gavirako ku ngalo emikwano gibalabala. Bulamu si butereevu busala ebigoli. Noyo noli ebizibu bitusimbira line nga kasoli. Ozala ebika by'emmere bikulisa embooli nga weekwese bw'ozala wange obalabira mu kamoli. Otyo kusongamu uyo kapoli gwe twayogerako wamachati 8 cent. Volume nyongere oba owamala. Yeah, awamala. Volume nyongere muko oba owamala. Neda, yongera mu. Volume nyongere oba owamala. Yeah, awamala. Volume nyongere muko oba owamala. Neda, yongera mu. Bwagula enzirusi atagula yazza musango. Lwachoji walabanya ngago bwengo. Bagamba owebbango futumutegera ku mulyango. Kirizagana katukomukire totumenyera omwango. Pulire moroka tonna jikuta. Olinda Yesu wanalidde okugimanyira. Leka bano batuuke nga banyirira. Lwaki obakuba ebizi oyagala batomera agamalala gasana kuluyira. Sylvester ku ngoma rhymes gankwira. I get the job done, call me whatever you want to. I hope to make you a person they look up to, not to divide society into two. Imputu, there's nowhere you are going to. Mutuntu bulirira ne bulubaluba tu bulambwe mutomatu kankusibirire tu. Ozanyise kugayanga meketu weketu mugande witu wetereze mwatu. Volume nyongere oba owamala. Yeah, awamala. Volume nyongere muko oba owamala. Neda, yongera mu. Volume nyongere oba owamala. Yeah, awamala. Volume nyongere muko oba owamala. Neda, yongera mu. Amalala gakube chigwo, amalala gakube chigwo, enume ye chigwo.
Elijah Tucker, Sylvester Ne Abrams. In my movies, my life got myself all day today. No bad mind, but positivity. Humbleness to myself. A smile to make myself look fresh. Think better, bigger and biggest. Sweet vibes well equalized. Only times when I'm rolling down. Kampala streets uptown, downtown. Hustle mumpola mpola. Mo magazine and patang ang pula. Nansikiriza ne bafala just bukaka mute mulina malala.
Kwebera poa, toba busa, kola bibyo, just poa. Kwebera poa, toba busa, kola bibyo, just poa.
Sylvester ndi byange sigena na bitutuma kulaba wetuddeko kulaba okukuluma onotera okuyimbula empologoma okunuma emaali yange gye nakolawo ddala yakuluma kataka enkolagana yange nenabyuma ng'okoba musajja munno osobola okutomera ekyuma olowooza akamegge enjovu kenkanawa eddamu afunanga sitepu zange kati ndipoa sibabuusa ekinakulya kamenvu kigira mu kususa owakazeke alaba olwobyo yesusiza mugendeko mpola omuwa pulaani zojja kwejjusa
Kwebera poa, toba busa, kola bibyo, just poa. Kwebera poa, toba busa, kola bibyo, just poa.
nekolera jange nekolera byange nekolera zange tonsumbuwa ndi byange ogamba nvuubika ate nga byendya byange ebyo biganye ojerega byange mbanga santama nga talina byakwambala bavuluka byetukola kubanga byabasukkako babyagala naye obusobozi bwo tebalina okuva bwe nazuula ekyo tebansuuza byange nsekera mu kikonde baagala nsuule balonde balooza buli omu awalula tinsawo ya lumonde simanyi gokka n'amagezi mu ssonde tutadde emyaka mingi mu kuyiga ebintu bye tukola
Blaza, oba sister, tata, oba mama, Kampala omupya, n'omukadde, olulu wayise owino, Africa, East Africa, Uganda, omurasta ne master, omuyindi oba omuzimbi, just to mention a few, naye ffenna.
Kwebera poa, toba busa, kola bibyo, just poa. Kwebera poa, toba busa, kola bibyo, just poa.
How it is. Flow, follow me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at flow on a show. Spotlight TV. You're rocking with the best. Spider One we see. Shout outs to my mentor, yeah, Mwasiba. Tandika was sour, the time stutters. Yeah. Okay. Kaseda tutandika kukwebeda. Bavubuka tutandika kusinzira. Olwo tulabe tetulagenyo ewala. Tusobola okufungiza nga bakirimanyi gava mu kulya bwe batugamba agafe gava mu ndowooza gye gasinziira tusobole okusuka bwe balaba indigenous MC about spiritual invisible comfortable ng'akola ekyo kyakola kuba kikolera kiwa akaseera ng'ojja n'okigwamu n'okibeeramu n'okyessaamu n'olowooza ng'oli waamu kumbe baddakiika okikugjamu nze ndi bwamu nzaaliddwamu nkyalimu nvudde mu myala mbuuka myala mpolya yesikyatya emirundi gyakankaba mugamba bugambi nga tolina kukamba muvubuka tonyimirira ona mu maaso kuba jakukwata nkwabya emmimba ebeeremu yokka bw'okuva eyo gyenva mbalabyeko nga bagwawo ko one like this down on the flow kati nkujjukiza nekutegeeza tega amatugo olabe ekisinga mu Kampala spotlight television kekaseda tukuwa the true video opemwezo of fake ezitali original fake correct instrumentals yeno by natural mwana wawa no self-made bwetutyendowoza yetufula kasitosala wozo oyagala oluyambuka kasitosuula ng'okkirira nga baziika lekawo maaka ku kyalo gy'ova kwe bali kwogererako bagambe nti oyo yaliwo yenze gwe mulamwa gwe mbaako samwasamwa namukobwa neyo mu ghetto shuwa diru oba tolina tobiŋŋamba sitole zange zakuluka gensinziira nsima omusingi ng'omupoota sobola okuzimba tuke waggulu ku lake ziddako amadaala kalina ki kati ndi kuyakusatu twali mu ghetto tugaya gaati kati nkugamba essaawa lya kati tuli gaati safi bulamu buli 123 bwentyo bwe nkukwatira mu kibatu ne bwewunya MC avudde wati yoyo aspiwa to the DA kiboke bwe nkwata MRCA bwe tuba KLA abaana be Uganda tetukyatya nimisa waffe eka kingere kwesembera njoke nkulegebo tandika okukwebera bigambo by'Oluganda byetukuba kikaluba naye ate kiba kyangu gwoyo akizalawa muwoyo makofoni naye agikwate alyoke amanyi sikiru zange gye nazijja myaka buwanana myaka lufukunya tukyaliwo tusindika ekigambo kyotategeera bannakampala balowooza twogera kumbe ebitontome byo bendaba byavadda kamera agisembeze mutuuzi wange Mr. Munye tulyoke twakabyakanenga ku kire munyenye kusembera kekaseera nanti yeffe atudde obubi oyo mulinye kuba nyina okubeera so comfortable city boss ndi musajja so leader MC abeera muzikero saifa tutontoma ekigambo kyabwe n'Oluganda tukujjukiza amaanyi golina omufirika okwekkiririzaamu ng'otandikira ku lulimi lwo gy'ova n'ekyalo gy'osinzidde oli waawa y'ofaawa tetwawula tukugamba ne bw'ojja na lulimi ki and I said how it is. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, now check my show. SPY to the EA when you Spotlight TV, you know, kuyimuka, speak, rabika. So jibika, sigaden to tende, pomerwangali entende, checho, vaka second, the chenko rapanyo kabona ku flow. 1, 2, avudde wono wokusatu no wokuna, bana manamba lira mu magana. Ha, watu kwakoze, rhymes banana, jango lieko, ofunena gwokunywa, tubeda go, deile kasera koga, okufuka chendi, sichizinakamu, kamu, bigata, batugamba, okugwe muganda, tutandikawo, okuresolinga, nesije tutwala, tutandika okurapinga, ebintu tubigatta byonna, sikidu kyokka n'ekigambo kyenkozesa, nebwodda nezifisiko, mbakukubisa ekigambo kyange kya mambo, n'otegera bw'omuvubuka yavaawo, sitayiro bwe mulabira we yasukkawo, yagenda wala nnyo, okyali mu birooto byo, sitayiro z'enkuba zino gundi mpya nnyo, tubeera n'ababyuda, okka abazimbi, okuva mu Kampala okutuuka e Kayunga, nyimusenyokota kubeera mu mateeka, balemu kubbere tandika okubalira, gamunanti kyawano, dreadlock rasta, bwe nkuba olubugo, sima bya kirogo, bintu bya wano Uganda bwe bufirika, mwatya nnyo, mwerabira nnyo, mwasuwa nnyo, ate mwetya nnyo, mwana bwagwa n'okala kuweeko nnyo, olyoke omanye ekigambo kya wano nnyo kya nnono, gwamba gundi n'oli munno, ebintu bya Uganda bibuulire ku munno, beerabira nnyo, basubwasubwa nnyo, beerimba nnyo, batuula nnyo, balemeddwa okuyimuka otandika okutambula, basobole okufuna tebanaalya enkya abaana baabwe, tebali balekera, basobole okusinziira batandika okusituka nabate bajje, abazzukulu basuukuke, tulyoke twambuke ekire, neyo tetugenze tumwenyeeko, saagala nnaku, ebyange byenkola ngoba ebiku, ne mu kiro nga nebase saagala bafumbisa manda abokyaku byebimu gyova gyoddeera batugamba obuvo bwe buddo balugera bajjajjaffe tubaweera ekitiibwa butabeerabira nesale olugoye olwasooka belubuga tebimutya ennyo ze bwenge esala lunyumira nnyo magets DXL nampa bulingi enfirika neva kubimasamasa nati ni mwana mufirika kala ya brown chocolate black sanga ongere chikambe
yali asibye ebiswahili nga line ziri straight, yali abasiga graffiti ku ngalo kwaliko paint. Lwe nasooka okulaba hip hop gwali mwaka gwa 78, nali siraba nga muwala nga jjuza figure 8. Ebbina lye lyali ddene, eyo ye yali bait. Nasooka naŋŋamba nti no 2 times 8, yali ayagala mukubiremu 16 bars eziri tight. Naye mwana ebiseera ebyo nange nali nkyali fala, rhyme gye nasooka okukuba n'agiziimuula. Nali nkyayavula, Ibro n'amutwala, Questo ye n'alyoka amufuula omukyala. Namusanga akisinga Sylvester ne Abrams ku DV8, Babaluku navyo n'abataka baalinga babaabe. Namwegomba z'okulaba lyrical G ku no end. Lumix ye yamuleetanga entinda ku weekend. Yala Slike Milka be baalinga ba girlfriend be. Nze ne mulekwa back in the day had no money to spend. Namuweereza kasoda nanga akimanye nti gyendi. Ani yali amanyi tulibeera together in the end. BFE yatandika okufuna platinum checks. Nandaga ba queen ba P-Tech ne ba president. Yangamba mbulire stories aba ghetto residents. Luga flow is my culture so I must represent. Yangamba eggulu lyampa ekitole ky'okubeera intelligent. Nyinyonnyola abaana concepts babeere confident. Global yampa amaanyi g'okubeera eloquent. Tuwa tuzikubye locally ne internationally. Financially yeyanyimusa nanzija ku cement. Spiritual I'm trying to be the best man I can be. Lyrically the pen is mightier than the sword I can see. And I promise to love you forever. Signed yours sincerely. Dear hip hop nze nkumisinga. Mu bakazi be nakabeera nabo ye gwasinga. Chechi kunyiga chechi kabya amaziga. Nze nkoyo okulaba nga bakumistreetinga. Oli mulungi smile eringa poetry. Kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome. Tutambule ffembi abateesika tubalumye. Tula waneno ku kisambi nkunyumize story. Memories mu mpewo nga boomerang zikomawo. Ng'omwagalwa wange ng'awunya akawoowo. Nga Aaron ne Bao twesikamu ne twejjawo. First date ne hip hop twalya luwombo lwakaawo. Bwe nakola poem eyasooka yagamba wow. Ne mulaga eggulu nga telescope ya Galileo. Luga flow ng'akyawoma nga sumbuse yakawo. Kino bakasangwawo kye balanga nkiribaawo. Bw'oba wakana gwe genda obuuze jjajjaawo. Najjako akawuwo ne mpandika fomula empya ku lubaawo. GNL Zamba lyrical architect w'ekimbeewo. Surgeon eyayawula aba hip hop mu kipeepeewo. Buli ssaawa obwongo bubeera budduka ng'akaweewo. Naye mwana GNL Zamba n'otulekawo. Mpulira katoyimba ne mangere mwakola duo. Nowe wuwo ddamu tukube sheziri annual. Baboon forwest obasomere manual. Hit city classic style eri fantastic. Zambo yagala kala ya white olinga wa traffic. Konzo mwana muzungu naye omutima gwaba nilotic. We go together just like gin and tonic. Juzi namugambye engeri gye njagala mu hip hop. Naye n'agamba muleete mu buliri tukole manage twa. Kuba ndaba engeri gy'omu missing oyinza n'okwewa obutwa. Dear hip hop nze nkumisinga. Mu bakazi be nakabeera nabo ye gwasinga. Chechi kunyiga chechi kabya amaziga. Nze nkoyo okulaba nga bakwabusinga. Oli mulungi smile eringa poetry. Kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome. Tutambule ffembi abateesika tubalumye. Tula wano ku kisambi gunyumize story. Dear hip hop nze nkumisinga. Mu bakazi be nakabeera nabo ye gwasinga. Chechi kunyiga chechi kabya amaziga. Nze nkoyo okulaba nga bakwabusinga. Oli mulungi smile eringa poetry. Kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome. Tutambule ffembi abateesika tubalumye. Tula wano ku kisambi nkunyumize story.
Ontegeera otya mubuuka soko sembere ng'ontunuulira ontya twali twesisinkanyeewa naye ekyo nga tonnakiddamu mbulira onzudde otya bw'obadde onnoonya mbulira obuuzizza otya y'anaakutumya oyo akusudde ku kyokya sembera lekera okwemotya weebuzaabuza tunula mu maaso toweetya abamu bamanyi nga rapa bamu bamanyi nga b-boy si byowakana abamu bamanyi nga eddoboozi eryogerera omuntu owa wansi yonna gyendi abamu bamanyi nga yimba kyendi abalala banda babuuza musomesa wuuyo abatamanyi bo bawuza fala wuuyo nakyo kinkolera kuba mbayite kuli talaba olwo abagamba nti nina amasaana abiri gali maaso abiri gali mabega nkoto lwaki balowooza bwe batyo kuba nzinengera gyenva nejengenda banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 abafere bantya bwe bandaba bo tebaddamu kucacyanca bakirako bingubiridde mu kyenkya anti ndi mu bufu obukodyo nina nkuyanja bategera waggulu nempita wansi ne banteega ku kkono nempita ku ddyo mbaleka basembye kya bulijjo obukodyo bwe gaba mazzi ewange yeewali ensulo ewange gyensulo olumu onoonya n'ombula olumu nsula nkola olumu nsiba ntabaalira ekumpi n'ewala sinti mbeewala mirimu gyenkola gyanfula nantalabika ninga mazzi gansuwa banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 amagezi ganeesera abateesi baneesiga ate abagezigezi bo batandika okuneesiga kuba bakungula ebiva mu nsigo z'ensiga ate ab'omululu bo baswama bakeraga ensega mujja kunzisa enseko kubandaba nze musumba olumu gotayawula mu ndiga nkulengera nga tondaba era nga sinnaba kulabika nsirika nga gwologopya tonnalabuka nsiterebuka ate era sitakibe nga sinnakikenenya ndusu nze ndi ku manduso n'olwekyo kakkana nkujje ekifu ku maaso bagamba nkyekuba omunaku tekya eyange yakya neyabalala nenjikeesa era bwenjagala nebakootulo n'obudde nenkeesa awakana kikyoteesa banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 Abrams Techa
Sinnabaako byendaba nze sinnabaako wendaga maaso ku lutimbe gwe kanula amatolabe ennyindo zisamuka amaaso gawulira mpebooka bw'otonga enziku oba mukenenya byonna mponya zirwala bigalanga olugattako puleesa balwala sukaali na munnyo nze bunzaali kano keekatta emmese keekatta ebiyenje kana akayimba katta n'ebiku eby'abateesi ndi musezi ntambula giro neebaka misana gye nzanyumya ebitanyuma ajimba bye banaalaba nvumbula binajja nvunza mu sikaati mbatambuza ensi yonna nga nfuse ekilipsi ndi mbaale mu maleewa nti Kampala mu bafere jinja lya mukiira nze tororo mu seminti sinyomwa neddira ssanyu akabbiro byoya bwompa akati misinde nzaasembayo okutuuka ntuze n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwa kawoowo bagamba Kampala nze kali na potential ntuze n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwa kawoowo bagamba Kampala nze kali na potential commercialization ibisange ku station nazalibwa kuba nze byemmanyi nkuwa education nakyo born killer nsanga mu sitenseni bwentugantuga barapa bonneno tension tebandoga nzibyesho nze siwanda muliro tebanyiganako nsambye mbaika evumbeera sokisi nzisudde eri kondomu nzisambye eri nzadde rapu omu Kampala leeta pampa gamba questo neibura tibebase nnyo omuzukulu azadde balongo mu jeno twalule gamba zali ankuba nnyo Juliana akuze nnyo gambendeze ya luzinda ng'emyaka tegigenda tuli Kampala mu bwengula minibazi twambula banatera kutugana kuzaala mbujjamu aweze amata tunywa gambuzi oluusi bakamannume tumwongere ekisanje kiddako tunywe ku gente ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumi yangu wakawoowo bagamba Kampala nzenze kali na potential ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumi yangu wakawoowo bagamba Kampala nzenze kali na potential emyaka giba gitandika nze nnyongera kulukuta nina sitole z'okutandika ssebo okutaputa amanya Nelson Saint kuba kugattako nze yasikira ab'ennamugongo nga babokyezza ndi mutume natumibwa kuba abakalimputtu mu Buganda bamanyiko kimusoza masowaani nsokanga kulyate nennaaba olw'engalo baka abasajja banneesi bakonda gye nakoowa sigenda sikoowa sigejja nkyusa nekkala abasiima ogenze valuvalu mu hapo vipi sema tubeera tuddamu nti hapo saawa nze kanzire Dar es Salaam twogera ebisingawo ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumi yangu wakawoowo bagamba Kampala nzenze kali na potential ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumi yangu wakawoowo bagamba Kampala nzenze kali na potential yes nze mbongera buwoowo anti-commercialization omulondo n'engero kakubidde wano kakubidde waffe kakubidde eno Saint Nelson kikola sense nnyo neera neno Nelly
Nsaza akavere n'ennyuma sitera kukolola ngoloddeko mpakinze n'emiwola gyaffe ne bambyolyeko engeregeze nazinabyeko leero ebijanjalo okumanyo nabiggyeko nakwesunga dda nga tukyali amapeera n'entya maama kati nze nkwetegekedde nafunye n'akagato Bambi be my lover Nachi, oh Papa, please be my lover nasindika omubaka nakuntwalako olw'ensonyi nnyingi nakunkwanako nasumba amapiira ng'onkuba mugongo sijja kwerabira ebyaluli nakunyonyogera nonyegera ebisigadde byalimu oluyi engolo ensambagere ne maamawo nakwesunga dda nga tukyali amapeera n'entya maama kati nze nkwetegekedde nafunye n'akagato nawe nawe please be my lover nachi papa please be my lover
tukutendereze Yesu uli mwana gw'endiga n'abagamba bajewe jinja Lazaro nalimuka n'abagamba nti atalina kibi asooka mukube jinja Bafirisuti besiga Goliyasi nebesanga nebeyubisa Kadawudi ne kacanga envulo ne kamukuba nenkona nenga arise and shine for the glory of the Lord is upon you. Sewala muke naye mukama ddala sowa abakusiga kye basabo bawa Sitaani yanjoga fuwanuluwa naye mukama toyiwa abakwesiga Arise and shine for the glory of the Lord is upon you.
Oh, na na na, baby, guess I'm one time. Moses, what you want? Right beats the eye, what they are, bad man. Wesa besala, besala, kuba yesala. Wesa besala, besala, kuba yesala. Wesa besala, besala, besala. Esala, esala. Ono salo kumala emyaka ya bulu mwana. Ono sala yakabanyo ya bulu mwana. Na yesala bwe yasaba yafuna omwana. Sika myaka esale ne ku mwana. Atono kana yasaba omwana. Bwe yasaba omwana. Omwana mumulumi obungi kwita musala musala mumwava samu Yesu yesala muyasama ya muwasamwiri gundi sabanagi Noli asabe noli Kundi sabanagi Wesabe sala Esala kuwa yesala Wesabe sala Esala kuwa yesala Wesabe sala Esala Esala Wesabe sala Esala Esala Zunga zunga sina cha kunywa yaya Ono Yesu wo mutama kutakowa Takowa Mwena musabangeze nyimba ze nazipa Mwona nanai Kukanja mukama kweno kumpa yaya Elitiwa chikuwa mukama webale Elitiwa chikuwa mukama waponyai Pasta bugembe kustiti kwa yali today Yasaba n'omuwulira essala eyo n'ogiwulira Yasaba n'omuwulira essala eyo n'ogiwulira Eno yesala essala ewanya ne kansa Yesu yesala essala ewanya sirimu Yesu yesala essala Yesu yesala essala egabula olusalo Yesu yesala essala
R.I.P. moms. Yeah, never forget you. Yeah, and for everybody else that we lost, everybody that we love. Yeah, I miss you. LG.
Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Been a couple things going through my head. Time's getting hard, somehow I gotta maintain. There'll be another pain if I get caught up in the rain. Will I be the same? Will I be ready for the change? My heart is aching, I'm anxiously waiting. Time don't fail me while I'm anticipating. What am I saying? I'm not mistaken. Gotta pull myself up before I start fading.
Still my whole life, check what I heard, what happened then. That dreadful night when you heard that accident. Doc said it wasn't no thing, you'd make it. It still broke my heart to see you stretched out on a hospital bed. Had to explain the pain that you felt as you lay there. Tears flowing down my eyes watching you smile. Many years later, can't get over my loss, cause I still can't believe that you're gone. Nah. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Been a couple things going through my head. Time's getting hard, somehow I gotta maintain. There'll be another pain if I get caught up in the rain. Will I be the same? Will I be ready for the change? My heart is aching, I'm anxiously waiting. Time don't fail me while I'm anticipating. What am I saying? I'm not mistaken. Gotta pull myself up before I start fading.
Listen, all alone in this cold, cold world. I'm on my own in a zone where there's nowhere to turn. What can I do? Should I lose it? Hard when I'm missing you. It's heavy on my mind, yo, this feeling so pitiful. True, it hurts bad when a loved one is gone. When it pours, you can't do much but weather the storm. Miss you a lot, never stop singing this song till the day when I see you again. So long.
When you caught up in the rain, life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain, life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Yeah, the song is dedicated to the memory of my late mother Barbara.
R.I.P. Mom.
And to all the loved ones I lost in my life, both my grandmothers, my grandfathers, Auntie Florence,
Rest in peace.
my homie Morose. So hard to sing this song,
Never forget you.
but I love and miss you so long.
Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain, life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain, life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain, life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain, life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, you shed your blood for me, you slept in jail for me, you shed your blood for me, all in the struggle for liberty, torture day and night, just because you're black. We can't forget the past, all the souls we lost. We can't deny the fact, Africa will think again. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember